Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly, yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly, yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Ha. Whoa. Let's get it. Whoa. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way, it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way, it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly, yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly, yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Ha. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Loaded.
Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's put our living stereo stylus in this groove.
Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Whoa. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Whoa. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day. feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing get in our way, way. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Ha. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Ha. Whoa. Let's get it. Whoa. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way, way. It's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way, way. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Ha. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Ha. Whoa. Let's get it. Whoa. night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Whoa. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Whoa. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Ha. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Ha. Whoa. Let's get it. Whoa. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Ha. Whoa. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Ha. Whoa. night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Whoa. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it.
Hi, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to Taipei. The first series of the year is supersized, running for 12 whole days from February 28th to March 10th. In expecting a lot of players, this event is spread across two venues, the Asia Poker Arena and the Chinese Mahjong League. There's a shuttle running between the two venues from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So be sure to take advantage of that. Question is, which events are where? The high roller events, the non-hold'em events, as well as the mixed events are being held at Chinese Mahjong League and all the other at Asia Poker Arena. There are some exceptions though, so be sure to refer to the full schedule. With the supersized main event starting on Sunday, March 3rd, guaranteeing at 65 million Taiwan dollars and the award-winning APT Lion Trophy. Follow, like, and share our daily coverage of the series, including the exclusive live streams of selected events starting on February 29th. For full schedule and more information, visit apt.poker.
Let's see what these superstars think about the APT. Santosh, welcome to the APT. I know you're playing the 25K Superstar. What is your impression of the APT so far?
I'm having fun. I have a low stack now, only 15 BB.
Well, if anybody can spin it up, it's gonna be you. Tony, is this your first time at APT?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts so far about the APT and the event?
It's pretty good. Got a lot of friend in my table. So
Yeah, I mean, I've been wanting to play an APT for like 15 years, and finally the schedule's worked out in a way where I can make it to this one for the high rollers. So
Playing here has been great. I have half a starting stack, so can't say I'm having too much fun in that sense. But the table is like everyone's playing quick, everyone is friendly. Yeah.
this is like my first event. I've had fun. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
One min cash, and now we're playing the high roller, so hopefully I get good luck today.
It's amazing, great. Everything is well organized. People are very friendly.
Will we maybe see you in our future events? Maybe Jeju APT?
Yes, of course, yeah, in the future.
If I got a time, yeah, I wish.
definitely I'm going to try to make more in the future.
And if you want to catch the high stakes action happening here at the Superstar Challenge at APT Taipei, make sure you check out our live streams on YouTube and Facebook.
你好，我是 APT 主持人 Elfin Lin， 隆重的欢迎各位来到 APT 今年第一个系列赛 APT 台北2024。我们预计将有数以万计的玩家前来共襄盛举。我们在车程大约10分钟的2个赛场同时举行，分别是亚洲扑克竞技协会和举办着所有豪客赛跟 Mix Game 的旧华人。APT 免费接驳车每30分钟就有一班，从早上10点一直到晚上10点的时间。另外 ，APT 主赛在3月3号星期日开始，保证奖池高达6500万新台币，冠军还能荣获 GPI 粉丝年度票选最佳狮子奖杯。点赞、订阅跟追踪我们对系列赛的每日报道。另外，在2月29号的全明星对决的独家现场直播，详情请上 apt.poker， 我们不见不散。
Very first APT meetup game with the #1 Chinese language poker YouTuber, Six Poker, aka Eric Tsai.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Elvin， 欢迎来到 APT 台北站的第一天。我们今天有一个非常特别的赛事 Meet Up Game。今天的主角小六，他在2023取得 GPI 台湾年度第1名，他同时也是 Nation A 的 Team Part 大使。
我想说，一开始开10桌，我在想，会有真的那么多人来吗？但没想到，对，一下就爆满了，一下就预约结束了。那也非常感谢大家的支持，对。
猜猜我遇到谁？赶紧跟大家自我介绍。
Hello， 大家好，我是娜娜
，AKA 小六的老婆。
对，应该是今年要结婚。
恭喜恭喜！你今天来打这个健身力。
对，因为他说今天有一个算是跟粉丝一起玩的，问我有没有兴趣，我说好啊，多一个人来送。
It is an honor to play with a poker idol. Oh, very fun. He is a superstar. I like him very much.
我觉得很好玩啊，可以见到很多台湾还有来自世界各地的粉丝。我觉得超好的，就是他没有一直在，很可惜。但我都专门找他玩的。
Hey, Michael Soiza, why are you playing so tight in this game?
Because I'm a nit. I'm trying to grind my money for my golf green fees tomorrow.
我想说最后要结束了嘛，送一组，因为他也只有短码，我想说我就帮他补码一下，结果没想到把人家清了，对，比较希望能够大家可以来玩得开心，感谢你们的支持，也感谢你们能够继续支持 APT 跟 Nature， 还有我的新的扑克俱乐部 Six Bet。
下一站 APT 济州岛会在哪里见到你吗？
会，对，大家 APT 济州岛见哦 ，See you in 济州。
嗨，今天是 APT 台北2024的第4天，同时也是 APT 国家杯的 Final Day。从 A 组到 E 组买入1万块台币的比赛，吸引了2305位人次参加，整个系列赛以爆炸性的开端引人注目。总奖值高达1949万9千台币，而冠军更能获得294万9千台币，觉得让整场比赛更加引人入胜。进入 APT 国家杯决赛桌的选手有 Lu Yunyang from Hong Kong, Chen Pengchen from Taiwan, Biro from Philippines, Chen Kong from Taiwan, Lu Kunlong from Taiwan, Lu Shenchang from Taiwan, Chen Tingchen from Taiwan。看到最后 HU 环节，来自台湾的蔡承恩有着6个大盲，来自香港目前是筹码领先者的 Jason， 最后一把牌蔡承恩 all in J6 梅花，接了 all in， 2个人一起看到翻牌 ，Jason 马上中了一张6 set， 转牌来了一张 K， 让蔡承恩多了4个10的 outs， 河流来了一张 Blake 方块4，最后恭喜赢家来自香港 Jason。国家杯来自香港 Jason， 现在感觉心情如何？
还好，很好，很幸运。然后因为很久没赢过比赛了，然后3年多吧，然后很少打这些比较大型的交易赛，对，
所以觉得特别兴奋。
对，
那你会怎么样运用这笔奖金呢？
我原本明天要回香港，但是我现在在想要不要带一点，我要问问我女朋友他们。
那你有什么话想跟你的家人还有女朋友说吗
？Love you.
I get a trophy.
Love you.
这一次恭喜来自香港的 Jason 拿到这一次 APT 国家杯的冠军。
Hi, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to Taipei. The first series of the year is supersized, running for 12 whole days from February 28th to March 10th. In expecting a lot of players, this event is spread across 2 venues, the Asia Poker Arena and the Chinese Mahjong League. There's a shuttle running between the 2 venues from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So be sure to take advantage of that. Question is, which events are where? The high roller events, the non-hold'em events, as well as the mixed events are being held at Chinese Mahjong League and all the other at Asia Poker Arena. There are some exceptions though, so be sure to refer to the full schedule. With the supersized main event starting on Sunday, March 3rd, guaranteeing at 65 million Taiwan dollars at the award-winning APT Lion Trophy. Follow, like, and share our daily coverage of the series, including the exclusive live streams of selected events starting on February 29th. For full schedule and more information, visit apt.poker.
Let's see what these superstars think about the APT. Santos, welcome to the APT. I know you're playing the 25K Superstar. What is your impression of the APT so far?
I'm having fun. I have a low stack now, only 15 BB.
Well, if anybody can spin it up, it's gonna be you. Tony, is this your first time at APT?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts so far about the APT and the event?
It's pretty good. Got a lot of friends playing my table, so.
Yeah, I mean, I've been wanting to play an APT for like 15 years, and finally the schedule's worked out in a way where I could make it to this one for the high rollers. So.
Playing here has been great. I have half a starting stack, so can't say I'm having too much fun in that sense, but the table is like, everyone's playing quick, everyone is friendly. Yeah.
This is like my first event. I've had fun, yeah. That's good, yeah.
1 min cash, and now we're playing the high roller, so hopefully get good luck today.
It's amazing, great. Everything is well organized. People are very friendly.
Will we maybe see you in our future events? Maybe Jeju APT?
Yes, of course, yeah. In the future.
If I got a time, yeah, I wish.
Definitely, I'm going to try to make more in the future.
And if you want to catch the high stakes action happening here at the Superstar Challenge at APT Taipei, make sure you check out our live streams on YouTube and Facebook.
你好，我是 APT 主持人 Elfin Lin， 隆重的欢迎各位来到 APT 今年第一个系列赛 APT 台北2024。我们预计将有数以万计的玩家前来共襄盛举。我们在车程大约10分钟的2个赛场同时举行，分别是亚洲扑克竞技协会和举办着所有豪客赛跟 Mix Game 的旧华人。APT 免费接驳车每30分钟就有一班，从早上10点一直到晚上10点的时间。另外 ，APT 主赛在3月3号星期日开始，保证奖池高达6500万新台币，冠军还能荣获 GPI 粉丝年度票选最佳狮子奖杯。点赞、订阅跟追踪我们对系列赛的每日报道。另外，在2月29号的全明星对决的独家现场直播，详情请上 apt.poker， 我们不见不散。
Very first APT meetup game with the #1 Chinese language poker YouTuber, Sex Poker, aka Eric Tsai.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Elfin， 欢迎来到 APT 台北站的第一天。我们今天有一个非常特别的赛事 Meet Up Game。今天的主角小六，他在2023取得 GPI 台湾年度第1名，他同时也是 Nation A 的 Team Heart 大使。
我想说，一开始开10桌，我在想，会有真的那么多人来吗？但没想到，对，一下就爆满了，一下就预约结束了。那也非常感谢大家的支持，对。
猜猜我遇到谁？赶紧跟大家自我介绍。
Hello， 大家好，我是娜娜
，AKA 小六的老婆。
对，应该是今年要结婚。
恭喜恭喜！你今天来打这个健身力。
对，因为他说今天有一个算是跟粉丝一起玩的，问我有没有兴趣，我说好啊，多一个人来送。
It is an honor to play with a poker idol. Oh, very fun. He is a superstar. I like him very much.
我觉得很好玩啊，可以见到很多台湾还有来自世界各地的粉丝。我觉得超好的，就是他没有一直在，很可惜。但我都专门找他玩的。
Hey, Michael Soiza, why are you playing so tight in this game?
Because I'm a need. I'm trying to grind my money for my golf green fees tomorrow.
我想说最后要结束了嘛，送一组，因为他也只有短码，我想说我就帮他补码一下，结果没想到把人 家亲了，对，比较希望能够大家可以来玩的开心。感谢你们的支持，也感谢你们能够继续支持 APT 跟 Nature， 还有我的新的扑克俱乐部 Six Bet。
下一站 APT 济州岛会在哪里见到你吗？
会，对，大家 APT 济州岛见哦 ，See you in Jeju。
它已经是 APT 台北2024的第4天，同时也是 APT 国家杯的 Final Day。从 A 组到 E 组买入1万块台币的比赛，吸引了2305位人次参加，整个系列赛以爆炸性的开端引人注目。总奖值高达1949万9千台币，而冠军更能获得294万9千台币，绝对让整场比赛更加引人入胜。进入 APT 国家杯决赛桌的选手有 Lu Yunyang from Hong Kong, Chen Pengchen from Taiwan, Biro from Philippines, Chen Kong from Taiwan, Lu Kunlo.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome to the Asian Poker Tour Taipei 2024. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Stephen Lai, as we are about to kick off what perhaps it's all been about. The main event coverage begins today. Day 2 kicks off. It might be a tad gloomy on the outside, but here you see on the inside, the poker room, the Asia Poker Arena is buzzing with Day 2 of the main event. Almost 500 runners competing here in Day 2, and why not? Because this golden lion on your screen is for offer, along with an incredible, a record-breaking, over 400,000 US dollar first place prize, thanks to the record-breaking prize pool of over $2.2 million. Stephen, this is it, and as we suspected, we met the guarantee and exceeded it. This is the big one. It's all to play for. I cannot wait for what the next 4 days of main event coverage have in store for us.
I'm so excited. I was walking around the floor today, recognizing many familiar faces, wishing a lot of them good luck. And it's going to be a long day today into the bubble, and then we'll see how it goes.
A long day today. If you make it, a long day tomorrow. That's what the main event, that's what multi-table, multi-day tournament
Torture?
poker
Oh, sorry.
is all about.
Multi-table torture.
That's right, MTTs as you like to call them. A quick summary of how we got here. By the way, shout out to the ability to participate online in this main event, thanks to Natural Aid, our sponsor here at the APT. 154 players actually played online, made it to Day 3 directly. 21 of them will be joining us tomorrow. But the 4 flights, Day 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, accumulating almost 1,000 players amongst them, leading to the Day 2 field you have in front of you of about 450, combined with another special feature of the APT main event, thanks to catering to a lot of people's schedules. 57 entries just today to add to that incredible record-breaking prize pool. So we have about 500 participants. Thankfully, thanks to this being the largest poker venue in Asia, we can just about fit them right here at the APA. Last time around, 2023, I'm thinking of, it was absolute madness this time. The APT has adjusted. We don't need to play 10-handed or anything like that. We just have all the Day 2 runners battling it out.
Martin, who we saw on the Super High Roller streaming table. For coming first, he's going to pick up a bigger top prize than the Super High Roller. So once again, how much is it? 12 million Taiwanese dollars, which converts to 410,000. Is that correct?
Well, almost 13 million. That comes to about just that amount, 410,000. 13 million in the local currency just sounds so badass. The guarantee on this main event was 65 million Taiwanese dollars. Ended up well over 70. And you did mention Martin participating in the Superstar Challenge and Super High Rollers. We were joking around, Stephen. Those were record-breaking prize pools, the largest, by the way, in Taiwan, on Taiwanese soil. We, in fact, even had the largest prize pool for the APT National Cup, exceeding 1 million USD. The Superstar Challenge getting 49 entries. Tony Lin, actually, lost a bet, thinking it would be 50, how close he was. And then, of course, we had the largest prize pool for the Super High Roller as well, 130-odd entries or so for the $10,000 buy-in. So the APT growing from strength to strength. But I do always like to point out, many buy-ins available in the 200 to 300 USD range. So that's the kind of diversity of events on offer.
As Justin Fairbanks pointed out yesterday, this APT Taipei series has more events than a WSOP series in the summer.
Absolutely.
1/8 of the time.
How incredible is that? Speaking of the first place prize, once again, thinking back to covering the APT Taipei last year, something I had the privilege to do, Mr. Punat Punsri taking it all down, an incredible $350,000 USD score or so. But now that record can be broken, of course, as long as deals are not made, which we're frankly in favor of, should the players choose to. But it would be cool to smash records once again.
Martin from the hijack position with an ace 8 off combo. Open it up to 5,000. What a cool name, John Tag. Ace 7 off. Might be a 3-bet. And it is a 3-bet.
I like it. Approaching the game with aggression. Attacking the late position open of Martin. Gets this one through. So this is our feature table for this frame, as we sometimes call it internally, the next couple of hours. How about that, Steven? 8 flags, 8 people. How cool is that? Oh, maybe there is the repeat. 7 at the minimum, as the graphic
2
goes away.
Australians.
2 Australians, apparently. Well, there we go. Even the repeat is from Australia. Here at the Asian Poker Tour, we have truly gone global. I spot Germany. That's Martin, of course. You mentioned 2 Australians. One of them on the screen, Jennifer Castle, I believe is her name. Another familiar face from one of the high rollers, Sung Hyun from South Korea. Art, I believe, is his nickname. And Japan making their presence felt. Doku with pocket 9s, facing the under the gun open. The Japanese contingent has become a mainstay deep into main events. Thinking back to Incheon, where we did have the player from Japan ship it all. Perhaps the most aggressive form of poker in terms of the various countries in Asia. And look at this, 3 premium holdings. The ace-king suited opens under the gun, and pocket 10s makes an appearance. So just to recap, under the gun open, Doku flats, understandably from the hijack, seemed to have known what was coming behind him. Lin wakes up in the small blind with a suited ace-jack and understandably decides to squeeze, not wanting to just play the hand out of position. Did not feel the need to respect the fact that the raise was under the gun. And now Jennifer wakes up with pocket 10s in the big blind. This is not an easy decision. $70 bigs in her stack. She can certainly afford to make some moves.
Answering an inquiry on March.
She does decide to go with a 4-bet and gets the ace-king suited to lay it down. What in the world? The cold 4-bet. Looking way too strong. What an incredible outcome. The aggression of Jennifer taking her 10s. Happened to be the best hand, by the way, but how could she possibly know?
That was amazing bit of poker, denying all the equity of the other players. Free money, taking the blinds, and all the pre-flop races. Fantastic. Like it very much. Responding to a comment on our YouTube stream, March Christmas asked whether Jason, Dai J, made it to day 2. Yes. Last time I checked, he was sitting on 175,000 in chips.
And by the way, thanks to our fantastic live reporting team, you yourself can also check out and follow along your favorite players. Just go to apt.poker, click on the main event in the list of events, and go to live reporting. Jennifer coming out strong. Justin reminding us that Jennifer won the ladies event yesterday. Indeed she did. One of 2 ladies events. So she's running hot. Just binking that APT trophy before coming back to day 2. Still not over the way we kicked off this table. Ace King, Ace Jack suited, pocket 9s, pocket 10s, and the cold 4-bet takes it down. That's what having a big stack will do for you. And speaking of stacks, let's talk about the structure, the main event here at the APT. Now with its signature 1-hour levels, just allows for so much play. Martin Sedlak once again from Germany. Seems extremely comfortable. Plays at the highest stakes. Seat 1, player from Malaysia, Shun. John Tech from the Philippines. Lets it go, and now Yoon will likely get busy. Standard open, and once again Jennifer finding a hand likely to put up resistance. Has the button this time. In comes a 3-bet, Stephen.
Judging by what she did with her pocket 10s, yes. And no. Yeah, there's a 3-bet. Nope, that's a flat.
Oh! Pocket kings for some.
Oh, she knew it.
She knew. How did she know? This could get tricky, by the way. Once again, when we say squeeze, we mean somebody opened, somebody flatted behind, and now you have the potential to raise. That's exactly what pocket kings must do. Squeezing from the small blind. Usually the person flatting, Jennifer in this case, should have a weaker range. But she's been a bit deceptive with her hand. Ace Jack off. Not the strongest holding.
From our friend from Hong Kong. So the graphics will be updated soon.
And now Jennifer decides to call. Her hand was so under-repped. She's in position. Ace Queen going up against pocket kings. As we head to the flop. And an ace right in the window. Despite Ace Jack off already having been folded, Jennifer catches one of the 2 aces.
Quite disguised, would you not say? You know, a lot of the time, a pocket pair will be limping pre on the button. Less frequently ace queen off.
Definitely.
Definitely less frequently?
Definitely less frequently. And definitely disguised. Ace 10 5, 2 spades.
And definitely the winning hand at the moment.
I mean, only 2 outs for the pocket kings. That's how it goes.
Quite smart to check that flop.
Every once in a while we talk about top 5 feelings in poker. For instance, not getting action on aces. For instance, maybe catching the card you need. I think an ace on the flop when you 3-bet with kings from the small blind. Top 5 worst feelings in poker. And look how difficult this hand has become to navigate. Jennifer has bet a hefty amount, 30k, into about 50. Sung has too much of a hand to give it up at the moment.
He has no spades, so that could play in the... That could be part of the equation of calling the big bet.
He's unblocking all the spades. He's unblocking all the Broadway cards apart from his own 2 kings. Jennifer, clearly an aggressive opponent based on simply the 7 hands we've seen on this feature table so far. If Sung understands that, he cannot automatically assume she has an ace. But it is so difficult to play out of position with second pair, especially against an aggressive and, mind you, a focused opponent. Jennifer absolutely zoned in and checks. Pot control, deception, perhaps trapping a bit. Deuce of spades is a bit of an action killer. Jennifer's line does resemble a hand that could potentially now have a flush or indeed a straight.
Or pocket jacks, pocket queens. Flatting pre. Twice.
Jennifer does have some 4s in her range. Would have to be sort of a suited wheel hand, ace 4 suited, and the like. Now she finds an excellent value bet. Seems to realize that the spade is irrelevant, and with Sung 3-betting from the blinds, a 4 in his hand is out of the question. This is advanced, fantastic stuff. Andrew in chat says, every time I have kings, ace is always on the flop. We know what you mean, sir. We all agree with you. It's tongue-in-cheek, but yet 100% true. And Sung has a difficult decision. Seems like an easy hand to fold, considering what the board ended up being. But it's the opponent. If you give them credit for being able to bluff in position, how do you find the fold here? I think with the amount of wheel cards out there, the fact that Jennifer flatted the open, then flatted or called the 3-bet. Suited aces could certainly be in the range. Let's not forget, Sung does not block spades, and putting it all together, he makes the right decision. Managing to lose, not too many chips in that hand. Well played by both.
So with that, Jennifer is leading the feature table with 110 big blinds. Must be nice.
And with that, Steven, my laptop is out. And after watching Jennifer being so focused, so badass, so aggressive on the table so far, cannot help but want to look up her Hendon Mob. Just collecting an APT trophy yesterday. Almost $200,000 in total live earnings for Jennifer, hailing from Australia. Well, she could double that with just this event. How about that? Won a mini main event at a different series right here in Taiwan, so Taipei seems to be treating her well. This is just this year. Sung decides he's not going to be discouraged by what happened with the Kings, has an ace on the button, knows what to do with it. And Shu from Malaysia has a better ace in the blinds. And he seems to know what to do with it as well. Bumping up the action. Big raise too. Quick fold.
Okay, so we've got the graphics now. 8 different flags, finally.
8 different flags. A testament to the diversity of the field. I'm loving that more and more European flags. Australian, of course, we just mentioned Jennifer.
I want to see more Indian flags.
I do want to see more Indian flags. Taipei has been apparently a bit difficult for a lot of Indians to reach. I certainly empathize. There are certain countries where I myself have trouble with immigration and visas and such. Taipei a tad too far perhaps for Indians to travel. We do see Indians all over the Asian Poker Tour and other stops. I'm thinking, of course, Vietnam, fairly easy to reach from India. Even Incheon had a bit of a presence. And we're hoping that means that at the next APT, that's in Jeju, by the way, kicks off the 26th of April. I'm hoping the Indians come in droves.
I'm going to throw this at you. Why don't we see many Pakistani poker players?
Oh.
Not that you have, expertise on the area, but,
I've never thought about that. There could be some cultural issues about gambling, period.
So Islamic country, perhaps?
Yeah, yeah.
Sri Lanka?
Sri Lanka does have a poker community, that I know. I think it's a little bit cash game oriented. I think if a country is very small, the liquidity needed to run tournaments and as a result get tournament experience. Unfortunately, it's a bit challenging. As we take a look at the board, mystery hand, let's play along, Stephen.
Ace King flops the world.
Toku.
Must be happy with that.
What could he have? I think I'm going to put in a request to just do every 10th hand, mystery hand. I think the audience, as well as us here in the booth, get used to thinking poker is easy. You can see all the cards, you can decide what the other person should do. To really be in the mindset of both players, you need to understand how difficult this game of incomplete information is. And here we see Toku actually continue. So we can play along with Lin, for instance. You have top 2. Your opponent in the blinds has continued. Obviously, you're looking to extract value. What range do you put them on? 2 diamonds on the board. Man defended from the big. All the undercards should be folding. So lots of pair plus straight draws possible. Every once in a while. The opponent could have an absolute monster as well. Queen 10 in particular. He puts all that together. Puts out a bet of... There we have it. A big bet. 22,000 into 28. Really demanding Toku to continue with only the premium part of his range. All those queen jacks, king queens should find the fold here. And the continuation. That actually makes it very interesting. I'm liking this hand, Stephen, to play along. Diamond certainly still a possibility. And ace might feel compelled to continue, but of course we block an ace. And there's the last diamond. Very interesting. Toku can easily try to take this spot away with the bluff. Might not work against the top 2. When the final flush card comes in, sometimes players do choose to donk and balance out with bluffs and of course having the actual flushes. And now Lin surely will take the flush as permission to bet for value. Take the check rather from Toku. Wow, he does not, a bit timid.
Solid check.
You like to check, Stephen?
Yeah. You don't want to get raced on that.
And we see that Toku had King 10 off. I didn't mention that hands such as King Queen and King 10, the pair plus straight draw hands that were likely, indeed what he ended up having, should have been folding on the turn. What do you think about that? 22,000 bet into 28,000. King 10 off on that board, out of position. Certainly seems difficult to navigate. Two things to note when you're drawing, which, of course, with the king, which sometimes can be good, you weren't always drawing, but implied odds often is the reason you want to continue drawing, which is to say the chips you will gain when you're able to value bet if you make your hand. But when you're out of position, difficult to get value. Also, when there's going to be 4 to a straight on the board when you make your hand, it's going to be difficult to get value.
Basically, a lot of the time, I would advise people when they see something kind of draw heavy, is you bet not to deny only. You bet so that when a scare card comes, it doesn't shut down the action. You know, when you flop top 2 or a set, when you see like 3 flush cards on the board, you're not really betting to deny. You're betting to avoid action being shut down on the river.
Well, Icon Media and chat agrees with me. Chasing the queen is risky, out of position with such a connected board. You nailed it. In fact, you summarized it as well as I could. Kami says, I think he's trying to mention the number of entries. 1,182, Kami. Pretty much what you said. 21 players will join us in the money on day 3. Today we play till the money, Stephen? Is that right? Or 10 levels, whichever comes first.
Likely to be ITMing today. Yeah. Very likely to be ITMing today. I think logistically, they really do want the field to get into ITM because we will be welcome, or we will welcome the on-live players from Natural 8 to join the field when it is ITM. So to explain that, just to quickly tell our viewers, so a bunch of players play the main event of this APT series online several weeks ago, and then they play down to the last 15% of the field online, and then they all got their seat ready for on day 3, ITM'd, so they can safely book the tickets, their flights and the hotel, and then saved in the knowledge that they will be picking up cash when they arrive in Taipei, or to free up a few days to play other high roller or other mixed game events.
Pretty sweet deal.
Well, I welcome all the viewers from around the world, 111 of you. Please give me a hand by liking this video and subscribing to Asian Poker Tour. And if you're really nice, click on that notification bell.
Almost 9,600 subscribers now, Stephen.
Almost.
We have 5 more days of streaming, guys. You know what I'm about to say. We're trying to get to 10,000 subscribers. It would be an absolutely amazing milestone, a testament to all of your support. So, just in case you're not subscribed, do me the favor, hit the subscribe button. Justin in chat, by the way, said he counted 657 unique live entries. I think could be even more. Usually, we're setting records on the live entries side as well. Also mentioning how Shunsuke, that's Toku, by the way, who was in the hand, he's actually the YouTuber who just hit 200,000 subs on YouTube recently. Shun Poker is his channel. I do remember him now. He's been on our feature tables before. Happened to look him up on Hen and Mob. Almost $300,000 in total live earnings. No spring chicken, as they say. Coming off fresh off a first place in a different series for almost $73,000 towards the end of 2023. So, running hot. Oh my, oh my. Jack high. Floating in position. Blind versus blind action. Clement deciding he can either take the pot away from his opponent or has enough backdoor equity to try and realize. Risky business though, with this shorter stack. 19 bigs for Clement.
Bluffing this turn should do it.
Can't say for sure, Steven. John Tech has pocket fives. Has arguably under-repped his hand, batting from the small. Some draws possible on the flop with the 2 diamonds, all kinds of straight draws. Having a 5 doesn't help, certainly. You want your opponent to have hands such as 6-5, 8-5. Yeah, he does continue. Not ready to give it up. And Clement is in trouble. Jack high going to the river. Kings and 4s now. A great card, frankly, for John. Reduces the likelihood that his opponent has the actual hand his opponent was representing, a king. KP Singh in chat says good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, sir. And Kami says Vietnamese coffee is the best. No doubt. There we see the payouts that are now getting confirmed and coming in, by the way. Ooh, here we go, Steven. $8,000, 39th and up. $25,000 to 10th place. And next screen, things should get fairly serious. Ooh, what a tease. I want to see 9th through 1st. There we have it. $410,000 to 1st place. 40,000 to 8th. That typical 10x from going 8th place to 1st place. That's going to be one hell of a final table. 240,000 for 2nd. We're looking at a $170,000 heads-up battle. John Tech from the Philippines, having just taken down a nice little pot. Kicks it off with the ace on the button. So Lin, the local, does not hit much. 10 high. Could spell the end of the hand right here with a bet. John with the ace high.
Betting again from the big blind.
Actually, he's taking a stab at it. Thanks to the
paired up 6.
The lack of continuation bet and indeed the paired up 6. John not continuation betting with the ace on that board. Lin takes it away. This is what I'd like to see, Steven. Happen to look up Lin. Just a mere couple of $1,000 in total live earnings, which suggests he would be relatively inexperienced, at least in the live felts. And here he is battling it out at the main event, the buy-in itself exceeding his total live earnings. Always rooting for stories like that. Steven, look at this. Players remaining 336.
Dropping like flies?
Dropping like flies. 175 are going to be in the money. My. You were certainly right about we are way more likely to reach in the money than the 10 levels that would technically put an end to the day's proceedings.
Responding to a comment here from Chris Osborne. Yes, book your flights. Come to Taiwan. the micro main event will take place in the series. There were some logistical problems previously in Hanoi, but not going to happen this time in Taipei. So please come to Taipei and play. Taipei and play. And
say that 10 times.
Do say hi to us when you see us.
Pocket Kings make an appearance. Jennifer not getting too frisky, considering the under the gun +1 open. King 10 suited, simply flats the big. And mercifully for Jennifer, no 10 on the flop. Shu from Malaysia should take this down fairly easily. +1 bet. Does hold a decent amount of value. All the overpairs to the 8 should be in Shu's range. Jennifer lets this one go. Justin, as always, hyping us up. It's been a week and the only event that got cancelled was a Sati that didn't have some entrants. Indeed, with over 100 events on offer, by the way. What I'm loving is that the mixed game events, none of them got cancelled when we first started offering them, understandably, every once in a while. The extremely esoteric stud high-low meets Raz
Juice
meets
Doogie, isn't it?
Badoogie Badesi wouldn't get the right amount of runners to proceed with the event, and fair play, it's something we were trying out. And this time around, I mean, you're talking at least 10 to 20 runners even for the most esoteric events, and many, many more than that for anything that resembles, say, Hold'em or PLO. I'm thinking to Deuces Wild, which got a ton of runners. 5 Hong Kong players, by the way, on the final table, as Justin was reminding us. Thinking to all the Super Hold'em events. If you guys are confused, go to apt.poker. Check out all the events we have. Just today, let's take a look. Pot limit Omaha high-low. That's in the evening. Some hyper turbos. A crazy pineapple. Remind me what that is, Steven? You get 3 and you discard one on the flop.
One on the flop, yeah.
So there you go. You get 3 cards. You have to discard one of them on the flop. That's crazy pineapple and hyper turbo, by the way. And these are both $250 buy-ins. Lots of action to be had. Back to the hand. Interesting board. Martin, pocket 7s. Has the pair he started with and a gut shot. Nice little 7 of spades there as well, being the only spade. John Tech completely whiffs and certainly cannot bet this multi-way. 10, 8, 6, 2 spades. Sung with the top pair and the 9 now. Ooh. Seals the deal for Sedlak. Oh, never mind, actually. Technically, a jack would give John Tech the best hand. Surely, Martin should not let the proceedings even have that potential. Has to be betting and protecting his straight here.
Huge fan of his lovely scarf. Puts in a bet. 6,000. It's like 2 big blinds. 2.5 big blinds. So here's a question for you. Do you think that kind of high roller, advanced strategy, micro sizing, etc., does it work in a, a varied, a big field main event? Do you think that works?
It's almost like the GTO discussion we were having. Oh, wait just a second. Let's get back to that because bit of a glitch in the graphics, so we're seeing something that just got deja vu'd 5 seconds ago, but Sung has continued with his top pair, just not a believer. Might know that Martin is a high roller, so to speak. Could easily be taking a stab at this without the straight. A beautiful river to try and get some value. Absolute brick. Martin just deciding sizing. Takes his time. Might go big here. Wants to be able to represent a bluff with 2 spades, perhaps just an open-ender that was trying to take it down on the turn. Nothing too drastic, just over half pot. Looking to get some value from 2 pairs and the like. Sung is weaker than Martin would certainly suspect. And do bear with us, we do notice that the stream is glitching ever so slightly as always. We will have it sorted out. Our excellent production crew and team right here in the control room. Just always on it, never takes more than a few minutes. So I believe Sung did find the fold. And coming back to what you asked, Steven, do the high roller fancy play micro-sizing moves work in big field main events and the like? It's almost like when you were asking me about playing rock, paper, scissors against Doraemon yesterday. On the one hand, playing GTO is always correct. It's always going to make you win in the long run. But if there are exploits to be had, if there are bigger fields where perhaps you don't need to have the perfect solver approved micro-sizing, you can bet big when you have big hands, bet small when you're bluffing and get away with it, well then that's the way to go. It does open you up to getting re-exploited, and therein lies the beauty of the game.
And picking on something you said earlier about poker being asymmetrical, well, information-wise, even when we are looking at the whole cards, so we have, perfect vision, but the information is still not complete because we don't know the player's tendencies, as we don't know what exactly they're thinking.
Of course. And by the way, even if we knew the tendencies,
they're merely tendencies.
Exactly. We don't know what they had for breakfast today. Whether their oatmeal makes them want to call more.
And you don't know whether they have a randomizer stuck in the shoes.
Exactly.
Buzzing, saying, fold, fold, fold.
Well, let's not start any conspiracies. I'm familiar with the chess world where every once in a while there's a cheating scandal and it's always about something stuck somewhere. I won't go into more details, but
keep it clean.
Certainly some accusations have been thrown about. As the stream does glitch, we do apologize. Let's just take a moment once again to look at chat. Justin saying, if you see event 114 and 15, those were both added today. Indeed, thanks to popular demand, the number is, of course, the peak of the number of events we have, but they are happening today. And in fact, event 114, just a no-limit hold'em freeze out, $800 buy-in. Once again, thanks to popular demand. 44 entries already. How great is that for a freeze out? My word.
Oh, that's the Japanese player with his grab outfit. I'm sure we'll see more of him. I do find people dressing up fancy for a poker tournament endearing.
Yeah, I like it.
Because it takes a lot of guts to do it. If you stand out in the field,
right,
you become a target a bit easier.
That's a great point. It actually does impact the actual game as well.
I think so.
I like the idea of going super dressy, Casino Royale style. Especially once those beautiful bricks or biscuits or plaques come out, the 100K square chips, so to speak.
Right, I think you can do it. You are
the Indian James Bond. Is that what you were about to say? Thank you.
Go on then.
I'll have my lassi shaken, not stirred. Thank you very much.
Mango or what?
You know what's good about that is you do actually shake lassi, so
I do.
Bit proud of that one. Okay. Mango lassi, not a thing in India, by the way.
I knew it.
Does not exist. They just took two things that were very Indian, mangoes and lassis, put them together.
Could be the most, or second most popular drink in a curry house in the UK.
What would be the most popular?
Beer.
Oh, you know, beer at a restaurant serving Indian food, also not very popular. Don't mix together.
Really?
There you go. Uncultural exports funny.
And chicken tikka masala doesn't exist, I'm sure, in India.
Chicken tikka masala is like saying noodle curry. Like, it doesn't imply any flavor.
Yeah.
But I lived in the US for a long time, and I'll tell you what, when I was missing Indian food, chicken tikka masala hit the spot precisely.
You were telling me about Indo-Chinese food. Chili chicken means nothing either.
Exactly. Well, Martin, by the way, is in this situation with 10 high. 4-2 was straight on the board. Rainbow. Lin has been sticky. Correctly. I'm sure he was counting on that 8 a little bit there. The straight draw to the 8 high straight. Always interesting when a straight would be on the board and you'd have a higher straight. Some implied odds on offer there. Martin, man, he's just too strong. We mentioned his presence in the high rollers. Seems to be absolutely aware of where he's at. Professional poker player from Vienna. Flag shows up as Germany, perhaps born there or residing there. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Lin knows how to use a blocker or two, takes the 8 and raises it up. A tiny raise, but gets it done. Very, very well done. Happened to be bluffing with the best of it, but did not want to take the risk. Once again, that's Shunsuke, I believe. Shunsuke, perhaps, in the green on your screen. YouTuber, poker channel with over 200,000 subs in Japan.
Yeah, popular YouTuber.
Very popular.
Makes us, well, makes me jealous.
You want to be a popular YouTuber?
No, I just want some views. I don't really care whether I was popular or not, but when like it's one of those things, right? Where you produce something, you want it to be seen. I think that's
right. The human condition, almost.
Yeah, Aristotle talked about it a lot. That's why I don't get views. Oh, I get it.
Justin pointing out almost all professional German players reside in Austria due to tax reasons. So thanks for that info. That makes a lot of sense.
Are you a tax lawyer as well, Justin Fairfax?
Well, Justin giving the nice little snide remark, a good one by the way. It makes India look sane. Indian tax policy for poker players is fairly unfortunate. There is nothing in the tax code that would apply to poker, and so you resort to the clause for horse racing.
Ooh.
30% straight up.
And can you claim expenses on your...
No, sir.
No.
Draconian, if I may say so. Here we go. Deuces, raising under the gun. Queen Jack of diamonds, defending the small. And the YouTuber from Japan finds pocket kings in the big. The raise is big, as it needs to be from the blinds, with some dead money in the middle. Quick fold from the deuces. Did not consider set mining. Martin now has a pretty holding, 40% of a royal flush, as we like to joke, but he's out of position. And if you're going to have 40% of the royal flush, Queen Jack seems to be the least attractive variety. Anthony says hi. He's back and working while watching. Hello, hello, Anthony. The Kings get it through. Martin getting a bit crippled over the course of the last few hands. Down to under 30 bigs. Clement from Hong Kong, still the shortest stack.
Is that Anthony from Okinawa? Anthony Woods? My YouTube doesn't work. My eyes don't work. Sorry. Some dude just went, no, it's there. The comment.
It's right there.
Right there.
You're too distracted by the action. I get it. I get it. 175 players will make it to the money. 315 remaining. The pace of play is super solid right now. I mean, not really a consideration for these players to think about min cashing at the moment. As we get close to the bubble, you know what happens. My favorite part of the tournament. In case you're wondering what the minimum payout is good for, that's 111 Taiwanese dollars. Not too shabby. 3,500 US off a 2,200 buy-in, the old 1.5x return. But it's all about getting to that first place prize. Record breaking, by the way. 13 million Taiwanese dollars, 410k US.
Happy to have 5% of that top price.
Justin pushing back on me, saying the bubble is my favorite part. Stalling, he says. Well, I hear you on the stalling. Can get pretty frustrating, even in the booth. But the kind of hands and action you see on the bubble is unparalleled. We've seen aces fold. We've seen queens play timidly. We've seen chip leaders absolutely bully the shorter stacks. And we've seen Neil Johnson go around to every table, feel the excitement in the room on the stone bubble when we're hand for hand, announce nothing happened when somebody survives. Looking once again at the payouts, just a massive jump between second and first place, of course. 170,000 USD. What is that heads up gonna look like? How do you even comprehend numbers like that when you're playing? 241 to second place, and 170,000 USD to third place. Shunsuke is going to get busy with the ace-8 off. Martin seems to have a target on his back. Loving the aggression here. You don't get 200k subscribers without knowing how to play a little bit of poker. Takes the ace-8 off and turns it into essentially what you would call a 3-bet bluff. Martin has just about enough connected cards to continue. Ten, 6, deuce, rainbow. As dry as it gets. And this is why you 3-bet. Imagine if Shunsuke had just flat called with ace-8 off. For some reason, it's not the greatest flat call on the button, but then Martin would have the betting lead. Possibly fire on this board. Force Shunsuke to fold. Ooh, an unfortunate check back leads to the 9 hitting the turn. Never mind all that. Martin seems to have control of the spot once again.
Ace queen. Oh, so it's been value bet, I guess.
Oh, do I hear Jennifer sharing she had ace queen against the kings?
Oh, sorry.
You have king so many times, huh?
I think I got dealt 3 times.
Yeah.
It's also on this table. It's crazy. But losing money is it.
I can hear the banter in the background. Discussing how many times kings have been dealt. And he's still losing money. Check, check once again on the turn. And the 8 actually is further unfortunate. 4 to a straight on the board now. Would prevent Shunsuke from facing too much damage. Martin might want to be a bit careful value betting. Should know he has the best of it more often than not. But betting does open you to getting raised. Queen Jack got there as well. He goes for the value bet. Once again, making it look easy. Don't forget, he's putting 35% of his stack in there. With 4 to a straight on the board. Second pair. Queen kicker. Just knows he's good more often than not. So why not? Why not value bet? He also gets to represent a lot of bluffs because it's been checked twice on the flop and the turn. So he might be bluffing his entire range if he had something like a queen high, even something like a suited connector that did not end up a pair. Maybe a wheel sort of hand. Ace tray, ace 4. Shunsuke would need to make a hero call with, again, third pair to the board on a 4 to a straight board. Card removal is not that interesting. The 8 of diamonds does block flush draws. Those might have piped up on the turn though. If Martin can get away with value betting a 9 on this board, and he does, I was going to say I will be mighty impressed. Oh my word. Learn a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you play poker. Despite being one of the shorter stacks, getting value from the 9 on that board is just badass. How many of you in chat would have found that value bet? Be honest, guys. Don't be like me, who can see all the cards and pretends he knows what he would do perfectly in every scenario. Be honest. We're almost approaching the 300 players remaining mark. Looking at my little cheat sheet, I think we came in with about 450 players into day 2. (1,182) entries total across day 1A through 1D. Looking at almost 1,000 runners. About 450 of them making it to day 2. Including the ones that bought in today. We're looking at about 499, 500 or so day 2 runners. Martin is involved again. Ace 8 off, going to battle with the King Queen off, and it is a flip on the flop thanks to the open ender and the 2 overs of the King Queen. Lynn and Martin just had a funky pot as well. Looking forward to seeing what happens here. Lin is out of position this time. Yeah, and Martin is cutting out a continuation bet. The board is dry enough, he's decided to try and just end the proceedings here. Lin is certainly not going anywhere. 36 big blinds is the effective stack. Lin has an excellent check raise candidate. Decides to flat. Check calls the flop, now checks the turn once again. Martin has found a gut shot as well. Wow, this man is relentless. How many people, Steven, would simply check back, try to realize their equity, think ace high could be good against all those straight draws? It's just bet, bet, bet. Lin is certainly not going anywhere, but considering he did not check raise the flop, seems less likely he would check raise the turn.
His number of outs, they still fit on the screen, so it can't be that good.
Yeah, that's true. He does have 13. Many of them eliminated, by the way, thanks to the proceedings and the 10. I mean, Martin, effectively, with his aggression, ends up getting so much value from essentially a pipped hand, the king-queen versus the ace-8.
Can you build a case for checking? Oh. Was it check? What happened?
Oh, wait, we missed it. But Lin takes down the pot. He fired the river. Very interesting. Not the line I expected. Bit of a twist to the proceedings. Never count out Mr. Lin. Saw him raise the river with the ace-8 off. This time goes check, call, and lead out on the river. Fascinating stuff. This is the fun table we have going here. They're selected effectively at random, but how do we get this excellent cohort of players every time?
Well, let me be a little bit more specific. The table the table draws random, but the table is selected, right? So, but somehow a bunch of very good players got drawn together,
right?
And then that table got selected. You know, I think there are a lot of pros who don't like being on the feature table because the pace is a little bit slower. You don't get to go through as many hands. And your hands are exposed for the world to see.
How do you feel about that?
I'm of two minds over it. I think it's good for the game. I think the more information, the more more information about how players play their hands is exposed to the world, the better it is for the game. But at the same time, I do find it a little bit expensive. You know, information is expensive, right? You're giving up a lot of EV for the greater good, I suppose. For the greater good, yeah. It's good for the game. It's good for growing the game. But you're giving up, like in a selfish way, you're giving up your own EV for it.
Well, if I remember correctly, the man, and I apologize because I forget his name, but the man who invented the whole cam, completely changing the direction of the poker world, thanks to making it media friendly. I think he's in the Hall of Fame, Poker Hall of Fame, as a builder.
Rightly so. You know, and the software for production is getting so sophisticated. You know, you can get, you know, once the cards are read, you know, everything can be presented. Like you get all kinds of stats in the software. You can see the VPIP, you can see the three betting aggression percentage, etc., etc. It's a bit like playing online, only it's live. Makes good TV.
Anthony lets me know. Henry Orenstein, the whole cam inventor. Thanks, Anthony. And shout out to Henry. We appreciate it.
Hello, Henry.
Just looked him up. Died at the ripe old age of 98 a couple of years ago. Rest in peace, sir.
Ace 3 suited from Tuku. Opening up from UTG +2 with Ace 3 suited. Folding to Lin on the button. No, that's a fold. Small blind is an easy fold for Queen 5 suited. Arte is going to defend. 6-3 suited. So let's see some diamonds for a bit of fun. Flop comes King, Queen, 5, 2 clubs, no diamonds. Probably a C bet in the takedown. Yep.
So Steven, here we go. Under 300 players now. 299. Over half the field remaining. Will cash. That was quick. We are about an hour into the day. I've lost, let me do the math, maybe a third of the field that started day 2.
XNJ just left a comment. Busted day 1 2 days ago. Flush over flush. Would have had 150k to start day 2. Good luck to all players. Thank you, XNJ.
Brutal stuff.
Do you say hi if you see us?
Yeah, indeed. Do say hi if you see us.
Because I don't think I'll be able to recognize XNJ. You know. But I hope you're enjoying Taipei as well. The weather is a little bit crappy outside, so good day to stay in. Justin Fairbanks has made a very fair point. The action is going to slow down a little bit because all the shorties and all the day 2 new entrants have either doubled up or busted. So everyone is a bit, you know, we're talking over 60 big blinds average right now. Like it's consolidated into something a little bit slowly structured. So coming up at the end of April, there's going to be the APT Jeju series starting on the 26th of April. Goes on until the 5th of May. May the 5th be with you.
May the Force. May the Force.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Any more Star Wars themed idea for a new tournament, a new format?
Oh, you know what? I haven't had the chance to think about it. What did we decide last time?
Order 66.
Order 66. Yeah, we'll make some event number 66 or something like that.
So 6 is wild?
6 is wild. That's good.
Order 66.
We could do a Sith themed one. Rule of 2.
But I think that's one problem, isn't it? Star Wars is a copyrighted brand.
Oh no.
You have to be very careful.
Alright, Disney, come at me. Let's see you sue the APT. We'll fight you.
Right, back to the hand. Ace King suited from Martin. Easy 3-bet there. Is there ever a line for flatting a button raise from the big blind with Ace King suited? I cannot see one. Decides to put in a 3-bet out of position from the big blind. Gets through. Justin Fairbanks, there is a lucky number in Chinese. Would you know? Would you happen to know what that is? Lucky number in Chinese?
Surely 8.
It is 8 indeed. So what do you want to do, Justin? Justin's saying, with all the Chinese players that go to Jeju, maybe one of those tournaments. Lucky 8.
My birthday, by the way, 13th of July. So I'm on 13 and 7. I like to think that evens out. Unlucky and lucky.
What's the lucky number in India culture?
I don't think they have one. In Indian culture, there's not even this 13 being unlucky phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
So every once in a while, you hear about an Indian traveling abroad and going to one of those countries where they don't have the 13th floor.
Mm-hmm.
And they're so weirded out. And if you take a step back, it is pretty weird to just not name the 13th floor. Because when you're on the 14th floor, you know you're on the 13th floor.
But you thought that's weird. Okay, so Hong Kong has a very strong mix of both the east and the west. Some buildings don't have the 13th floor, nor the 4th floor, not the 14th floor.
Wow.
Not the 24th floor. So the number 4 is bad.
Wow.
And then you mix it in, and then just like a maybe a 20-story building will have floor 28.
That is wild.
Because all the ones are missing in the middle. They're gaps.
In India, by the way, they don't start on the first floor. They call it like the ground floor of the lobby. It's always tricky for Indians.
Oh yeah, do you do ground floor or first floor?
We do ground floor.
Just like us.
The British influence.
Yeah.
Our lifts have ground floors.
Lifts, yes.
And elevators have first floors.
Okay, here's one for you. Why do some countries drive on the right and some on the left?
Actually, I've never thought about it. Why is that?
It's actually the influence of the English or the French. So they were the two. So how it started, no idea. Like why the English did a certain way and French did the other way. But if a country was more influenced by the English, then they would drive on the left. Yeah. And there are exceptions, of course. Japan and Thailand being two. Ace King off. Easy open from Lin. I think there's been a lot of tight pre-flop play here, actually. Just very solid, very solid.
Many hands you would expect to be folded were players playing tight. actually been converted into aggressive 3-bets. That's what we love to see. Talk about not tied. 7-3 off getting defended. Flopping a pair in a dangerous situation. Top pair, top kicker for Lin. Lin seems to be one of the beasts at the table, by the way. Thinking back to the 2 hands against Martin.
An inevitable C-bet and an inevitable call.
Cannot defend 7-3 off and fold when you hit the pair. Some backdoors as well. And this is why you don't defend the 7-3 off.
Because low cards, flop, low pairs.
Well said. Key moment in the hand.
There are a lot of merits for checking that turn. Just as you would checking ace jack or 10 jack, jack 10, or you know, you're just balancing some hands that you would check in for a showdown with your very, very top range, which is ace king.
Maybe on a rainbow board, Lin would have been more likely.
Double flush board, no good.
Wants to charge all the potential draws on the double flush board. Gets quickly called. And an interesting 6 of clubs on the river. And not interesting in terms of John's hand, but there were a bunch of hands he could have represented. Had the perfect blocker, the 7 of clubs, to every straight and the flush on the board.
Yeah.
Instead, plays it passively, check calling twice. Simply hanging on and hoping to be good. Might want to think about approaching the situation a bit differently in the future. 7-3 off costs him a bunch of chips.
Have you seen Greg's latest video yet?
No, I haven't.
The Taiwanese drama.
Oh, of course, in the car park, the one from yesterday. Absolutely fantastic.
I watched it twice.
Too good.
Ooh, I like it twice and too good.
And by the way, let's not say it's just Greg's video. Shout out to Elfin.
Of course, yes.
The actress in the Taiwanese drama. Her first time acting, by the way.
I could tell. Oh, no. Yeah, excellent.
If
I'm only joking.
No, and I know you were about to say you could tell, but you know the point of it is to be cheesy and self-aware. I think she nailed it.
I'm only joking. Elvin did it very well, and you know what? She's been an excellent host for the APT
Fantastic
series. Excellent.
Completely understands so many aspects of our operation and the players here, by the way.
Okay, BVB picking up ace king. You have to be happy. Don't know what John Tech has. You'll soon find out. Queen jack. Oh, wow, 2 live cards. Go Clement. Go Clement.
Two live ones. Looking for a queen or a jack. There's the jack. Easy life.
Devastating.
Just needs to hold him.
No use. Oh, stand-up equity maybe?
Oh, not when you're ahead, John.
No, that's Clement.
Oh, Clement rather. My apologies. Not to be unfortunate outcome for the ace king.
No, he came into the feature table quite short stacked, and then never really got the momentum to push up. But on to the next one. Thanks for coming. There are plenty other events he could play. You know, he's quite active in the recreational poker scene in Hong Kong. I've seen him around many times. He's on the screen as Clement, and we usually call him Evan. Still, same thing.
Well, fantastic to have him here, and GG.
GG indeed.
284 left now, so we are officially 100 away from the money. Justin pointing out how Elfin, our APT presenter, was 4th in one of the TikTok booms this series. I actually did know that, Justin, but once again, I am amazed at the speed at which you knew that. In fact, Greg cashed in that one as well. Every once in a while, when the content and streams are done a bit early, the side action, the side events are too irresistible to Greg and Elfin. Elfin did ship the women's event, by the way, in Da Nang.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow, that's good.
So she used to be a dealer and a game manager. Completely understands so many dynamics of the poker world.
I know her spoken English has improved so much over a year. It started off not so great, and now he's very fluent.
Do you know how?
I don't know.
I spoke to her last night about this. And let me pause for a moment because we have a board engineered for action. Queen 8-5, 2 clubs against the nut flush draw, the middle set, and top pair. Let me note down this hand to review it in the future because something or the other is about to happen. We begin with the set. The pre-flop aggressor, Shu, betting 9,000 into about 22. Shunsuke has the nut flush draw, can certainly choose to raise. Proceeds with a call for now. And how does Lin feel about top pair decent kicker? Has the club as well in his hand. That means a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw with the jack. Lin has been playing very solid, is drawing near dead already. The 6 doesn't change much. The 7 of clubs now has the straight draw as well. 29% equity against the set for Shunsuke. And Shu knows he needs to put in some chips. Wow, 12 bigs in his stack. Over 12 bigs in the pot. And Shu checks the set. I'm in shock right now. There's no reason for him to think Shunsuke would be betting this. He's risking a free card on this board against 2 players with middle set.
He should gladly take it, actually. Right? With so much equity to be realized.
Yeah, if he could get
take
even
it,
folds.
Take it. Oh, not going to do it. Ooh.
And Shu's plan seems to work out as though he knew Shunsuke's hand and tendencies. 26,000 is the bet. I will be eyeing Shu's stack just in case we have the graphics a bit wrong. I'm actually amazed by that play, but Shunsuke with the ace-7 of clubs, nut flush draw, open ender, decides to fire in position against his 2 opponents. Lin is confused and is not afraid of showing it. Certainly some life tells to be gained. Seems to imply he's contemplating a fold here. What is top pair good for, he's thinking. The 6.
Absolutely nothing.
Nice little pull. Wow, great fold.
Absolutely nothing.
The 6 did not complete any obvious straight draws.
The
and
set is not getting away, though.
Yeah, there's no way.
No way. Zero chance.
And now Shu goes all in. Perhaps the same outcome if he had shoved, but once again, I'm gobsmacked at the fact that he did check. Seemed to be really afraid of the 6. Shunsuke taking it well that his opponent showed up with a set there. Plenty of equity, 30%. 13 outs for the nut flush draw and open ender. And the 3 is an absolute brick. The set finds the double up and more.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred a check on the turn from Tuku. Betting into 2 people. It's difficult. And And, you know, it doesn't need protection, the ace high. You know, if it's good enough to show down, it's good enough to show down. If you hit the straight or the flush,
If
one of them would pay you.
Yeah, if I could add to that, one reason when betting in the spot that Shinsuke did would be more justified is if all three players were deep stack. So you could actually build a pot to essentially give yourself implied odds for when you did make what could be the nuts or maybe a straight. But as we saw, Shu's stack was essentially the size of the pot. And I'm sure Lin is feeling good about his fold now that the cards went face up.
Oh,
Strike dead.
he was the one who had the fold, really. Like, just naked top pair. 9-6 off. No good. 10-7 off. No good.
Justin in chat says if it keeps going like this, referring to the pace at which we are losing players out in the field, it's going to be my turn to play today. He's implying that we'll get done in time for me to fire one of the midnight TikToks. Well, Justin, for one thing, there is no midnight TikTok tournament today. Today is a very Hold'em-centric day. We have a Hyper Turbo at 9:45 p.m. Oh, my apologies. That's actually a single draw. But we have a Super Hyper Turbo at
Super
11 p.m.
Hold'em. Super Hold'em, Super Hyper
Oh,
Turbo.
that's Super
3 cards,
Hold'em.
yeah.
I mentioned the Crazy Pineapple Hyper Turbo. A High Roller Hyper Turbo. That's a $650 buy-in.
Yeah, I think I'm going to jump on that, I think.
So you're saying we're in the money by 9:30, Stephen?
Well, if we're in the money. But oh, actually, it's not that unreasonable.
Well, I'm rooting against it. Give me more poker. That's what I'm here for. They
We
fly
s-
me down.
We start at 11 a.m. 10 levels.
I've come all the way from India to watch some poker, Stephen. Don't deprive me. I can play anywhere. Can't watch the APT.
On a Queen Jack flop, a BVB situation, both players have 10 high. Turns comes a Queen. 10 will, well, both are drawing to a 10. Or suppose if so, the 7 and the deuce won't do anything. So it's destined to be a chop. Check. River comes a Jack. Who is repping quads here?
Wow. Lin
Go on,
really...
rep quads.
Lin really giving it a thought. There's 5 bigs in the pot, mate. He wants it. I like this. Goes to show the mindset he's working with.
He wants it. He's not going to get it.
How big is he gone? Gotta go big if you want your opponent to fold full houses.
Is he repping a pair of kings?
He's gone big, Steven. 32.5 into 15. Jennifer with a wry smile.
I like it.
Like it. I love this. Let's go.
No, I like the fact that she's thinking.
Oh, I like the bet from Lin.
This is a snap, right? You're like, you know, usually it's a snap.
Well, you're calling 32.5 to chop the pot. I mean, to win 7.5 essentially.
I mean, you're getting terrible odds. But with that run out, with those betting lines, it's not even like an ace high is trying to, you know, bluff you out of the pot. It's, you know, a full house.
But how silly do you feel when your opponent does have it?
Having what?
And
a
you
queen?
called
A naked queen?
She does make the call.
Yeah, rightly so.
And is likely thinking, okay, buddy, you're definitely in my sights now. Trying to muscle me out of a nice little chop there. Over 150 of you in chat now. Welcome to all the new joinees here at this beautiful live stream, the kickoff of the main event coverage that we have going on for you. Just a reminder, and let's see if I can do this off the top of my head, the streaming schedule. We started with the All-Star Showdown. 9 All-Stars, including our very own Greg Goes All In. Moved on to, I believe, the Superstar Challenge. The 25,000 USD buy-in, the inaugural such event for the APT. After closing that one out, we moved on to the Super High Roller, the $10,000 buy-in. By the way, who won the Superstar Challenge? Global Superstar Elke. Who won the Super High Roller? Global end boss of poker, Mr. Isaac Haxton. Who won the All-Star Showdown? Just going back to the first one. No global superstar. Lung Lung, the wildcard entry.
A local star.
A local star in the making. She's a stand-up comedian with plenty of YouTube subscribers. Then we moved on to the fun days of streaming. 2 days.
The National Cup first.
Oh, we did have the National Cup. The
Man
bonus
from
stream.
Hong Kong, yes. Jason Yun took that one down.
Indeed.
Beating 2,304 players.
That was following the Superstar coverage, I believe. And then we moved on to the fun Natural 8 and APT Thailand exclusive streams. Natural 8 India first, flying in people with main event tickets being given out along with some prize pools. Followed, of course, by the Influencers Invitational. That was a fun one and a really successful stream thanks to the presence of all the Hong Kong players amongst others. Yesterday, 3 streams. Natural 8 Taiwan to kick it off. Natural 8 Hong Kong. And finally, the APT Thailand exclusive. All of that leading up to where we see you today, all of you in chat, the main event, covering it for the next 4 days all the way down to the winner. 275 remaining. 175 make the money, making about 3,600 USD, all the way up to 410,000, the record-breaking score.
Just let me remind the viewers, Hong Kong has won the most, well, representatives from Hong Kong have won the most trophies in this series, I think. Last night there were 3.
Wow.
How good is that?
GG to Hong Kong.
I hope you meant like in a positive way, not GG to Hong Kong. You know?
Oh, I mean, well played, Hong Kong. WP to Hong Kong.
Indeed. So my friend Kenneth was the winner of the Big O last night. He's been coming second for the past 6 years. Finally broke the duck 2 weeks ago at the HKU PPA event in Hong Kong. And then he's feeling really good for the APT series. Before the series, he was telling me he was expecting to win 2 trophies.
Wow.
I laughed at him.
1 down. 1 to go?
The main it is.
The main it is. Congratulations to Kenneth. I know it's tough to get that monkey off your back, as they say.
Such a marathon, isn't it? The main event. You know, you're holding on to 120,000 in chips, and a few days later, 120,000 will be just merely a big blind. Still, 271 players remain. 175 players will be in the money. We're talking maybe another 100 eliminations before we get there. And don't forget, APT has the best bubble coverage in the business.
Damn right.
I think that's actually not a false advertising statement. It really is amazing.
Absolutely. We have our entire team going table to table, especially when we're hand for hand, wherever there's an all-in. All the action stops. The handheld camera operators run over to the table.
The drones and all the no drones.
Well, once in a while when they're actually heading to the table, you actually see them. You see the footage as they walk through the floor, which I find so cool because that's about the closest as you can get to being here without being here.
Still, play has slowed down a little bit. Like I said earlier, the shot stacks have either doubled up or been eliminated, and the day 2 entries the same. So the average stack is gone up to roughly 60 big blinds. That means we are at the early middle stage of a tournament. We're not quite there near the bubble yet, so everyone is just playing a little bit more conservatively to preserve the stacks. Blinds they go up slowly at an APT main event, and our levels don't really jump. Plenty of opportunity to wait for your chance. Speaking of waiting for your chance, Tuku has waited for his chance with ace 9 off from UTG. Decided to open. Folds to the big blind. Martin with a better ace. Ace 10 off. Difficult against the UTG. Usually quite a tight range. Ace 9 off is not considered very textbook-like. But ace 10 off, easy defend there from the big blind. Flop comes. King 8 deuce. Very much favoring the UTG open with that king. But the 8 and the deuce, not so much. Check, check. Turns an other king. Martin might take a stab here. Wouldn't blame him. He's blocking the nut flush draw. 86% equity for Martin. Is Tuku going to bluff and represent some sort of pair? You know, pair of 10s? Nope. Checks as well.
Too much showdown value.
River's an ace.
Oof.
That's bad news.
Kicker plays.
For our Japanese friend there. Are we going to see some micro-sizing one big blind? Nope. Just a check. Martin's playing it very conservatively.
I mean, that's a trap, right? What a great trap.
It's as if he knew his opponent had an ace.
And I wonder if he's trapping with the intention of raising for value. Check raising, that is. When it's checked twice in position, ace high is very likely holding. Shinsuke knows he's betting as per his range. Confidently shows down the ace 9. Gets the bad news.
Good stuff from Martin. Very good stuff.
There's the stack distribution. 2 players now from Japan, so the flags finally. Not 8 for 8 in terms of diversity, but we'll certainly take another player from Japan. Always exciting. Our feature table will be rotated. One of my favorite parts of day 2 and day 3 coverage. I believe we're about, say, 20 minutes maybe? 25 minutes from the break. It's going to be a short one as usual, but we will reset and bring you a whole new set of feature table players. Usually we get a bit of a heads up about them. Not sure who they are yet. We're on a 30-minute delay, of course, and in case you're supporting anyone who's still one of the 264 players remaining out there in the field, you can always go to apt.poker. Go to the live reporting section for the event. Check out the excellent coverage from the live reporting team. By the way, to all of you in chat, once again, if you could hit a like while you're here, helps to support the stream. And in fact, I haven't done that. Boom. 16 likes now, but with 154 of you, love to see that like counter climb up. Also, you could help us get to 10,000 subscribers, our goal for putting on this amazing festival here in Taipei. And it would really help us, and it would help you enjoy APT Jeju, which starts 26th of April. That way you know when our streams kick off and even the updates for the event itself. Oh, Steven, Justin keeping you honest in the chat.
I know, I saw that.
The trophy count per country, Taiwan, very appropriate, the local country here.
And Japan.
16 and Japan 13. I'm telling you, Steven, these Japanese guys, they're learning a different breed of poker. Takeshi, perhaps, will validate my thesis in this hand. Ace-8 suited. You know who I'm looking for, speaking of Japan? Where in the world is Shimizu? Mr. Hadouken himself.
I saw him at the other venue a few days ago.
Oh.
Playing the yet another high roller. Well, the check mark and three aces for Takashi. Probably will put in a small bet just to see if we get called by a 10. Something like 15k would be good. Thus decide to bet 17k. There you go.
Microsizing?
On the smallish side, but still, we're talking 5 big blinds.
And John simply cannot fold here. You have to go with the pot odds, unfortunately. Getting almost 4 to 1. More than 4 to 1. Two aces on the board, meaning your opponent having one is less likely. Of course, pairs less than aces would value bet the same way. What a fold, Steven. John just not willing to give up any chips. He had 66 bigs. Refused to part with even 5 of them. Fantastic fold.
Oh, thank you, Justin. Fairbanks.
Oh, wait just a second. Look at this Dutch angle camera work we have going on here. All right.
Wong Kar-wai in the house.
Wong Kar-wai in the house.
Well, actually, no, I'm lying. It's Christopher Doyle, who is the cinematographer for Wong Kar-wai. So it's Christopher in the house.
I like it. Some Hong Kong cinema nerd factoids. I appreciate it.
Oh, sorry. Just saying. I'm looking forward to the next feature table. Anson Zhang and Lila.
Oh, Lila and Anson Zhang, familiar faces now. Lila from the Influencers Invitational.
Correct, yes. Very popular YouTuber. Very, very popular YouTuber.
And Anson went down to, was it 3-handed?
He came 4th.
Came 4th.
That was Haxton, Tony Lin, Edward Yam, and then Anson.
That was, of course, a super high roller. The $10,000 buy-in. Incredible, over $250,000 USD was the first place prize there, thanks to over 130 runners. So you mentioned Wong Kar-wai. My cinema nerd ears were alerted, and I must ask you, do you believe Hong Kong has the best cinema globally?
How would you, I know this is a loaded question, but how would you define best? Sorry.
Well, I'll tell you
Is
how.
it a matter of preference, or
does it make people dance like crazy in the movie theaters because India has you beat there.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
There ain't no Natu Natu coming out of Hong Kong cinema.
Oh, a king. Which is complicated. King, queen, 10-9. A naked jack will make it straight. It's hard for Lin to bluff here.
Lin has just been a force on this table. So many players would just not fight for a pot like this. Seems to be thinking about it. Just wants every chip. Or maybe he doesn't know his opponent's checked. And now that he knows, quick bet.
That is perhaps a little ambitious.
Wrapping a jack and a jack precisely. Check on the flop, check on the turn.
Then again, it could be a momentum thing. You know, John Tech was folding on the river in the previous hand against a very small bet.
Well, there you go. King hits the muck. Lin has certainly impressed me. And this is the beauty of our feature tables and the rotation of feature tables. Mr. Lin from Taiwan is one I will be looking out for.
I'm going to answer you sensibly about Hong Kong cinema.
Please.
I think it's far from being the best because it is not that varied.
Ah.
Okay, it has a very kind of, it's kind of monolithic in a way. You know, it's got a certain style. It's got certain, and I don't know much about India, Bollywood, but I've got the same feeling about Bollywood as well. It just seems a little bit samey.
I think Bollywood really expanded over the last 15 years. Streaming platforms.
Yes, I saw RRR.
RRR is a bit more traditional. And RRR not
Is it traditional?
RRR not Bollywood, by the way, I should clarify.
Oh, is it not?
Comes from the Andhra film industry, which would technically, the language is called Telugu, so it's actually technically called Tollywood. There's a Collywood as well, by the way.
There you go. Well, it's a big country, India.
But RRR is very, it's sort of the guy who made it, he's sort of the James Cameron of the Indian film industry. He's made the 2 highest grossing films of all time.
Right.
And of course with RRR he became a global sensation. And at the same time it's very quirky. He made a film about, at the peak of his career, mind you, he made a film about a man who gets reincarnated as a fly. And
dropping?
Just the way the players are dropping like flies. Oh, here we go. We have an all-in situation. Shunsuke had been grinded down to just over 10 bigs.
It's a Japanese civil war going on.
Favorable though for the short stack. Ace-9 v Ace-6. (10-4-3) is a nice board for the 9-high kicker to play. Exactly what you want to see. 2 cards below a 6. Frankly, fairly lucky. The deuce, though, keeps it spicy. Look at the outs. The ace of spades means the flush draw. The 6 means the gut shot to the straight. And the 10 is clean. The ace-9 finds the full double. And a smile by the YouTuber.
Continuing with that conversation about Hong Kong cinema, yeah. So in the 80s and 90s, there were a lot of, they call it chat yat scene, meaning films that were made in 7 days.
Oh.
And they were just churning them out. You know, very, very formulaic, like, you know, just like a formula, a bit of comedy, a bit of action, a bit of romance, and it's just the right portion, it's got the right mix, and everyone was just making the same film over and over again.
It's like AI movie making.
Without the A.
Without the A. Without the I, perhaps. Yeah, there's a lot of that in Bollywood. I mean, India is the largest film industry in the world because it's just so big, and every state has their own language sometimes, their own film industry. So, diversity is certainly as part of the mix when you have thousands of films coming out. But yeah, the Bollywood that people associate usually with the Indian film industry, the typical song and dance musicals, those are fairly formulaic. But that's what people want, you know. They want to go to the theater, have some escapism, have a good time, sing along, dance along. Some excellent music comes out of Bollywood as a result of that, because almost every movie is a musical.
Or there'll be an element of musical in it, right?
Yeah. It's not precisely a musical, it's just that breaking into song and dance is just part of the expression of the filmmaking. Ace Queen now finding the all-in button, and Martin is waiting with pocket sevens. Yeah, he lets it go.
There you go.
Too much. Too big a shove.
Maybe Greg is a Bollywood poker commentator in disguise.
Oh, he'd crush it. He would crush it in Bollywood. But Greg would crush it anywhere. Multi-talented man.
He's actually crushing it on at the poker table a little bit as well. You know, he's climbing up, he's learning, he's making sense a lot more now.
He had this whole image of being Mr. Loosey-goosey, eating a sandwich, a 7-deuce, playing amateur wildcard. Now he's starting to take some coaching. Starting to play the APT side events and get some cool scores. More power to him.
Queen 7 suited, that's a very loose open. I like it. Ace 8 off from small blind. Folds. Suppose Queen 10 will have to be a defend.
Jennifer's been quiet since the first few hands where she was involved in some tricky situations and some huge pots. Did have some fun with that full house on the board hand. As we're a few hands away from the break now. We will be losing this cohort of players, as I said. We'll be getting in some well-known personalities, both in terms of poker and otherwise. We have a Thai actor coming in. Karchai, or Pitt, apparently is his name. You mentioned Anson, of course. Absolute poker beast.
One of the most recognized players in Asia, I would say. The world, even.
Didn't mention Lila, who we also had in the Influencers Invitational. A model and a very successful YouTuber. A couple of high rollers in the mix as well. Should be a fun one. So 5 minutes away from the break. Do have some shoutouts for Takeshi in chat. New player from Japan on the table. Almost 200 of you now joining us. Slowly building momentum and this little community as we proceed with the main event today, day 2 coverage. Don't forget, we will be back very shortly after the break. Do not go anywhere. We are playing all the way down to in the money, 257. Man, Steven dropping like flies. Let's do the math. 83 away from the money. Yes, there are some predictions about how action might slow down as we get close to the bubble. That is inevitable, but certainly despite the beautiful structure we have here at the APT Main Event, the 1 hour levels, players are clearly just going for it.
Here's the flop, 8-7-4. 2 hearts. Pocket juices. is actually behind right now. With the 2 overcards of Songju. Turns a jack, which gives him the check mark for a straight. Probably not going to be participating much further. Takashi. Songju puts in a bet. Welcome our Korean viewers. I'm afraid I can't say hello in Korean.
Annyeong?
Maybe.
Well, I know that from Arrested Development.
There, the Korean viewers are shouting juice, juice, juice for Takashi to hit a set to pay. But as it turns out, not a single penny will be squeezed out. That ace on the river kills the action for pocket juices. If he wasn't going to give up, he certainly will now. By the way, giving up means folding or rejamming. Just to leave myself a few options there. Giving up doesn't mean folding.
Taking his time. Wow. You called it. No fear. Taking the deuce of hearts, treating it as a blocker to having a flush, representing it. He's against the nut straight with the flush blocker. He's put his opponent to the test for all of it. But how can you possibly fold this? Sung has been a familiar face here at the APT. Clearly knows what he's doing.
Incredible play by Takashi. No, got caught. No, got to fold.
Oh my word. What a play. Sung, by the way, has over 2.5 million in lifetime earnings. All that experience leading him to make what perhaps mere mortals would consider too difficult to fold. And in this case, it works against him. That is not one he's going to love on the stream. And Takeshi, let's hear it in chat. Oh my word, what a play. Where did that come from, Stephen?
Must have been my commentary traveling back in time.
Seriously.
Because calling would be the worst play ever, right?
Of course.
Folding is the most reasonable play.
But there's a third option. Jamming.
Racing is not going to be strong enough. So what are we left with? We are jamming through the night.
Last hand before the break, by the way, as we rotate our feature table. What a way to go out. That's assuming we don't have something spicy on this one.
Interesting call from the cutoff. Flop comes. Ace 10-3. Two hearts. Queen high is still the best hand.
Alright, APT Main Event Day 2. Break time last hand. 15-minute break reverse.
There we go. We are seeing a check mark. Martin hits his straight. Unlikely to be getting anything from Lin. Players are leaving to go on their breaks. And Martin takes it down. Well, thank you, feature table. It's been entertaining.
Alright, everyone, please drop your chips. The original
So everyone gets bagged.
Then take a break. C3. Juju. And C5. Where's the button? Button 8? Okay. And the rest of you, I'll give you the racks. Table 24, right? Yeah, table 24, the original.
So we are going on to our first break. So do stay tuned. We'll come back in about 15 minutes where we will likely to be getting very close to the bubble. I've been Stephen Lai. I'll see you soon.
Which table? Table 24. Okay. Where you came from. Okay. Don't forget your phone.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT Taipei 2024 main event coverage. We are on day 2. We will play down to 175 players. That means they will be in the money. I am Stephen Lai. I'm joined in the booth by my dear friend James Park. Hello, James.
Hello. Hi, Stephen. How's everyone doing?
I think we're doing okay. I'm very excited because a millionaire, well, a tens of millionaire will be made today. The top prize, well, not today, but in this main event series, the top prize will be 14 million Taiwanese dollars.
Yeah, absolutely. Some life-changing money for a couple of our participants.
There you go. Okay, let's have a look. 1,182 entries in total. We are at 250 players remaining. Like I said earlier, top prize 14 million Taiwanese dollars. Let's look at the pay structure. For the min cash, you get about 3.5 thousand USD, climbing slowly. When are we going to get a 5-figure? Here it is. You get a 5-figure payout in USD when you reach 21st, which is going to be day 4, I reckon. And then you move up, and you get to the final table. I think you're going to get about 30,000 Americans, which is correct. 30,000 American to be at the final table. First prize, 410,000 American dollars. Is that life-changing for you?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's life-changing for anyone. I mean, it would be a bankroll to run.
What, to play 510? Back to the arena. Look at this. I mean, it's still buzzing. There's still 250 players. So we're talking. Oh, that's my friend Tony Miles. We're still talking about over 30 tables. You know, we don't play 10-handed in the APT.
Yeah.
So it's it's not as packed. There's still a lot of Hong Kong people left in the field. You can see in the camera. That's Jimmy, our friend. We call him Uncle Jimmy. It's good. At this table, some interesting guys. Sam Hong, who recently won another big main event, but man at the table, Anson Zhang.
Yeah.
Probably the best Omaha player from Hong Kong.
I would say in
James?
the world.
In the world.
I would say he's up there with all of them.
Wow.
He's probably one of the best Omaha players that play regularly in the large series. He's a Trident regular, a triple bracelet winner, 2 from Omaha.
There you go.
So I would say he's up there.
Seat number 6 is also from Hong Kong, King, who was the winner of the Natural 8 Hong Kong exclusive.
Yeah, that was an interesting stream.
Okay, tell me more. Did you actually watch it?
I did watch it. I got off my plane because I got here yesterday and I had nothing to do, so I was just watching it on the stream.
Right, you had nothing to do, so you thought, oh well, I'll tune in and listen to Steven,
yeah,
right?
Like see how well Steven does on the stream.
No negative comments, no doubt. Anson is flopped top pair
and an open ender.
Still, the equity doesn't run that great because Raymond has the ace high flush draw.
Yeah, of course. I think there was a hand yesterday where someone folded a flush draw in that stream. See, I did watch that stream.
Watch it. Bloody hell. You're great. So, turned a king of hearts.
Oh, this is potentially going to be painful for Anson.
Well, I don't
He
know.
just made a straight.
Well, think of it in terms of PLO. You would fold, right? No?
Yeah, of course
Yeah.
I'd fold.
Okay, so the ace high flush is still good. Doesn't beat the straight flush. There's queen jack of hearts out there. Oh, no, queen 9 of hearts out there. Decides to take a bit of value.
This is a lovely bet by Raymond. And a side call by Anson. He could be chopping with a lot of hands.
You can never tell. You can never tell about Anson either. You know, he's just like, yeah, all right. Yeah, that'll do. Jimmy. 10 big blinds. You know, Jimmy is a specialist in short stack poker. I've never seen him. Like, he's always in the money.
Yeah.
Like, always makes it to the money, but never seen him with more than 10 big blinds.
I mean, there's that phrase you always say.
Go on.
Back in Hong Kong.
Go on.
You just need to be at the average.
Yep, yeah. Yes.
And eventually.
Yes. But he's always below average. Always. Sorry, whispering doesn't do it because we are live on YouTube. Other localized content is available. You can tune into Natural 8 Hong Kong for Cantonese, Natural 8 Taiwan for Mandarin, and Natural 8 Thailand for Thai commentary. But, of course, you want to stay here with myself, Stephen Lai, and James Paul, bringing you the best possible commentary. I was trying to think of a word that would be like entertaining, but I failed. Yeah, so Jimmy has been around the circuit for a long time. You know, recreational player, obviously, doesn't do this for a living.
Yeah.
But excellent, very solid player. You know, love the guy, funny as well, in his own way. So we have Sam Hong from Taiwan versus Raymond from the UK. Queen high, flops a queen, c bets, done.
Takes it down. Yeah, Steven, so let's talk about the main event here. Do you think the APT main event has probably one of the best structures in the world?
Not the world, but for that level of buy-in, I would say definitely the best.
No, absolutely. I mean,
Right.
where else do you get 1 hour levels, really?
You have to pay 5,000 plus US for
Exactly.
that, you know, which is amazing, and it's always it's always very friendly as well. You know, the competitiveness is there,
Yeah.
but the banter is nice, and
Yeah, for
the
sure.
locations are always good.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, we're playing at the players here are at the APA, the Asia Poker Arena, but I believe it's the biggest poker room in the whole of Asia.
Yeah, probably the biggest in the world for a purpose-built poker venue.
That's very interesting.
Right. When you look
a
at
couple of years ago, actually, I was at the biggest poker venue in the world. So, can you guess where that might be?
Vegas, I'm guessing.
It's actually not. Sort of the single establishment with the most poker tables in the world.
Tell me.
It's in Tampa, Florida. It's the Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa.
Right. And how many tables were there?
I think they have. I think normally they run 60, and then when they have big tournaments like the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, I think they go up to 150, maybe 200 even.
And was it a purpose-built poker venue?
Oh, really? It's within the casino. So.
Right, okay. Yeah. But this is like.
Yeah, this is just for tournaments, and it's amazing. It's an amazing venue with it's a great location.
Hey, you got to say something in Korean for us. Go on, because there are all these Korean chats. I didn't bring you here for your good look.
Sure.
Come on, James.
I guess this is sort of where Vidor was also like, should I speak in Hindi or not?
I speak in Canto all the time.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so okay. 네, 안녕하세요, 시청자 여러분. 혹시 한국말로 그 리뷰나 코멘트 남겨주시면은 읽어드릴 테니까 많이 남겨주시길 바랍니다. 감사합니다. I have like a I have like an accent with my Korean. That's
so
why I'm not too.
That's how it feels when I like just burst out in Mandarin and Cantonese. I'm tasting my own medicine here.
Yeah.
It's good tasting medicine, cherry flavored.
I mean, now that you mentioned Korea, we're the next APT that's being run. It's gonna be in Korea.
In Jeju, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's
do
gonna be
Korean
a great
people
event.
consider Jeju part of Korea?
I think so. I mean, sure, it is. I mean,
yeah, of course it is. But like, people don't go to Jeju, right?
No, I mean, you'd be surprised.
Yeah,
you'd be surprised.
I am already.
People go there for anniversaries, for weddings, for school field trips.
When are we going, James? You and me?
I don't know. I mean,
for the next APT series, of
yeah,
course.
Hopefully. Well, hopefully we'll see everyone there. Obviously, some of
would you
the
happen to
largest
know?
events.
Would you happen to know whether they have the same casino law in Jeju for local Koreans?
Yeah, they do.
They do.
So unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing too many locals being able to play in Jeju, but nonetheless, it is going to be a great turnout, I believe. What were the guarantees for Jeju?
We are not sure yet.
Let me just bring that up. So, let's get back to the action. I feel like we've done a lot of talking.
We just lost.
Yeah.
We just lost half the audience. No. We're doing well. We're doing very well. 257. Thank you. Give us a like. I generally expect a third of you hitting the like button. So, quick math. 80 likes I need.
Yeah, 80 likes. And maybe 50 subscriptions.
Yes, that's greedy, but good. Okay, back to the action. 633 bot hitting no one. Pocket 7 still pretty good.
But that 10,
is it going to change anything?
It's not gonna. He's not gonna like it too much.
Who is going to hit that 10 most frequently?
I mean, frankly, it could be anyone. Lila could be trapping.
Yep.
Anson has a lot of 10s. Has a lot of 6s. Bet from Lila. It's going to be interesting to see what the 7s do here, especially if he is anticipating potentially another bet on the river. It's going to be tough, especially a big one.
Yes. No fear with pocket 7s. That's a pretty quick call. So Lila is a very, very popular social media personality in Taiwan.
Oh, okay.
Over 1 million followers on Instagram.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's big, right?
Yeah, that's a lot.
big. That's like international stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, I'm like going, oh, I have 300 viewers. It's doing so great. And this lady, 1 million.
1 million.
1.2. You know, no less. So, by the way, this is going to be how your live is going to plan out in the next few days, sitting next to me, talking about this and that and some other.
Yeah.
Trying to avoid talking about poker as much as we can.
I mean, I think it's going to be fun.
I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, it better be.
I hope so.
We're stuck in a room together for the next couple days.
I sincerely hope so. I hope you shower often.
I do.
I hope you don't.
I brought 2 cans of deodorant.
I hope you don't bring in a box of kimchi.
There's nothing wrong with kimchi. Kimchi is amazing.
Yeah, well, it's slightly antisocial in the when you're stuck in a small booth, maybe.
It's like durian, right?
Yeah.
I was in Singapore, I think, a couple months ago, on the MRT. So that's their metro system.
Yeah.
They have a sign that says "No durian allowed on the train," and I was like,
perfectly fair,
reasonable,
a legitimate request.
It was like, what was it? No smoking.
Yep.
Like no something else,
Yeah.
something
No
illegal,
durian.
and then no durian. I was like, okay.
And you know, in the next 4 days, I'm gonna get to know. Like, I've known you for what, 5-6 years, maybe longer.
Probably longer.
Like, but the next 4 days, we're really gonna get to know each other. This is like cast. This is like a Big Brother house.
Yeah.
You know, I'll be your Wilson. How about that? I'll be the little beach ball, and then you be
Talking about Big Brother, I don't know if you saw Kevin Martin. I think he's a GG ambassador as well. He's starting a new bankroll challenge.
Oh, really?
He's trying to get from $0 to 10,000.
Okay. Is he?
So he's starting off with free roll tournaments. I think also on GG. I'm trying to build a roll to 10,000.
Wow.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to watch, actually.
I saw another bankroll challenge of someone, literally not even playing free roll.
Okay.
He sells his own possession.
Okay.
Like, so it's like, okay, I'm going to sell my watch and try to build up to, I don't know, 10,000 or whatever.
And then how do you do?
I don't know. I only saw it on Twitter or
Okay.
X or whatever it's called. So we are seeing an interesting hand here. Sam Hung from Hijack opened with King Queen off. Anson picks up Pocket Kings from the small blind.
Pocket Kings?
Oh,
Are you
sorry,
sure?
Ace King. I'm not sure. I'm never sure. Quantum Poker.
Schrodinger's hand.
I'm blaming the operators for the wrong graphics, which never happened. All right, Sam decided to take a shot here. Being in position, maybe it's okay. I don't know. I'll probably fold against Anson's small blind 3-bet.
I think so. I think it's going to be much harder to navigate post flop.
Indeed.
Obviously, if it's suited, I don't think he's going anywhere. But unsuited, it's going to be tough to navigate, especially on a board that's dry like 9-4-3.
I say when it's a suited combo, my kind of in quotes technical term is it rolls out better.
Yeah.
So you have more. It rolls
Yeah,
out
I mean,
better.
I think we have a term for that actually that we use quite often in PLO. It's called robustness. It's really how much sort of playability you see on future streets, and obviously suited hands are going to have the most robustness. And so I'd like to see what Sam does here. Really, a float would be really interesting. Oh, here comes the float. Ooh, now a lot of things are on Anson's mind. check, or does he ramp up the aggression with ace king?
He needs to bet again.
I think so. Goes for the check.
Of course. So that's an ongoing gag that we do. Like I keep a tab on how many times I get wrong on the prediction. Oh, he's likely going to bet. Oh, he checks. Okay, there you go. That's another one. So, excuse me, operators, can I have another piece of paper?
To see where you went wrong.
Just like he's filled up with
over the last 6 days.
Yeah. So I just generally talk about other things now. So I've never done commentary with you in English before. I think we did the session in Cantonese.
Yeah, that's true.
We did one in Cantonese. It was fun.
Yeah. It was fun. Obviously,
your English is much better than your Cantonese. Much better. Naturally. And your Korean better than your Cantonese also.
Yeah, but I just have that. We call it ABC in Hong Kong, where it's like American born Chinese.
Yeah.
I sound like
ABK?
ABK, American born Korean.
Were you born in America?
No, not that I've ever.
You're like HKBK, aren't you?
I haven't even lived there.
But you went to like international schools, so
exactly.
You have that kind of North American accent.
Yeah. It's funny because whenever I go to the U.S., they'll be like, "Oh, you're from California," and then you go to California, like you go to San Francisco or
from New York.
Are you from somewhere else?
Yeah. You are a true child of the world. For something.
Yeah.
So Sam Hung applied a bit of pressure on Anson and took it down.
Yeah, that's a impressive play, I think. Do you think you fold there? What is Anson most concerned about?
Just that, with a pair.
Pair?
Just a pair, like a random pair.
Yeah, that's possible. I mean,
and he didn't want to pull the trigger on the river.
Yeah, there's no reason to go crazy, especially with the structure. It's good.
We are
slowly getting there.
Getting there, yes.
Yeah.
Slowly getting there.
Jimmy passing the fours with 10 bigs under the gun. Oh, great.
Good vote.
Great read. He had that tingling sense in his side.
It's RFID security hack. He hacked the Bluetooth signal.
Yeah. Mike Posto is back. I don't know if you saw, but there
was it ever like confirmed that he?
I'm not sure.
It's an accusation.
It's
still,
an accusation.
right?
I think so.
So we tried to. What did they say? Guilty until proven innocent? No, innocent until proven guilty. I'm sorry. I'm just deliberate. That was deliberate. I knew it.
Anson defending with the
we
pocket
are not
deuces.
In North Korea. This is beautiful Taipei. APT. We are very fair here.
2 ducks. Ooh, against 8-8-7.
Anson Zhang is going to take another hit here.
Raymond checks, giving Anson the opportunity to take initiative. A bet by pocket deuces. See what Rahman does. I think it's just a call every day. Turn 7 would be interesting. Oh, the ducks get rewarded. A lot of ducks.
Sixers can't be that happy against a. Well, actually, no, he could be quite happy.
Yeah,
There could be lots of 2 overcards.
Yeah.
Sorry. See, once again, I was wrong, and then I thought, okay, I just take both sides, and then.
It's like going to the casino and buying black and red, and have it come 0.
Anson
Trying to get value. at this
getting a
point.
set on the turn, a full house, in fact. Probably will get a fold.
I think. You know what? I'm gonna go against you.
Yeah, go for it. See?
I think there's a call coming.
Thank you, James. I am glad I invited you here so that we have at least someone who's correct some of the time.
He could go for the raise.
No, I mean that would be too.
It would be far-fetched.
Yeah, it's a bit spewy. I think you don't need to raise that.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I think end of the bet will get a fold.
Yeah.
Though, I hope.
That being said, Anson does have a lot of missed flush draws that don't get there. A lot of straight draw combos, 9-10, 9-jack.
But the 6 been blocked, so 6-9 is...
That's true, but does he
but
play
there's no
6-9 out
on
of the button?
Well, I mean, 6-9 is a special combo.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you. Kenmore Marine. Hell yeah, 69, baby. Right, so we're turning into a bunch of light entertainment radio hosts here. Welcome to the morning show.
Welcome to Saturday Night Live.
It's true. Well, we're not that funny.
Not yet, at least. Give us a couple of days
I was
to
gonna say,
get warmed up.
I was going to smell this and everything. See, how does Jimmy do it? Jimmy is almost like, do you watch Dragon Ball? Have you read any Dragon Ball comics?
Unfortunately
No,
not.
Okay. So there's a character called Piccolo.
Oh yeah,
He used to
the
be like
green,
the green monster.
Oh, okay. I've seen memes about it.
It just sits there watching everything. Ooh, yeah, that's very strong chi. Ooh, doesn't fight no more.
Yeah.
Lucky. Yeah.
Lucky.
Best time ever.
Best time ever, indeed. Yes. Well, it's always a good time to flop a set.
Sixes.
Yeah.
Sixes. Never loses. What's your favorite Hold'em combo, apart from aces and kings and ace king suited? Like, let's not top left corners.
I think king 7 suited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a bit left field.
It's one of those like conspiracy hands again.
Oh, you heard about my conspiracy? You were listening.
I was watching.
You were watching. But don't you think that's true? Ace 5 suited is a conspiracy hand?
But you know what? I was thinking about it yesterday.
Go on.
And I do I kind of agree with this conspiracy because I remember it was like a couple days ago and I was on YouTube and obviously on my algorithm Greg shows up. Greg goes all in, shows up, and he's like, yeah, like there's that short with he has ace 5 against an older gentleman who raises. And has him he's like, the wizard shows up. It's like ace 5 suited is 100% free bet. I mean, there's really no reason as to why.
Yeah.
Like if it's ace 5 suited, why not ace 10 suited or ace jack suited? Like you might as well.
Thank you, James.
Like, sure, ace 5 makes it straight, but ace 10 makes it straight too.
Exactly.
So.
And you're dominating so many more hands.
Exactly.
10x hands. Conspiracy abounds. Do you read Thai?
Do I read Thai? Unfortunately not.
Saying. You gotta be good at something, James. Come on. Bloody hell, why did I invite you? You don't even read Thai? Alright, Jimmy. Oh wow, I like it. He's like a superstar. It's Jimmy. There's no surname. Hey, I'm Jimmy. All right.
Top pair.
His top pair. So
Top
he's
pair is
going to
good.
go over 10 big blinds. He wouldn't know what to do with the stack. Here we have too many chips. I'm like, oh, how do I stack these up?
There are players like that though. They get a big stack, they dump it off, and then
I know
they're still around. They hang around, and they're at the final table. Jimmy.
Oh, he really wants to go over 10 big blinds. There it is. Jimmy Ip from Hong Kong. The short stack ninja.
15 big. Oh, no longer the shortest on the table.
King. Oh, some bad news from one of my friends in the main event. Well, whoever, if you're watching this stream, sorry about that. There's plenty to do. There's plenty to do in Taipei. So get on your Instagram and your line and start talking to people, connecting with them, and you might have a bit of a fun time this evening. 234 players left, 175 of which will be in the money. Okay, here's the question. There are, I think, probably need to correct me because I'm likely to be wrong.
Sure.
21 players who are already in the money from the online session.
Yeah, from on live.
Are they included on the count? Do you know what I'm asking?
Question. That is an interesting question.
You know what I'm asking?
I think they are. I reckon they are. I reckon they're also part of the players remaining.
Okay.
That would make sense,
Okay.
I think. But let's try and get someone to confirm that.
Okay. We have a resident fact checker. His name is Justin Fairbanks. And related APT. Not a bot. He just loves poker. He loves digging through the apt.poker website to find interesting stats about, you know, which country's got the most trophy, etc., etc.
So which country does have the most trophies?
So far,
Steven.
14 from Taiwan.
Wow. That's a lot.
13 trophies from Japan.
Oh.
And third is Hong Kong with 10 trophies.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah, they're a lot of success in the high rollers.
Yeah.
It's very impressive.
And young Kenneth got a big O yesterday. Very delighted. I rushed to the other venue and poked guy on the way. Really, I fell over. I tripped over. Anson Zhang. It's unlikely to play that combo. Got it right. Lila, a mega star on the social network, opens it up. King is a little bit card dead. Hasn't really had a chance to pick up a good hand. Sam Hung. Yep. Easy defend. Ace 8. There's a Taiwan v Taiwan here. Flop comes 4-4-3. A similar low board to the pocket sixes earlier. Ace I must be reasonably happy. Lila decides to c-bet. Gets a call from Sam. Turns to 10. That hits the call, the big blind more than the hijack, I would say. That's the end of the check. 6 on the river. Inconsequential card.
Now it's whoever bets, whoever takes it down.
Sam decides to
Check, check.
not bet. So who's going to take it down? Whoever bets takes it down. Nobody bets. The best hand will take it down, which is Ace 8.
That's true.
are 229. Okay, so you must know the phrase "dropping like flies," right?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen flies dropping? Like, how much of a dirty place do you have to be when you see lots of flies and they're dropping? It makes no sense.
True.
Why are they dropping like flies? It makes no sense.
Yeah.
Zero sense.
Like, yeah, that's interesting.
Just not a thing, is it?
Well, what else could it be?
Just dropping like flies.
Yeah, but so does like raining cats and dogs.
That's biblical. That happened in Exodus.
Maybe it happened in the Bible.
Bible.
Flies just dropping left and right.
Do tell us in the comments.
I mean, you never know, right? Like, flies are meant to be a sign of the devil.
Really?
Yeah,
I never knew that.
you know Beelzebub.
Yeah, go
He's
on.
like the Lord of Flies. That's why the movie is called Lord of Flies.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You're not right. You're not wrong. Go on, Jimmy. Oh, now it's Jimmy Ip. It's no longer Jimmy, like Rihanna.
The superstar.
Rihanna and Jimmy.
Queen Jack suited is
so pretty.
It looks so pretty.
But it's not a good hand, is it? All right, take the equity.
I think from the cutoff, it's a great shove. It's hard to navigate otherwise. Oh, but he might get called off here.
是不是要看我什么牌？还没有，应该还没有到，对，还没有到，反正怎么都看得到了，对啊。
Feng with the ace-9 suited in the big blind, facing a just under 15 big blind all in from Jimmy. What do you think? Call? Fold?
Have to be a fold. Against someone like Jimmy? No, well, not that as any profiling from previous series. Just
Yeah,
at the
just
table.
based on the table image. Yeah, I
So
think
far as-
that's reasonable.
No shame in giving that up. You're not really gaining that much by, winning the hand.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And everyone is so close to the bubble at this point.
Exactly. For
Everyone's being
ICM purposes,
careful.
I think it's a
Yeah.
fold. Look at Jimmy. It's like, I can get away with all sorts
I
of
don't
my
know.
image.
I don't know what to do with my chips anymore.
How are you supposed to stack them? Now we love you, Jimmy. Sorry, we love you, Jimmy Ib now.
A lot of mixed games at the APT.
Indeed.
That's true.
And you love them as well,
as
right?
someone who predominantly plays mixed games nowadays.
Oh, is that right?
The APT is probably one of the best venues, or one of the best stops.
And that's why I think many Japanese players come to the APT because of the mixed games.
Correct.
Yeah. Mm.
Second in the trophy rankings.
Indeed. Not after tonight, when Stephen Lai will win the super hyper,
no limit,
no limit. Yeah. One card hold'em.
Yeah, I wonder.
Sorry,
I
go on.
wonder if those day 3 participants are part of this number, because it would make a difference at this point.
Massively.
Yeah.
So Anson is talking to Sam, saying, as soon as we burst the bubble, we're going to go home.
Yeah.
And then they're saying, no, it's possible that we're playing to 10 p.m. No, it's not going to be like that. I'm predicting 7 p.m. So
Yeah.
one more break.
Yeah, it's possible.
And then we're done.
But you never know.
You never know what's the number now. Okay, spoiler alert. Okay.
You never know. I mean, I think at the World Series, they had a 2-hour bubble 2 years ago. So that's crazy though, a 2-hour bubble.
But
imagine
we're talking
if you're like a short stack with 3 bigs,
Yeah.
and you have like ace king come in, you're just like sweating bullets at that point.
You just stand up and look around.
Especially when you know there's probably a bunch of people shorter than 3 bigs.
But we're talking what? How many people ITM? Like over 1,000 people ITM.
Yeah, exactly.
So it'd be over 2 rooms. You can't even see.
Pretty much.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh wow! Look at that. Lila opens from UTG. Ace queen off. Very legitimate. Phone from Hong Kong. 3 betting with pocket kings. Legitimate. Lila decides to defend that UTG open. Out of position and an ace.
Flops an ace.
Too easy.
Why does it feel like whenever you have kings, it always comes ace high?
He doesn't know, you know that, right?
Yeah. That's what it feels like.
Your feeling is, oh, that's cold.
That's painful.
It's cold. So she's thinking, king will kill all the action. Pocket queens won't call me anymore. Pocket jacks won't call me anymore.
That being said, she does block queens.
Queens, yes, true.
So
Phone is
it'd be
very
great
happy.
to see a call, really.
Yeah. But that's there are 2 flush cards on board.
It's true.
Phone is blocking the second left flush. So it won't be ace king of diamonds. Or king queen of diamonds.
I'm not sure if I like this raise.
There you go. Maybe just to reduce a bit of variance by racing.
Possibly.
Like even the hair is perfect all the time. Speaking from a man who doesn't have that many himself. You know, I always, every day, have perfect hair.
Yeah.
It's never messy.
So there's a quite an old joke going around. Or I don't know if it's, I wouldn't say going around Korea to not offend anyone, but
oh my God, sorry. Just finish this hand first. She must feel like ace queen is good.
It's good, yeah.
Right? Surely. And look, quads. You know, she's hoping to get paid by ace jack or something like that.
But does an ace jack bet?
I don't know.
Ace jack can 3-bet for sure.
Yes.
Would
but wouldn't be betting the turn.
Potentially check the flop.
Wouldn't be check raising.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
would
be
not
check
be
raising
raising
the turn.
the turn. I think she can get away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy. Puts in a bet.
Sizable one.
Pretty big one.
80K. Oh. This is gonna hurt.
Not sizable at all, right?
Not
So only
sizable.
5 big blinds.
Yeah. 5 big blinds. Are you sure?
Oh, sorry. I'm not. 20 big blinds. Quite sizable then.
Quite sizable. I mean,
whoa, flip-flopping.
well, some people started at 25 bigs today.
Yeah, it's true.
So, which I think it's great to be able to join a main event.
Yeah.
On a day 2. With 25 big blinds, 1 hour levels.
Do you think it's worth it?
The main event?
No, as in, you know, jumping in on day 2 with 25 bigs.
I think it's an interesting conversation, right? Like the poker community and clearly 2x2 seems to always come back to the discussion of whether late registrations are good, but I mean I think it has to be part of the game. Like I think we have to, like I think everyone has to understand that as much as you have pros late registering with their big bankrolls,
It's fun. I like playing it. It's fun.
it needs to be there. Otherwise, how else would you really be able to market these guarantees?
Oh, what's this? Is she reaching for chips? She called. Yeah. Bad news. Really sorry, Lila.
She's not out yet.
No, but yeah. Not an easy fold, but it's a foldable combo.
Yeah, but he could be bluffing.
Yeah.
He does. Feng does have the huge chip stack on the table. He
Yeah.
could just be trying to bully.
It's true.
That's probably the questions that are running through her head.
Mhm.
It's near the bubble. I was gonna say it's kind of late, but I realize it's 4.
It's late for some people.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, imagine you have a. Anyway, no, I'm not going to go on there. Late registration. I think for a hyper turbo event, late reg is fine. Like, you know, anything that's really super fast online, I am 100% sure late register because you are, you know, pretty close to the bubble and you're just getting the free ICM already. So it's to me that late regging a shallow structure that will involve a lot of flips.
How about rebuys then? That's another
rebuy is difficult.
Big discussion. So my stance is that 1 should be allowed, just to prevent pros and you see it everywhere. You see it on Daniel Negreanu's streams where he's buying 8-9 times in an event. Obviously, he's grinding for a different purpose. He's grinding for the Player of the Year, but it affects them, and it affects especially a lot of the recreational players when they're trying to avoid variance, and you have big stacks just throwing their chips in because they know they can go back to the cage and rebuy.
Brian, you said is an easy fold when you can see the cards. Well, we tried to build a case.
Yeah,
we did try to build a case to say, you know, what can you beat? There are some combos she could beat, but at the same time, just one naked king will beat you. Right, there are 2 kings on board.
Yeah,
you know, ace queen is strong. Perhaps not at the very top of the range. Just saying, just up for discussion. I'm not Brian.
I think as the way the hand played out, Ace Queen is probably as good as she's gonna get, or if not one of the better hands she's gonna get.
She got raised on the turn. I think that's the problem.
Exactly. That's the difficulty. It's the question that goes through your mind is, does he do this with really a naked king and he just gets there on the river? It's such a hard line to build, and then at that point, it's just aces or slow-played ace-kings or even kings.
Something about Anson. Thank you, Bryant. Thanks for tuning in. With a surname like you might know Cantonese as well, but stay here.
Oh yeah, definitely a cooler.
Stay here. Oh, definitely a cooler.
Definitely a cooler.
I think she's taking it quite well.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
See the names updated. Sam Hong, Anson Zhang being top of the tree, along with the overwhelming chip leader, Feng Chung Nam. 140 big blinds. You cannot complain. He's thinking, I have practically made the money with that chip stack. How could I extend that lead? Right, you'd be thinking ahead, right? You know.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
You want to. You're not Jimmy.
You're basically aiming for final table.
Yeah,
at this point.
you're not Jimmy. You know, but Jimmy aims at the final table with a different approach.
Well, I mean, everyone should be aiming for the. I mean, everyone should be aiming to be champions, right? That's why they registered.
It's true.
I don't think anyone sort of registers with the mindset of let's just ITM and call it a day.
Sam Hung's game has improved a lot in recent years. I remember playing against him when he first started out, and he was like your usual youngster with a reasonable bankroll, happy to gamble. Now his game is still aggressive, but you know, just a little bit more balanced, shall we say?
No, that's comes with experience. Comes with playing the game a lot more.
Negative experience usually.
Yeah,
like you become,
you sort of. I mean, like I think this is one of those games where it's like you're paying. I mean, you're hopefully turning your losses into wins. You're basically paying for education, right? Like you're trying to play against people who are better than you, trying to learn from that.
Yes. Agree.
So yeah. And really, you can't expect to ITM every single time. Like, otherwise it wouldn't be poker.
Correct.
So, as we get closer to the bubble, 45 players remaining before we hit ITM. Do you think ICM starts to play a factor here, or are we a bit too early to call?
Okay, I actually do 10% extra, so 17 away.
17 and a half away.
That's me.
Anson opening it up with ace-9 offsuit and the hijack. Jimmy is thinking about it. Steven. with King 10 offsuit, but of course it's a standard fold. Raymond defending his big blind with ace-3 offsuit. Pretty standard.
Maybe a little bit aggression is possible. Ace-3 is also a solver hand to raise.
That's true. Yeah, I feel like the more we talk about solvers, the more like conspiracy there is with all of this stuff.
Vadu was saying, you know, all these nerds just sit around the table programming.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm just going to put that combo in there.
Yeah.
Every time someone bluffs with ace-5 and loses, they just get a bottle of whiskey out and go, thank you. My work is done.
I mean, I don't even know what it is. It's like King 7, for example, which I claim to be my favorite hand. It's just one of those hands where the solver also says this is a great hand to 3-bet.
Yep.
Because you're never doing well when you're calling. You're never doing well.
Once again,
when you get raised and so you fold, it's like, oh, okay.
You're trapped in the matrix,
and
like
then,
the rest of us.
And then I think I was playing in a cash game somewhere. I just like, oh, the wizard comes by and I just jam like 200 bigs with King 7 suited.
And got snapped by
flops
queens.
3 7s, easy.
Oh, yeah.
Against aces, no less.
Confirmation bias much? Against aces.
The nerds have spoken.
Don't try this at home, children. King 7 does not often flop quads. The solver will tell you that. So the play, you know, hasn't really been like too aggressive. There are some setup hands with the Lila hand versus quads.
Yeah.
But it was set up, you know, it wasn't like people making play or anything like that. But that was earlier. That was one that was a good play, which was remember there was 3 flush cards on the board, and then the Japanese player jam off the straight. Were you here?
No.
Oh, okay. It was the last session. Yeah, it was the last session. Yeah, that was pretty cool. But I don't expect too much crazy aggression.
Yeah.
Because we are getting close to the bubble. 217 players left. 175 of which will be in the money. And I welcome once again the 300 viewers watching this Asian Poker Tour Taipei 2024 main event stream. We are going to play down to the bubble, which means down to 175 players. So don't go away. This is going to be exciting. Well, I'm trying to make it sound like it's exciting. It is.
The
Going to be
bubble
exciting.
is exciting
It
for
is
sure.
exciting.
I mean, if you're a player with a short stack, you're starting to get those. It's one of those other colloquial butterflies in your stomach.
It's true. Never had one.
Never had one.
I have had many things in my stomach before,
but not a butterfly.
Not a butterfly. You know, I had a grasshopper in my stomach before. I've had a deep fried
okay,
grasshopper
okay,
before.
okay.
Oh, not a live one. Come on.
Maybe deep fried butterflies.
Okay. Please, in the comment, tell me where I could get that. Is there something in Asia or South America, or where you eat deep fried butterflies? I'll be okay to eat it, I think.
Yeah, I'll try it too.
Okay. I've never knowingly had cats or dogs. That's something knowingly. Like,
okay.
Sometimes I know whether it's a rat or not, right? I've had rabbit. Rabbit's tasty. Horse is tasty. Goat is okay.
Yeah.
Bear in Japan. That's quite
Okay.
tasty.
I tried reindeer pate.
Reindeer?
In
Is that any good?
Canada.
Any good?
It's pretty gamey. But yeah, it's alright. It's quite interesting.
I can imagine it being very gamey.
Yeah.
Rabbit is quite gamey.
I heard it tastes like chicken though.
Well, it's the texture of chicken, but it's kind of beefy chicken. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's true. It doesn't taste like chicken. Andy Lai says, "Go Sam." Okay, go Sam. Go go go. And I think there are quite a few Thai viewers watching this. Sawadee-ka.
Oh, King passes on the sixes. Disciplined fold.
Ace King suited. Well, I guess they think Lila could be a bit less experienced at the table, and opening from UTG +1 can only mean strength.
Yeah.
But not to Raymond, who thinks 10-9 suited would be a capable combo to compete. And the graphics tells you it's only a 6 to 4.
6 to 4 dog?
Yeah, it's not too bad, right?
Yeah.
Flop comes Jack 8-10, which gives 10-9 a middle pair.
And Lila gut shot.
The equity flips around. Raymond is now the 6 to 4 favorite. Decides to take a stab, which is interesting.
That's another dumb thought I had.
Go on.
Why do we call them 6 to 4 dogs and no other animal for the favorite?
It's true.
Ooh.
Well, turns a queen, which is perfect for Lila.
Yeah, exactly.
But also, Raymond's hit a straight. So this is going to be...
Raymond is short as well.
So this could be it, actually, for him. Yep. And then we get a snap call. And he's going to get the bad news. Bad news. Well, sorry to see him go. But, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay, done. Okay, here's a question for you. So why do you call it 6 to 4 and not 3 to 2? Like, everything is simplified usually, right? Like, so when you see, you say 3 to 1. But why 6 to 4?
I think 6 to 4 is easier to grasp.
Okay.
I think
that's the only.
I feel like as poker players, we're so sort of the mindset is set into stone where we think about percentages. Where 6 to 4 just basically means like 55 to 65 versus 35 to 45.
Okay.
And then if you start going like 3-2, like at that point, like some people's math skills start to show up.
Well, choose
it's a thing that happens. Like
choose a different game. This is not for you. Go play, I don't know, badminton or something. You don't need maths in that. Yeah, 64 is a weird kind of thing that is not simplified. Everything else is simplified.
Yeah.
Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy.
I think he's gonna pass this. Sam with ace-10 offsuit, sitting next to the chip leader on the table.
哦，我见到有台湾的朋友来看 Lila。大家好啊，这是 Asian Poker Tour 的直播这边我们会讲英语如果你想看那个国语的直播的话，可以去那个 Natural 8 Taiwan 的频 channel or whatever it is. Thank you. 谢谢。See, my Mandarin is really bad. My Mandarin is definitely worse than your Cantonese, for sure, 100%. Like,
you know, that being said, I lived in Hong Kong
for a long time. In fact, I don't think you've lived anywhere else, is that right?
Yeah.
You've just lived in Hong Kong.
Yeah, I've lived in Hong Kong. Picked up an American accent from God knows where.
From an expensive education?
I went to a British school.
Where did you go, may I ask?
KG5.
Did you go to KG5?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a Ho Man Ting guy, huh? Ho Man Ting kid. Sorry, that's so inside baseball. Sorry, viewers. Well, one of my cousins went to KG5 as well, but I think he's a bit older than you, so you know him. Yeah. He's now in London with an Australian accent. Right, turns a deuce of clubs, which gives Anson a flush draw chance. A lot of outs, indeed. Bottom pair with a flush draw.
Does Sam continue here? I'd like to see another bet.
Go on then. Nope. A 7. Sorry, I made it sound like it's a really important card. Ooh, a 7.
6-8 gets there.
Why would 6-8 be that?
It's the big blind. You can have 6-8 of clubs.
Yes, it's not Bowie. Bowie plays 6-8 all the time, but it's Anson.
It could be 6-8 of spades.
It's true. It could be anything. Right, 10 is good. Yeah, that's a good check. I like it. Someone's laughing at you. Living in Hong Kong, went to an English-British school and picked up an American accent.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. I think we are going on to a break.
Oh, it's a break.
So we are breaking this table. It's only it's an hour, so they change tables every hour. We are going to lose Jimmy. Poor Jimmy. I love him, really. I do love him. I do love him dearly. And please win me some money. And then Anson, Lila, and the rest of the crew, they will be moving off back to the main floor. We are going to get a new set of players coming on. Let's see who they are. I've got a list here. We got Wei Wei, the better half of the Win Poker couple, sponsored pro of Natural 8. We have Jason Chow. Oh, Jason. That's Dai J. Oh, Jason's in. Oh, nice. We'll get some viewers in. So he's a popular YouTuber from Hong Kong with 1 million subscribers. over 1 million subscribers. Ji Yao, a regular cash game player in Hong Kong, all-round good guy. And then Masayuki from Japan
with the chip lead.
With the chip lead, that's why I mentioned him, even though I didn't really know who he was. Yeah, excellent. So we are going on a break, and when we come back in 15 minutes time, we will be right on the bubble. So stay tuned. I've been Stephen Lai. I've been joined by James Park. Stay tuned and see you soon.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
要不要一起看？我会直接跟你讲啊，直接跟我讲就好了。可以跟你讲，简单一点，但是我还是有点想看。那我是说，我是在说，就是有不是很多，两个人站在这里的是个很搞笑，一张不好，一个是吧？换句说，不是这两个设计，犯罪世界不可以用，让我们后其实真实很多information。我跟你讲，我不信任你。对对。
Struggling without the phone. Hard life. Struggling without the mobile phone.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Pretend you're asleep.
I met you last time at like.
It's fun. I like playing this. It's fun.
Yes.
Everyone enjoys it. So it's nice.
念书。炸弹的。我的炸弹是的配 ice cream，听 ice cream， 炸弹 ice cream， 哇啊，是。Is it 30 minutes delayed? You asked the camera directly.
So,
Good.
would be handy. Okay. Alright, sweet. Thank you. You do. Sweet. Cheers.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT Main Event, day number 2. We are coming to you live from Taipei here at APT Taipei 2024. My name is Vidar Singhal. I am back in the booth, joined by James, who was in the booth with Stephen Lai, covering the previous feature table as we bounce from cohort to cohort on our feature tables. Playing for that trophy you saw just for a moment there, the APT Main Event Golden Lion. If I could just summarize for those of you coming back with us to the new table here. Day number 2, 500 runners playing down to in the money. You see on the top left, 175 people make the money, 206 remaining, playing for that incredible 2.2 million record-breaking prize pool for an incredible, if I could use that word again, over $400,000, 409,000 US dollar first place prize. That is massive, life-changing scores. James, welcome once again to the booth, or rather, maybe I'm the one coming back. How was the previous session for you?
Yeah, it was good. We got to see some of the best poker players in the world. Obviously, Anson Sung, 3-time poker bracelet winner. We did lose one of our players earlier, but you win some, you lose some, as Steven said.
Isn't that right?
Yeah, but great to be back. Great to follow the action as we play down to the in the money today, and yeah, looking forward to the next hour and a bit until we reach the bubble.
So it is bubble time, almost 30 away from the money. You could say we're on some sort of a soft bubble already. What do you think happens to the play? I mean, looking at the chip stacks, by the way, of this new feature table, the shortest stack is just about the 15 big blind mark. Certainly not the danger zone, as they call it. We're playing 8-handed. How do you think the play will proceed?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be in people's minds at this point, especially with the shorter stacks. But I think generally we're still at a phase where people are still playing standard tournament poker. I don't think we're that close just yet to the bubble to warrant, I would say, sort of over adjustments. But it'll be interesting to see what a couple of the shorter stacks and especially the big stacks on our table do.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm more interested in the big stack. The biggest one on our table, by the way, seat number 5, Jason.
No, seat number 8.
Oh, seat number 8, you're right. The man from Japan. 323,000. There you have it. 64 bigs for Masayuki. Jason with 56 bigs. Pretty close. Time to become a table captain. Time to fight for that table bully spot, you think?
Exactly. I think that's really what makes or breaks some of the best players in the world, playing near that bubble, understanding those spots, especially from an ICM perspective. I think it's really sort of that bubble and the final table bubble where we're going to see a lot of that psychological warfare going on that you typically wouldn't see in other games. So it's going to be really interesting.
Psychological warfare, I like that. Poker in a nutshell. I do miss the old image of poker of being pure psychological warfare.
Yeah.
When people pretended there was no math involved. The old days. When you could literally look at your opponent eating some Oreos and own them.
So, speaking about just coming to an earlier topic, we were talking about the trophy, award-winning trophy by the GPI Awards, I think, recently.
Right.
What do you think about that?
Well, the main event trophy in particular, 24-karat gold-plated, absolutely monster.
Yeah, stunning.
Stunning, just beautifully designed, heavy, by the way. And here's my rule, in case you haven't heard me expound this in the stream before. Whoever wins the main event, if they are not a local, although that would be great to see a local Taiwanese player win, if they have to take a flight back, separate seat for the trophy. It's a must.
That's going to be interesting.
Well, they can certainly afford it. 410K.
That's true. That is true. You could get a business class seat for your trophy as well.
Oh my god, business class for the seat for the trophy. That would make international headlines, man. Come on, that's like EV right there.
Yeah.
Well, look at this situation brewing, by the way. 10,
Yeah,
7, 5, 2 hearts, King Jack suited, 2 overs, and a flush draw. Open ender for Morris.
And Lee with second pair. Technically in the lead if the hand were to be ended now.
Well, never mind. Check mark has been achieved. The flush comes in. Not the best card for the King Jack to hit in terms of getting value. Another over. Of course, with the flush coming in, straight draws have much less possibilities of being the best hand, extracting value when they do hit. Tan would be hopefully taking the conservative approach.
Wong just trying to get a bit of value here with his flush. Let's see if Tan gets a bit sticky with his hand. I think he's just going to let it go. That's correct.
Just did a quick look up on Tan. $700 away from being 6 figures, 100,000 USD on his total live earnings. So, he's 30 spots away from crossing the 6-figure mark.
It is a big milestone. I know the mindset because I think I'm like $900 away as well.
Really
I've just
now?
been grinding it out, trying to get that 100K.
Well, I heard you say you love the mixed games. I
That
have
is
some
true.
obvious candidates for you.
That is true. Let's see how the schedule pans out tonight. Maybe I'll be seeing a bunch of you. If you're playing at the CMO, I think that's where the mixed games are being played.
That's right. The second venue.
That's true. The old, what do you call it?
CTP.
CTP. That's correct. Lovely venue as well. Great restaurants nearby. But overall, again, as I was saying earlier, great venues. The APA, obviously the largest purpose-built poker venue in Asia, if not the world, and the CML, who are partnering up with the CTP to run high rollers and mixed games every day for 11 days.
We actually had some events added today. Not mixed games, but certainly to accommodate all the players who perhaps bust out of the event we're watching right now. And we did free up some space at the CML as we kicked off the live stream with all the 50 plus tables here at the APA firing for day 2. So the APT going from strength to strength. I love reminding viewers, or even you, James, I don't know if you were in Taipei 2023 APT, but we actually had to kick off day 2 with 10-handed play because there were so many runners, exceeded our expectations. We, of course, adjusted this year. And we could not stream because the feature table needed to be used as a regular table.
Wow. Definitely, I mean, the APT is clearly becoming one of the most most prestigious and largest organizations in the world, not only Asia, but really excited to see where the team brings the APT to the next level.
And on that note, I was super excited to see the turnout for our Superstar Challenge at 25K. 49 entries, including some global superstars. I mean, personally, I was fanboying a little bit myself as a commentator. Isaac Haxton, Steve O'Dwyer, amongst many, many others. Let's not forget the Asian superstars. Tony Lin making his first appearance, getting heads up against Isaac Haxton. Just goes to show that the APT is going to be a mainstay for some of the best in the world to compete in.
Yeah, yesterday, yesterday I was playing at the CML a couple of the mixed games, and I was like, there's this dude who's like, I've definitely seen on YouTube before, and I'm like,
if that was Isaac Haxton, I'm worried about you.
It was Paul Tedeschi, professional poker player from France, but I've seen him on the EPT streams, I believe it was, or the EPT videos, but yeah, that was a really cool experience. And where else are you going to be able to see some of the top players play, especially here in Asia? It's long flight to the US where a lot of the events would be happening where you'd see them.
And at the same time, we have the likes of Jason, who you have on the screen, in his perhaps signature look, the hat and the glasses, I'm realizing. Nice little cardigan action going on, though.
Yeah.
He's an extremely successful YouTuber, over 1 million subs, I believe. He was part of our Influencers Invitational. But he has almost 20 years of poker experience, so no surprise perhaps he's running deep. Oh, and come to think of it, I'd love to know if this is in fact his first bullet, because the Influencers Invitational also gave main event tickets to all the participants, so would be a really cool story if he's spinning it up from 0.
No, that would be really cool. Have you played the APT main event before, Vidor?
Unfortunately, I've not, just because I've been in the booth. You know, I do feel a lot of FOMO. It seems absolutely fantastic. Next time around, what I'm going to aim to do, to the extent it is absolutely legal in my home country, is try to qualify online, which is, of course, a really cool feature.
Yeah, that is definitely.
Almost 150 runners, I believe, in the online portion of the event, and about 21 of them made it directly into the money, which is going to be day 3.
Yeah, only at the APT, where they're programming hybrid structures, so people who are generically online players are able to play main events and fly to Taipei to play directly into day 3.
Slight glitch perhaps in the stream, we apologize for that, and we're back already. Justin in chat mentioning how Punat could have definitely taken the trophy home in a separate seat. Yes, Justin, and imagine my disappointment when he did not. So I think Steven might have commented on this, but is Lin on our table? The better half of Nevin from Win Poker Couple?
That's correct.
Oh, I see. Very accomplished player. Almost 350,000 USD in total live earnings. We have a stacked feature table here, James.
Yeah, it's definitely a mixture of professional players, very big influencers, and hopefully some recreationals living the dream.
Living the dream. What about you? Have you played an APT main yet?
I have, actually. It was quite a few years ago, though. This was back, I think, almost 5-6 years ago in Manila. I was fortunate enough to cash in that. But definitely was sweating bullets near that bubble time, which we're ever so getting closer to.
Oh, look at this. You're right. 200 players now remaining. 25 away from the bubble. I think it's time to start taking the bubble into account into your decision making, surely. I mean, 25 away, but let's not forget 200 players, quick math, that's about, what, 25 tables?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't even need a player to get eliminated a table.
That is correct. It's gonna start creeping into their minds. It's definitely not something you just ignore and continue playing on.
And what would you say is like the right approach to getting conservative? I heard Steven in the previous session mention tightening up his ranges 10%. Frankly, seems low. And Steven is somebody who's very, very respectful of ICM.
Yeah, I think it depends on what sort of stack you're playing. Obviously, if you're the chip leader on the table, you're just trying to steal blinds and sort of get even bigger chip stack. And if you're short, it becomes difficult, but there's a point where you're so short you just have to go with the hand when you come with it. It's really the middle stacks that are going to start hurting a lot, because they really don't want to bust before some of the shorter stacks on the tables. Not only on their table, but on the outer tables are starting to feel.
And why not? Almost 3,500 USD is the min cash. Nice little 1.5x or so return on the buy-in. I've seen some... sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's also a lot harder in live. I think people take account the bubble just a bit harder, because when you're playing online, it tells you exactly how many players are left.
True.
In live, there's a bit of a delay, and then all of a sudden you're hand for hand, and now you wish you didn't shove your ace-10 suited, for example.
It is way more exciting in live as well to actually make the money.
Yeah.
You know, you look forward to that huge round of applause that's incoming, and it's one of the few times that you feel like you're all on the same team.
Yeah.
If not just for one hand before you try to win all the chips once again. I'm not 100% sure about this. The APT main event has this perhaps tradition of giving a bit of a consolation prize to the Stone Bubble Boy. We'll get back to you on that after checking. But what we do is we have them draw some envelopes, which include some tickets to some of the side events.
I believe so.
As high as the mini main event, which is $1,000 plus in terms of value. It is too brutal, though, to be the Stone Bubble Boy. Is that something you've ever had the misfortune of experiencing?
I went +1 yesterday in one of the side events.
Sorry, buddy.
So, I think it's really that mindset of you win some, you lose some. But the main event, it hurts, for sure. Especially after I guess 1 full day and more than half a day of grueling poker play against, say, some of the best in the world. It does hurt a bit to be that bubble boy. But as we said, hopefully you take that experience and turn it into a win.
As I like to say to Steven, if you've seen The Godfather, the second part of the Godfather movie, this is the life we've chosen. What can you do? 9. Nice little catch on the final card there. Murata did not stab at it so far, despite the backdoor flush draw. Might regret it a bit. On to the next one, to the player settling in. Nice little scarf there, by the way. I don't know if you spotted that. Can only assume it's worth multiple buy-ins. if I'm spotting the brand correctly. And we see the stacks, 11 bigs, all the way up to 61 bigs. Do you have a player from Vietnam? Nice to see.
Yes.
Chan Hong, apparently.
Two
players from Vietnam. Good point. Win An Ming. Sounds like a familiar name.
Yeah, I do believe it sounds very familiar.
Let's see, through the magic of the internet, we do get to see their poker accomplishments. Seem like more of a golfer than a poker player. There we go. Over 600,000 USD in lifetime earnings. Mainstay at the Asian Poker Tour, it seems like. Looking for their first trophy, though. Well, this would be the one to get.
Flying back with the trophy.
You're on board, right?
And
Now it's
next-
official. I have your vote.
Sounds like a good idea.
Awesome. Love this. So once again, James, it's lovely to have you. You're from Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Korean born, as you
Korean
said.
born.
Now that you've been exposed to the madness of the Asian Poker Tour, both as a player and now as a commentator, would love your thoughts on how you see the game growing in Asia, particularly with those two backgrounds that you have.
Yeah, no, I mean, Asia's been exploding over the past couple of years, especially in the poker scene. I think traditionally, if you wanted really to play poker in Asia, it was really Australia, which was pretty much sort of the go-to. But I think with APT obviously starting in the Philippines and now moving across different countries around Asia, Thailand. No, I don't think we've done one in Thailand. Sorry, Taiwan, Korea. I believe there was an APT event in Japan not too long ago.
And of course, Vietnam, the home currently for all the summer series.
Yeah, it's definitely been growing. A lot of players have been getting very good. Obviously, we've mentioned some of those names: Tony Lin, Hansen Zhang, and a couple of the players on this table: Wei Wei, Nguyen from Vietnam. Yeah, they're doing great on the main stage on a global scale. So definitely very excited to see what's in store for Asia and for poker. I do wish more people played mixed games, though.
Yeah, I'm such a huge fan of you saying that you love mixed games. It seems to me the natural evolution for where the game goes. You don't want to play with, sickos who have no limit hold'em solved. Just add a twist.
Yeah.
And it doesn't need to be the typical mixed games either. Just come to the APT, play a Deuces Wild, play Super Hold'em, stuff nobody's figured out. It almost takes poker back to the old school, right? Where
Yeah.
you just had to think your way through it as opposed to memorize or get coaching.
Yeah.
You had to solve it.
To twist a quote out of Animal Farm, George Orwell's Animal Farm: 2 cards bad, 4 cards good.
So I see which mixed games you like. I sometimes bring in some chess analogies from the little bit of chess that I know, and more importantly, the chess that I love to watch. I'm a fan more than anything else. And you think back to the pre-computer era. The computer era arguably came along with the legendary IBM match with Gary Kasparov and Deep Blue. So that was the late 90s. Anything before that, players were... It's thousands of year old games, so there was tons of knowledge out there, but players were still figuring it out themselves. There were tons of books and stuff. And that's why Bobby Fischer was considered just such an end-boss genius. He was just so much better than everybody else because he worked hard and he applied a lot of creativity and he figured out his own lines, as they call them in chess as well, or his own solutions to situations that come up a lot. Meanwhile, now the game has evolved. It's about, no computer can ever lose to a human. It's about learning from computers how GTO, for lack of better words, you can play, trying to remember hundreds of lines and openings. It's a very different game. So I think mixed games, it's a way of going back to the old school. It's a way of going back to when the Phil Galfons of the world were putting stuff out there, just trying to get some feedback. Hey, what do you think? Is this a good spot to do this? Is this a good spot? You don't fire up a solver and ask.
Yeah, no, that definitely reminds me of an article I read. I think of Texas Dolly, Doyle Brunson, where there was a time when, obviously they were playing limit hold'em at the time, when they're just dealing every single flop they could deal just to get the percentages.
That's so funny. I brought this up to Steven yesterday. I'm glad to hear it confirmed, so I know I didn't make it up. And look at this, by the way. Lee has taken the spot from the big. Gets the insta-call from the ace-king suited. Could be seeing an elimination on our feature table, and by the way, that elimination would bring us 20 away from the money. 196 players remaining. Lee needs some help. Player from Taiwan looking to catch a 6. No 6 thus far. Sure, he'd settle for a chop. That's not appropriate if you're trying to get a chop. 6 and a 6 only. Ooh, close but no cigar. GG, sir. 20 away from the money. I think we are reaching that stage where every elimination is painful. Every elimination is almost a story.
Yeah.
You know, some friends are hearing about it.
Thank you. That's all right. I try to make it look bluffy with the 15, with the 3. With the 3 pound, 3 acts. Good that you call though. If you don't call, then you don't call.
So a few hands into this current feature table. 1 elimination. I can't take my eyes off that scarf, by the way. I don't know if you got another look at it, but we only just met, James, but I have a feeling neither of us can pull it off. Am I right in saying that about you?
Yeah.
I had a feeling. Ace-5 off from the hijack. Certainly not a hand you have to open.
I agree.
Plenty of players behind you. He has a 26 big blind stack. I think the players who are a bit more acutely aware of the bubble situation will want to make the most of it. Also the big stack, Jason, was in the blinds. Ace-9 off is certainly going to be a defense here.
Flop comes 10, 5, 4, all of spades. Jason with the nut flush draw, but Wong currently ahead with the pair. Check, check on the flop. Let's see if Jason takes a stab. I think it's going to be really tough for Wong to call, and I think that's one of the reasons why Ace-5 isn't always a raise in this spot. Just makes your life post-flop a bit more difficult.
Jason is certainly not folding with the nut flush draw.
He's grabbing chips.
Grabbing a lot of chips. Makes the move. Check raising the turn. And if I could take a stab at voicing Wong's internal monologue. Darn.
Should've checked.
Should've checked.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Oh my. What a great sixth sense. Seems to understand that Jason would do... Oh. I was about to say Jason would do this with exactly the kind of holding that he has. The naked ace of spades. Now the nut flush does indeed come in.
It's gonna be pretty tough to get paid off here. I actually had a friend who was playing in the main, and this was a hand that happened in the main. It's another bad beat story, and I apologize for boring everyone with more bad beat stories, but apparently he flopped a top pair with a nut flush draw, so aces with a nut flush draw. It turns his flush, and they get it in by the river, and he lost.
Straight flush?
Yep.
Classic. Always forget about the straight flush. I saw there was a straight flush possible on our board. Well, we've been talking about top 5 feelings in poker and such. I think semi-bluffing with the naked ace of spades and binking the spade on the river. I think it's going to be top 10 at least. Vi in chat asks how many people in the money. Justin has answered already. Thanks, Justin. But the answer is indeed 175. And look at this, James. 192 now. Slowly but surely.
17 away from the money. As Steven mentioned, he likes to say 10% away from the money. That's when ICM really starts to play a factor. Lin here, waking up with ace-king suited in the cutoff.
Goes by Weiwei, of course, as you mentioned. Popular Taiwanese YouTuber. Actual aid ambassador. Easy 3-bet.
Love to see what size she takes.
Her opponent has 18 bigs effective. Tricky spot. I think she goes for it. Yeah, just all in. Bit risky, do you think? She's in the cutoff. 3 players to get through. We're near the bubble. I suppose she was a bit handcuffed.
Yeah.
Would rather jam than face a 4-bet jam.
I think there's an interesting trend that's been going around. I think sort of in the poker scene where if you're trying to isolate, you could think about leaving a chip behind or one big blind behind. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's sort of the default now, and I've actually seen it cause a lot of confusion. Just yesterday we had a big all-in, and of course turns out when the person said call, it wasn't an all-in. You had to wait till the turn to get the chips in and such. It started off with the right strategic idea, of course. You know, you want to ladder up a meaningful pay jump. You want to perhaps see if 3 people go all in behind you, and then you can consider making a fold. We saw some crazy stuff, by the way, on the National Cup table where somebody actually folded their final chip, even though they had like 20-1 odds on the pot, and they would have won.
Oh.
And then they did it again. It was kind of wild. So I think unless you've really thought it through, unless you've studied the spot, which seems crazy to think of it as a spot, just go all in. It's fine. You know, you'll probably level yourself otherwise. As soon as you introduce things like time banks and such, there's more strategy, of course. I mean, a lot of people use time banks to, for instance, I'm thinking about some high rollers I watched, to just waste time rather, such that the blinds go up, such that the next person who has to face the blinds faces higher blind. Okay, now that's strategic. Everybody has time banks, and that's how you choose to use them. Not the most ethical, but then again, poker is poker.
I'm thinking of a certain pro.
Are we thinking of the same one?
His initials C and a V.
No, maybe we're not.
Okay, we're definitely not.
You're gonna write it down for me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
But a spread of stack sizes with 3 players comfortable with 60 bigs, and then 2 or 3 players below the 20 big blind mark. definitely going to be interesting the next hour and a bit, I feel.
To all of you in chat, once again, thank you for being here. We'd love to hear if you, in fact, do know any of these players. I wonder if once they get on the feature table, they message their friends and family to check them out under the lights playing poker, or with the tensions being so high. They were about 30 places away from the money when they started, now 17, of course. Is that not a variable you want when you're making a tough decision? Is my aunt going to mock me at the family dinner?
Do you think it plays a factor? Being on stream, being in front of the world?
Personally speaking, the aunt thing, I might have been speaking from personal experience, not aunt in particular, but yeah, just friends and family watching me at the feature table. I think when you reach a final table, there's the idea of you're willing to just bear with it because it clearly seems to be a good way to share the joy, but yeah, I don't know, it's tough. Poker is such a solitary sport sometimes that being judged for your actions seems new. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I agree. I guess I haven't been on live streams enough to be too comfortable. I think it is sort of, you are under the spotlight, and so you don't want to look dumb, especially on camera. So it definitely does affect some decision making.
Ooh, the king jack off. Finds the muck, and ace queen was awaiting in the big blind. Nice timing there by the player from Vietnam, Wang. Finding the fold, and I think Murata is neutral-ing a bit here. 12 bigs or so. Should be a quick call. There we go. Unfortunately for Tan.
It would have been really interesting to see what would have happened if the king jack went with it as well.
That's true. And you know what's going to happen, right? A king on the board, maybe?
Always coming king when you fold a king.
Of course. As we head to the flop, Tan needs some help. 9-6-6 certainly does not count as help. Some backdoor straight draws perhaps, otherwise needs a jack. And look at that, 2 of the jacks folded apparently. You did see one of them, of course, the king jack. Down to just 1 out, it seems. 5 seals the deal. GG. Never easy going away. 15 from the money.
We lose yet another player from the feature table. And I believe they're just moving someone over now.
Six-handed. Okay. Since we're playing 8 max, top 6 is okay. I'll bring over players first.
Floor informing the table that we will bring over some players. Just been told that we will have a player joining us in about 7 minutes. Woman from Sweden, Sofia Lovgren. Well-known poker pro. Good to see the European presence here this time around. Having done maybe 7 or 8 APT stops now as a commentator, I feel like, at least anecdotally, we will get these stats right at the end, but anecdotally feels like this is the most Euros, as we call them, we have seen around, especially in the main event floor. Once again affirming what you mentioned about Asia becoming a popular venue for players.
Yeah, I think I had a friend, Edward Yam from Hong Kong, share an Instagram story a couple of days ago. I think he was the only Asian on his table for the Asian Poker Tour High Roller event.
Right.
And that was a pretty interesting sight to see.
Yeah, that's awesome. I remember that now. Edward, of course, finished 3rd, I believe, in the Super High Roller.
I believe so. He took down a Hyper Turbo last night.
Shipped
so
it?
Congrats to him.
Congrats, Edward. Edward with the vegetable as the last name. I called him Tam. That's my way of remembering that it's yam. Ace versus ace. This is going to be a chop unless something upsetting comes out. Free roll of sorts. Well, never mind. The most confusing card.
Yeah.
The 5 of clubs makes the flush for win. 2 pair for Wong, but the flush is going to be good.
Wong visibly unhappy with that river.
Requests from the chat to bring in players from Korea. Well, SL in chat, I'm sorry to say that's not something that's in our control. It is done at random and fairly. Once the tables are set, or once the seat draw is selected at random, only then a feature table is selected. And in this case, we're moving players around, so it's going to be based on the tournament director doing, I believe it would be seat draws at random, I think. So to fill the other missing seat here, we are playing 8 max. It's going to be Zhang from Spain. Seems Asian born though. Jo Kung Zhang.
Definitely a Korean name.
Okay, there we go. So we have a player from Sweden and perhaps someone like you, James, Korean born, representing a different country, sitting down very shortly. Wei finds Ace King under the gun.
I think this is the 3rd time she's picked up Ace King.
Must be nice. Good time for it. 15 away from the money. The 13 big blind stack. Those are the stacks that really feel a pinch right now. So desperate to find a hand. And even when you do, you're never too happy to get it in, to jam. TPTK for Weiwei. Top pair, top kicker. Easiest continuation bet ever. And the quick release.
Even with some backdoor straights, sometimes some players will get frisky with holding such as 7s there, but definitely the bubble is playing in the mind.
I mean, he was the biggest stack, but simply did not seem to care. Watching every tick down now of that player's remaining counter up top. 189. It all comes down to this.
So, talking about poker in Asia, what's the Indian scene like? Obviously, we've had the I believe it was the Natural 8 India table a couple of days ago, and it seems like we're starting to see a lot more pros come out of India.
That's right. Natural 8 is a new entrant to India, so it's been a fascinating experience just seeing how they can take all the knowledge they've built being operators and then work with the Indian partners that have set up Natural 8 India. Natural 8 India is restricted to Indian players only, though, in the local currency. As for the Indian poker ecosystem, I happen to have moved back right around 2015, 2016 to India from the US, and I was expecting it to be maybe just a poor representation of what the US used to be pre-Black Friday. Instead, what I saw was what you now see in Asia, like a booming ecosystem, really eager to learn, to grow, and as a result, very community-oriented because it was more about growing it together as opposed to fighting for scraps. There are some excellent poker pros in India that have made splashes all over the world. Nikita Luther, probably one of the most famous ones.
Recently appeared on Pot of Gold.
Game of Gold?
A Game of Gold. That's sorry. That's what it's called.
Well, I've known Nikita a little bit from the Indian scene, and when I spotted her in APA a few days ago, she is actually a Natural Aid India ambassador now.
Okay.
I had to wait my turn to say hi to her because too many Asians, mind you, wanted to take selfies with her, no matter which country they were from. So true global acclaim coming to her, and very overdue, by the way. She is simply one of India's best players and one of India's first bracelet winners, by the way.
Yeah.
In a tag team event. She's accomplished pretty much all there is to accomplish in poker, but as with any other top poker pro, stays hungry. As for the remaining poker scene, a lot of players make a living playing poker in India, but the taxes are very high, so you need to be just that much better to be able to navigate having a poker bankroll that can sustain it.
Additional rake.
I'll tell you what, Indians love poker. It is customary in India to play a sort of much weaker form of poker. It's like a 3-card poker format instead of a 5-card. On the big festivals like Diwali and like amongst family members. So we have Diwali parties where you actually play cards amongst your friends. So it's culturally okay.
Interesting. Yeah, I think it's a big sort of culturally Asian thing to do, right? To gamble it up, or especially during holidays and festivals. I'm not sure if you're aware, but I believe the mixed game Badugi is actually from Korea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's the name of a dog, and I'm not exactly sure why that name stuck with the game.
Oh, is it related?
No, like the name Badugi means like it's just the name of a dog.
Okay.
And I'm like, I'm not sure why it's called that, but it's called that.
Yeah, you never know how these things start. Saw the new player at the table, by the way, Sophia. Just take it down with an easy little top set on a monotone board. Not much resistance, not much to write home about at the moment. And one more bites the dust, James. 188. 188 remaining.
Oh, Justin making a comment here. He believes Sophia is from Sweden, not Switzerland.
Did I say Switzerland? Oh, the flag?
No, I believe the flag.
Yeah, it will be updated shortly. As I mentioned earlier, Sophia is from Sweden. One of Sweden's best, might I add. Over 675,000 USD in lifetime earnings. Well-known poker pro in Sweden. We will be updating the flag shortly. Nine, 7 deuce, ace on the turn, and Wynn decides it's his turn to start representing. Sophia surely checked with the intention of check calling. Plan is working so far. Does she face more heat on the final card? Eight of diamonds. Enough showdown value perhaps for Wynn to just kind of give up. On to the next one. So back to back. Sophia seems to have added a little bit to her stack. 2 short stacks on our table as we approach the bubble. Wong and Huang. So Wong is from Hong Kong. Maybe you could help me in terms of how to best pronounce his first name.
Yeah, sure. Second, I believe it's Wong Xiao.
C? That's
Yeah,
not too. That's
C
not too
is-
bad.
Is pretty close.
Okay. Always confusing when it's a Z or a Z.
Yeah.
And would Wong be the first name or the last name?
Last name.
Last name. So would it? And you'd say it like that though?
Yeah. Normally it's last name first and then first name.
It has been one of the most illuminating and educating part of being an Asian poker tour commentator. Varies by country, as you well know.
Yeah.
First name, last name, first name. It's why we display the names the way we do. Here you can see the player from Vietnam, for instance. That would be, more likely than not, Min An Win. In that order, has aces.
But no takers.
Well, how's that for top 10 worst feelings? No takers on your aces. Chips are chips, though. Solid stack. And if I could just double down on this top 5, top 10 business, having a nice little hefty stack, 13 away from the money at the APT Main Event, knowing that if you so chose to, you could fold your way to the money, there's a certain comfort in that.
Yeah, and I think some people actually do. I've seen and heard of players at big events step away from the table when it is the bubble, just because they're concerned about being outplayed or just risking their stack.
Things can get crazy around the bubble. I did get eliminated with aces on the bubble recently in an online tournament. And it's so funny. I mean, listen, I was short stack. It's fine. Called off king 9, 7 blinds. Wasn't theoretically correct, but it's fine. Didn't bother me. I'm clearly not still thinking about it.
Definitely hurts to lose with aces. I think that year I played the main event, the bubble was a lady who lost with aces.
Oof. Brutal.
On the bubble.
Chat. We'll give you a 5-minute window since we've shared some bad beat stories. Feel free. Any bubble bad beat stories?
Everyone has a bad beat story.
Of course. Well, Sophia and Weiwei seem to have bonded. Hearing some friendly banter between them. Jason's been relatively quiet. Has come in with the 2x raising from the small blind strategy with the king 6 off. Not sure how I feel about this. Raising just 2x, you're actually giving your opponent fantastic odds to call you in position and bloating the pot out of position. Have to be really comfortable with your post-flop play, and Jack 9-7, 2 diamonds. About the most connected and wet board possible.
I actually really like it. I think he's aware that Jang in the big blind is one of those shortish stacks and might not be willing to go too crazy with a speculative hand.
Bubble
And
pressure.
Takes it down.
So Jason is called Big Che?
Yeah.
Which would be what in Cantonese again?
Dai Che.
Dai Che, that's right. So we see some shoutouts for Dai Che in chat soon, I'm guessing. Looking at Weiwei on the table did make me curious in case her husband Nevin is still out in the field. I'm gonna be patient before I find that out, but just a reminder that in case you guys are curious like me, you can always go to apt.poker. I was talking to Joris from our live reporting team about how they go about essentially doing poker journalism across the entire series. Takes an incredible commitment to the game to follow stacks around. Sometimes you have to go to a different venue, put it together, put it on the website, and now with all the tech we've enabled to make it easily searchable, reportable, such that super fans, such that the likes of Justin can look up everything.
Yeah, I mean it's really amazing what they've done. I mean, I think this is like a new feature for this series. You really can see the players, all the players that are registered for a tournament, they're kept extremely up to date. I would say probably at most like a 5 to 10 minute delay, which operationally my mind just tells me that's like a really good, like that's a really good job, well done.
A huge shout out to them. Fantastic job, as you said. Weiwei gets 3-bet jammed on with the ace king off. Just getting a little cheeky, seeing the short stack in the big. That is what happens sometimes. You gotta keep taking stabs and let the card distribution punish you every once in a while. So 3 shorties, 16 bigs and below. Chan Huang at the 16 big level. One more elimination. They're coming slower now, as you might expect. Down to 187. Will slowly be officially perhaps in the bubble zone, let's say around the 180 mark, and then go hand for hand with maybe 2 or 3 players left. That's always the fun part. James Neal has really leaned into his role and to going to every table with the mic, getting the whole floor engaged, announcing every card that comes out. And then the running joke ever since the APT Summer Series in Da Nang, when somebody doesn't bust, Neil just goes, well, nothing happened, and moves on to the next table.
Suited. Very pretty looking hand.
Discipline.
Fold it.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think it's a extremely disciplined fold. I believe she was +2. I would say if it wasn't this close to the bubble, she definitely would have opened it, but it's really playing on people's minds at this point. You really don't want to be too speculative with hands, especially as they get a bit more marginal.
Sophia seemed to have no qualms though. Queen 8 suited, taking it down, clearly targeting shorter stacks. Sophia Lovegren is such an actor name, I feel. It's like a celebrity name. I expect to see it in a magazine.
Okay. Maybe it's like a cultural thing. Just like Western names, they all kind of seem fancy. Like Tony Miles, that just sounds like an amazing name.
Tony Miles. Amazing. Did you ever watch this movie Ford versus Ferrari?
Yeah.
And it covered the story of Ken Miles?
Yeah.
I'm still not over the fact that he was basically one of the greatest drivers and one of the great mechanics of all time. And his name was Ken Miles.
I think it happens, like those sort of similar names. I remember there was a, cause I used to follow the Premier League quite a lot, so I think it's almost like 10 years ago now when Mancini used to run Manchester City and then Arsene Wenger used to run Arsenal. I'm like this can't be a coincidence.
I'm not gonna lie, for a moment when you said that, I thought somebody was gonna be named something Ball, something Foot. Like, oh, okay. Tony Foot is playing for Chelsea.
Yeah.
we say hello to the new dealer, familiar face on the stream. Special shout out to all the dealers, not just on the floor, but especially the ones who have to handle the live streaming tables. You can see the headset that they're wearing. Have to announce the action. They have to handle the shot clock perfectly. It's not easy, but they make it look easy.
Definitely some of the best dealers, I think, around Asia are actually flown into Taiwan for this event. It's definitely not easy dealing some of those mixed games. It can get confusing. But yeah, so far all of the dealers have held up well.
I was going to ask, you played the mixed games?
Yeah.
Very curious, you know, how are the dealers doing?
Yeah, they're actually doing really great. I would say they do even better than some of the WSOP dealers, frankly. They understand the rules, they understand what cards need to be burned. Sometimes the dealers can get mixed up, and this is, I guess, another one of those conspiracies. I'm not too sure, but apparently the World Series pays a bit better for the mixed game dealers. So everyone sort of scrambles and says they understand how the mixed games work, but they don't.
Fascinating.
But here we do have a dedicated team.
Oh, look at this. We're seeing some tight folds. The bubble is fully in play. Just saw the ace-jack off, hit the muck. Understandably, Shang not taking the spot. He's down to about, I want to say 17 bigs. Yeah, 89,000 in his stack. Ace-jack off in the hijack, facing the early position open from Jason. And now a similar decision for Wong. King-jack off in the small blind. This is arguably even easier. It's going to feel like he has to respect the early position open. Yeah, there we have it. Lets it go and trash in the big blind. So this is what the bubble leads to. Jason completely aware of his situation.
Yeah.
Getting pocket threes through ace-jack off and king-jack off.
And pocket deuces.
And pocket deuces. Justin in chat informing me that Nevin is no longer in the field. Well, we're sad to hear that, but his partner Weiwei right here on the screen. Clearly representing the both of them now. And it's extremely likely to coast into the money here.
Main event, blinds are going up. 3,000, 6,000. All tournament dealers, please raise the blinds. 3,000, 6,000.
I believe that is an announcement for the main event. The blinds are up to 3,000, 6,000. Very tiny increment, this one.
Yeah, but it's more pressure nonetheless for
But
all
on
the short stacks.
On the bubble, every
That's
increment matters.
Your 15 big blind stack is now 12 big blind stack. It hurts. It feels like you've lost 3 big blinds out of nowhere.
True. But what an amazing structure we have here at the main event. I mean, look at this increment. 2.5 5K to 3K 6K after an hour.
Exactly.
I mean, so you almost get 2 hours of play at very nearly the same level. That is incredible. I mean, the WSOP main event barely offers something that beautiful in terms of structure.
I think someone was saying on a comment on the stream yesterday that the APT, we have more events played over 2 weeks than the entire WSOP over the 3 months, I believe, they run their schedule.
Yeah, I believe that was Justin, who is our most frequent collaborator in chat almost. But look at this. We had a jam with Queen Jack off, and it's been sniffed out by Win, the bigger stack of Win. Pretty bold to call it off with King 9 off, but being correct. I find it very impressive. 57% to be rewarded for his 6th sense. Deuce, 5, 9. 9 doesn't really change much. Some backdoors possible. 2 queens apparently eliminated. So 6 outs down to 4 already. There's another deuce. All the backdoors go away. Wong is using the stand-up equity, as we call it. Bit resigned to his fate, it seems like, and the ace seals the deal. We lose the 180, I suppose, sixth finisher, considering the counter has gone down already.
Okay.
So maybe 2 more now down, James, and we could be officially 10 away. GG. We have another seat open at the feature table. Each elimination pretty painful now.
That was a very ambitious call, though, by the King 9 offsuit. But credits to Nguyen for sniffing that out.
How did he sniff it out, do you think? King 9 off is barely dominating any hands.
Yeah.
Queen Jack off apparently is going to be the best kind of holding you're up against. All those Jack 10, Queen Jack, etc.
I think that's definitely a feature of live poker. You definitely get a lot more tingles and a couple more sixth sense.
I like that.
Feels than you do online, where some people complain you're just clicking buttons, but I do believe there are some tells in there as well, but definitely not as much as live poker.
Matthew in chat asking, what is the buy-in for this event? 70,000 Taiwanese dollars, that's about 2,200 USD. And 1,182 entries decided to do exactly that. Buy in, leading to this record-breaking $2.2 million prize pool.
Huang raising it up with King Jack offsuit. Off 12 big blind stack, 13 big blind stack. But it works out for him.
Wow, bold. But what a sense of relief. Top 10 feeling, picking up a few blinds so near the bubble when you're making a speculative raise.
What would be the best feeling in poker?
That's a good question. I'm going to have to commit to something if I say it. That's the problem. Well, firstly, we always talk about how there's only one person happy at the end of a tournament. So there's winning a tournament, and then let's add on a few things. How about delivering a bad beat to win a tournament?
That seems a bit generic, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's nowhere close to picking up blinds when you're on the bubble 10 away.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll come up with something. We have
Maybe
4 days of coverage. I feel like we'll probably see it happen.
On the bubble, you get it in as an underpair.
Right.
Hit a set.
That's, yeah.
On the river.
Now I'm rooting for it.
On the river. Way with pocket fives on the button.
23 bigs. You can certainly open comfortably, but doesn't have too big a stack. Does Sophia want to make life more interesting for Weiwei? King 10 off hits the muck. And Jason has near the nut low. Okay, so Jason's not folding anything, apparently. Unsuited one gapper, 4 high. King 9-9.
One big blind continuation from Weiwei takes it down.
So if you could help me, James, what language are we seeing in chat right now?
I believe that's Chinese, traditional Chinese.
Okay, that suggests...
Oh, we have some helpers in the chat. thank you. Shout out to 420 Gan for helping out with the Chinese comments there.
Folds to the blinds, and Jason has a monster. Last time around he went 2x with some sort of trash, I remember. Or was it king high, I believe?
Yeah.
Balance it out, 2x again. Apparently.
Yeah, 2x.
Nice and balanced. Any advice for Jang here? Jack 10 off. Seems tricky.
Wow, a fold.
Bubble time.
Definitely.
Peeled with the ace last time, if I remember correctly. Not this time. It's the shortest stack on the table. Wait just a second. Oh, ace queen suited. Did not hit the monk. Got confused there for a moment. Rata has indeed opened.
And Huang with ace queen as well.
This is tricky. The opening is from under the gun.
That's what I was afraid of. It's been sitting there for half an hour.
Let's try and guess what he's thinking. Jamming here. He's getting called by better hands and hands that flip against him. The opener is under the gun. Could have kings, queens, jacks, aces, and others. But he takes the spot. And this is going to look strong. Near the bubble.
It is.
3-betting the under the gun. Putting your tournament life at risk. 10 away from the money here at the APT main event. Murata can afford it.
Especially given that they know Murata hasn't been playing that many hands, to be honest. Well, both letting out a sigh of relief,
Actually,
knowing that
Chan,
they're more likely than not losing chips.
that's right, very likely chop, but you know how it feels in the bubble. Chan wasn't the happiest.
Yeah.
Still grimaced a bit. Needs a heart not to appear. Safe. Chop it up.
There are running spades.
Oh, that's right, actually. Huang now with the advantage. Now we good.
can chop it up.
Nothing like a free roll. Look at that, 3 stacks tied at the top.
Sitting comfortably though with 60 bigs.
Murata, Jason, and Win. We haven't heard from him in a bit. Sophia and Wei Wei are the middle stacks. Zhang and Huang, we just saw all in. The shorties with about 15 and 12 bigs.
Do you think the dynamic changes when you have a couple of people leading sort of the table together, especially around a situation like that? Are they defaulting to solid poker, or do you feel like they'll start leveling each other a bit?
Yeah, that's a great point. With 2 co-chip leaders, there aren't exactly table bullies on our table. Sometimes it becomes exceedingly apparent. I mean, we can see the cards, but even if you don't, there's people who are literally opening any 2 cards and such. That's not the case, and it is perhaps because there are 2 or 3 big stacks. You never have just a clean field behind you to absolutely bully, open any 2, etc. And I think that is to the benefit of the short stacks. They're not getting all the bubble pressure that they could be experiencing. Mind you, in another couple of eliminations, let's just say, they'll have to start looking out at the outer tables. Our feature table, by the way, elevated. I mean, sure, they have 10 bigs and they're the shortest on their own table, but I'm sure there's much, much shorter stacks out there. Here we go, James. The tanking begins.
He's not seriously thinking about this, is he?
No, he's tanking. And I'd actually appreciate if you could explain to the audience why he might be tanking.
Yeah, I mean, he's just waiting for people to bust, really.
Wants to see fewer hands on his own table.
Sure. That's less big blinds paid. Or, I guess, okay, let's not put it that way. The big blind comes back to him much slower.
Correct.
I think that's what happened at the National, I think. Lloyd decided to increase... Oh, no, it was for one of the high rollers. That Lloyd decided not to play hand for hand with 1 on the bubble, but 2 on the bubble?
3 on the bubble.
3 on the bubble, because they're starting to tank too long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So usually people wince a little bit because hand for hand takes a while. By definition, you can't start the next table unless all the tables are done. But in this case, Lloyd, our excellent operator, knew that hand for hand with 3 away from the bubble would actually speed up the pace of play, and indeed it did. For instance, if we were hand for hand right now, which wouldn't make sense, we're 9 away, but there wouldn't be any cause for Huang to tank there.
Correct.
Wouldn't have anything to gain.
That's correct.
By the way, look at the counter. 184 now. Empty in chat says tank is always good. Well, that's a contrarian. Okay. Max tanking is plus EV, says Dot in chat. Yes, it is if you're trying to eke out EV like that, but as we just said, that's where hand for hand takes care of. Also, if you think you have an edge on the table, which is likely why you're playing, not seeing hands is also minus EV, so maybe it balances out a bit.
Definitely reduces the variance, though. Sometimes you could be a winning player, but you just don't want to take this spot. Or I guess you have less spots that you are forced to take just because you see less hands. Wow, what a flop though for Nguyen. Defends his big blind with Jack 5 of hearts, flops 8-5 deuce, 2 hearts.
Time bank thrown out. Each of those good for 1 minute. Refreshed at the start of the day and final tables. I believe you get 5. Check raises. Should end the hand right here. I too like the check raise though. To state the obvious, you're almost doing it for value. Pair and a flush draw is, as they say, not even performing too badly against a set sometimes.
Yeah,
but
and you just clean up so much equity.
Exactly.
Especially from 2 overcards like this.
Exactly. Also a great hand to balance out your more bluffy check raises. Also from a momentum perspective and a metagame perspective. The blind versus big blind and the dealer versus big blind dynamic is one that stays for a long time on the table. And when you put up resistance when you have it, you're much less likely to face heat in the future.
Win now the table chip leader with 62 big blinds. And his fellow countryman Huang, table shorty with 14 big blinds.
I should point out, by the way, to everybody watching, we do end the stream and the day when we're in the money, so that the online qualifiers, 21 of them, can join us in day 3. We're only 9 away. I dare not look at the website apt.poker because we are on a 30-minute delay here. I'm mighty curious who all has made it. By the way, James, I don't know if you know this, but the live reporting team does not spoil anything on the feature table thanks to the delay.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So that way you can support whoever you are supporting here. Feel the roller coaster of emotions as we do, but at the same time look up live updates online without fear of getting spoiled.
Ooh, another player dropped 183 now.
Wow, 8 away. Our feature table seems to be hanging on fairly tight.
Stop moving. Good sign.
What's going on here, James? Is Weiwei just not a believer?
More tanking.
Just more tanking.
More tanking.
Now, I'm known to tank on online tournaments.
Okay.
Well, you want to get in the money. Sometimes you can just see. That's the most easy thing. But I do feel a bit of guilt. Do you think I should feel guilt when tanking?
I don't think so. I don't think you have to. For one, I don't tank just because I'd like to see more hands and play more games, but I think it's a more personal sort of decision at that point.
But even though it's online, I just know they know. Everybody else at the table, they know what I'm doing. That's what gets to me.
Yeah.
By the way, a free roll here for Sophia. Needs that last diamond, and there it is.
There it comes.
Not too shabby on the bubble. Runner, runner, nutter butter. Now she can comfortably value bet, and her opponent happens to have an ace despite her blocking one. Unfortunate run out here for Win to state the obvious. But he could get away from it somehow. Not too many bluffs possible. 31k is a half pot bet. Needs to be right 1 in 4 times. Is he beating a fourth of Sophia's range? And he decides not. Fantastic fold.
Great fold.
When you have the chip lead like that, how many people just talk themselves into thinking, I have top pair, I'm up in my range, it is what it is, yada yada yada. This is the difference. And you know what always impresses me? When they make it look easy too.
Yeah.
Not pained about it, not hemming and hawing. Empty in chat asks, if I'm playing on that table with huge chips, can I go to the bathroom and take a nap? Actually, absolutely you can. As you were just telling me, James, sometimes people do that. $182.
7 away.
1,182 players signed up, and 1,000 of them have dropped like flies.
We were talking about this just now with
I know.
Steven.
That's why I brought it up. I know he hates it. You did bring up one expression. I was responding in chat when I was listening about why we say something's a dog.
I saw that. Yeah, no, I think that's really interesting. So it comes from dog fighting, is it?
Yeah. Maybe that's why sometimes we don't discuss the etymology of some things. It's usually from some unsavory thing from the past.
How about the butterflies in your stomach thing?
Exactly.
Yet another unsavory thing from the past.
Exactly.
Jason here, defending with Jack 10 suited. Flops a gutter ball. Huang here opening it up with a short stack with ace-8 offsuit and UTG +1. Definitely not a standard play, but he might have picked up that people are starting to play a lot tighter as we get closer to the bubble.
Mighty risky though, considering his stack. Still ahead on this board after being called. Look at this, 67k in the pot, 60k in a stack. Puts in about half a stack as a bluff. Near the money bubble of the main event. I mean,
at least he thinks he's bluffing.
He thinks he's bluffing. He's
thinks
bluffing
he's
with the rest of it. He gets it through, by the way. Well, I believed him.
Congratulations.
By the way, I mean, that looks so strong to put in half your stack on the turn. Wonder what kind of a range Jason would have continued with. And with that, Huang separates himself from the shortest stack. Seems either pleased or surprised, I can't decide.
Yet another player closer to the bubble.
Oh my, 181.
6 remaining.
So Jang is now the short stack with 14 bigs. We'll be feeling the pinch. Jack 4 for Weiwei. Tank or not to tank? That is the question. Bit of a tank.
Bit of a tank.
Oh no, it's more than a bit of a tank. You got 30 seconds on the shot clock, so I suppose that's the most you'd do. I can hear the buzzing on the floor. Tensions mounting. 181 players remaining. Let's just say 20 to 25 tables. That means you just need to keep an eye on 6 or 7 of them. If you spot a tiny stack, you can anti-rail them.
When do you think tanking gets to too much tanking?
Now, maybe? Wei Wei is. I mean, she has 24 bigs.
Yeah, I mean, she is within bounds of the rules of the game where she is given 30 seconds for each decision.
Yeah, there's not much you can do in terms of the rules of the game to ensure.
And so, what's going on? Do you feel in a tournament director's mind when everyone on the table is using their 30 seconds?
Yeah, it's kind of like the difference between the letter of the law and the spirit of the law.
Yeah,
You're certainly going against the spirit of the law, and the reason I'm surprised to see Wei Wei do it, though I'm not judging her too harshly, at least for now. Let's see how aggressive it gets, or how egregious. The reason I'm confused a bit is because she has 24 bigs, which is plenty. Although, of course, if the bubble goes on for a long time, it starts getting depleted. You are taking away hands from the shorter stacks as well.
That is true.
So, you know, in terms of the ethics, it remains a big question in the poker world. Happy to hear from chat, by the way, what they think. Any thoughts on tanking you'd like us to take into account? Let us know. Here we go again, James. Doyle Brunson is being remembered for a while. 10 deuce hits the muck. 181 players remaining.
Justin with a comment here. One local player wasn't able to show up today and blinded out 11 before the money.
Oof.
That's painful.
Wow. Actually got close too. Must have had a monster stack.
Yeah.
Short stack versus the new middle stack of Huang. And pocket sevens does make the call from the small blind. Chan Hui Huang has certainly not been afraid to get in the mix despite his stack size. Chang would have loved to just see folds in the blinds, instead going multi-way, and now has ace-10 off on king 4. Chan Huang from Vietnam, currently with the best hand, pocket sevens. Not too difficult to see on this board that you might have the best hand. Let's see if Zhang even attempts to steal it. 42,000 in the middle, 62,000 for the short stack. And Huang
leads the flop.
Leads multi-way. Donks it. Great bet. Perfect. Protection bet, as they used to call it. He's fairly unraisable. Could have a king himself, and kings should not be raising anyway. That's why I like the bet.
He is in a world of hurt if Jang decides to shove as a bluff here.
There's no way.
There is no. I agree, but it would be so tough.
That's the thing. I mean, a lot of these tricky bets, the reason people play in flow is because it is arguably solver approved. It's a way you can't get too exploited. But very often when you do something tricky, you need the other person to have the gumption to exploit you.
Yeah.
And that's not easy to have. I mean, if you think about blocker bets, I mean, by math, like 40% of blocker bets should be getting raised. But they just like work.
Yeah.
You can just get to cheap showdowns so often.
Again, the bubble playing in mind, I would have assumed the ace-10 and the 7s would have been all in.
True.
If it were for the bubble.
And speaking of bubble, James, look at this. Down to 180. 5 away from the money. Every player on this table wants to sneak through. Now Wei Wei has a marginal holding, ace-9 off. Given how she's been approaching it, I would expect her to tank fold, but she seems to be reaching for chips. Let's think about why she's doing this. Who's on the blinds is the real question. It is the short stacks, I believe. Pocket jacks. Wang, once again, has not shied away from getting involved, despite the bubble.
Just calls here.
8-5-3 Rainbow. As good as a flop as you can want with pocket jacks. Wei Wei. That's Lin on the screen. Probably thinks the flop favors her as well. Early position open. Low board. Continuation bet will be called. Or is that a raise?
Will be raised, actually.
Will be raised in position once again. One of those exploitable plays. He would be in a world of hurt if Wei Wei found the 3-bet on the flop.
Fortunately for him, there is no size other than all in.
That's a great point.
I believe he still has to call off.
I don't know if he would call off an all in, but I like the fact that he got that leverage on this bet. You make a great point. You're putting your opponent into an odd pair of handcuffs with this sizing. Wei Wei knows she's been caught with her hand in the cookie jar. Lets this one go. You know, despite all the tanking, I feel like she got a bit frisky in early position. Thought she could probably run over some of her opponents. One short stack in the blind, one, well, I was going to say X short stack, but look at that. Huang now up to 33 bigs, a comfortable middle.
Yeah, he was at 12 bigs at one point.
Precisely. Deepak asking in chat how to get invited to the live stream flip out. I think that's tomorrow, Deepak, or maybe day after. Deepak asking in chat how to get.
Wei Wei this time picks up a quote-unquote real hand with King-Queen offsuit here.
Bit gun shy now, understandable. Likely a fold anyway, under the gun, bubble situation, 20 big blind stack, king queen off, not the strongest holding. And Sophia has taken a different approach to the game. Does not need the strongest of holdings.
No fear.
But no fear. I have been told we will be going hand for hand with 178 players remaining. As we were just discussing, James, that's 3 away from the money. So there's going to be some bouncing around between the tables. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Always the most fun part of the live stream, following the action on outer tables. Quick c-bet to take it down.
Sophia making it look too easy. Must be nice. 2 stacks of 10 bigs apiece. New player has joined us. Hung from Taiwan. That is indeed how you'd say it. Coming in on seat 1. 10 big blind stack. Not what you want at this stage.
We have reached the intraday milestone of 100 hands.
Oh. So 100 hands, and we've gone, I mean, let's just say they're the same across most tables.
Mhm.
We've gone from 500 players in day 2 to 180.
That's more than 2 players per hand.
Wow.
Yeah, that fact just blows my mind. You hear pros, they're like, oh, don't talk about whether you're a winning player or not unless you play like 100,000 hands. And today we've played 100 hands.
And it's going to determine career-making scores, life-changing
Exactly.
scores. Poker's funny sometimes. Oh, okay. I thought those were shades, but that's actually just spectacles. Juan needing some optical assistance to make the fold. Murata has been snug, continues to do so with the pocket 4s. I like the discipline.
Do you think the call by Jason is just awareness, thinking that Sophia is starting to raise quite a few more hands?
That's a great point. It's 2 in a row. This one's under the gun. And of course, he has the stack where he can afford to set mine, unlike a lot of the other shorties. You're about 8 to 1 to hit a set. You want to make sure your opponent has arguably double of that. You want some implied odds, get paid off. Look at this, a family pot brewing at this stage. The last thing I would have imagined. Mei Nan Nguyen has called 7-6 off in the small. That is ambitious. Wei Wei does not tank too much. Now under 20 big blinds. That's the king 8 off go. So 3-handed to the flop. King, queen, 4. Of course, the king was just folded by Wei Wei. And was it pocket 4s folded as well?
Yeah.
Of course. Of course.
One of the worst feelings.
Would have made a set on the bubble of the main event. But I do appreciate the discipline. I believe that was Murata folding the pocket 4s. And Wei Wei clearly had been burnt a bit. And Sophia, fearless, firing 22,000 into 2 players and then staring at Jason.
Yeah.
Oof.
Jason there trying to stay calm under that death glaze. Now shifting her focus to Nguyen.
Wow. Power poker much?
Yeah.
Once again, making it look easy.
Yeah, Sophia has been definitely one of the most impressive players so far on this table.
Absolutely.
Confirmed, right? 178?
Ah, there we go. We see the top left ticker has been updated. And here's some announcements at the back. It is official, James. We are now hand for hand.
For any of our viewers that don't know what hand for hand is, it means all tables will only play 1 hand until every table is completed with their hand, and they will deal 1 hand from there. Huang picking up jacks again. Great time to pick up jacks. We're hearing Lloyd just there saying to all dealers, once the hand is completed, please stand up from your seats. Oh, this is a fun situation with Nguyen 3-betting with the ace-10 offsuit here.
Nguyen has been probably the quietest person at the table. Finding a decent holding, putting the pressure, and now flopping best against the jacks.
Oh, we're now at 177. We've lost a player.
Wow, that was quick.
Yeah.
All right, 177 for guys, 177.
So we're 2 away from money. And here lies the situation. Wang has pocket jacks out of position. It's gone check check on the flop.
Nguyen now feeling comfortable to bet with his ace and a gut shot. Wang getting sticky with his hand.
Wow, what is he beating? I know you have jacks. That's easier said than done to just let them go when they're under-repped, but the board is getting more and more dangerous. Now the backdoor flush comes in, the 4 to a straight comes in, there's an ace on the board.
And then check check by both players. And Nguyen will take it down.
Here we go. Hand for hand coverage begins.
All right, guys. So, players, please take your seats. Gentlemen, players, please take your seats.
That's Neil Johnson, our hand for hand correspondent. That's
And
Lloyd,
I
of course.
executive director of the APT. We're gonna verify that.
All right, tournament dealers can shuffle dealers. Hand only.
That's Lloyd giving instructions to all the dealers. The
One of the-
conductor of the orchestra here.
And one of the best TDs in the world.
One of the best CDs by far in the world. We are fortunate for him to be part of and in charge of our festival here. Here we go. The camera team is in full force, keeping an eye on all the tables. If there is an all-in, the dealer pauses the action. I believe the cards are not flipped over. And Neil Johnson, who we mentioned, is beckoned over with a microphone. And announcements are made such that the whole floor can hear what the action is. 2 away from the money. About 3,700 USD is the minimum payout here for 175th place onwards. Chunky amount, certainly. Nice return on the 2,200 USD or so buy-in. And Murata, one of the chip leaders on the table, has pocket sixes. So I have a question, James. I think the blinds cannot go up anymore, right? The clock is frozen.
No, the blinds do go up. I believe they shave off 2 to 3 minutes, I believe, per hand that's being played during hand for hand.
I see.
But Jason here defending with the 7-6 offsuit and flops best. Although it will be quite difficult for him to continue, especially if Murata takes initiative.
Just listen to that buzz in the room. Every time a hand gets done on the table, I assume they just stand around, look at other tables.
Exactly.
Trade notes, look to their friends on some other table from a distance and start trading hand histories.
Exactly. Usually you have like 1 or 2 friends that are out running around to see who's the shortest stack around.
Actually, that's a great point. If you yourself are a short stack, you're actually incentivized. Well, you can go to apt.poker, that would help as
Yep,
well.
sure.
But you're incentivized to scope out the other tables.
Exactly.
See if there's some super shorties you can try and outlast. It's such a fun time. I wish I was out there. But we'll do the next best thing. After our feature table hand is done, to the extent it's appropriate, we'll cut to any outer table where there is action going on. the all-in variety especially. This is an example.
There's an all-in and a call.
So we'll wait for Neil to appear before the cards get flipped up. Let's see, who do we have here? Can check with perhaps the live reporting team. Neil has arrived. There you have it.
President of APT.
APT president.
All right, everybody, with 177 players left, we have our first called all-in. Table number 3. Fungsatorn from Thailand has been called all-in by Jovan from Serbia. It is pre-flop. All right, gentlemen, let's see. Our all-in player has kings, king of clubs, king of diamonds, called by ace king of hearts.
Good spot.
We have pocket kings against ace king. Dealer, let's see the flop, please. Jack of hearts in the door. Jack king 7. Please hold. All right, we've got a set of kings against a pair of kings. Ace king of hearts. Dealer turn card. Turn card is the 9 of spades. Kings are going to go ahead and double through. Dealer, deal the river card, please. Kings full of jacks are going to double up.
Okay. Sigh of relief.
There was one fan clapping for him. Congratulations. All right, dealers, one hand, please. One hand, please, dealers.
Top boat is a nice way to stick around in the tournament with double the amount of chips you had a moment
ago. Everyone can see it
ago.
on the screens now because they're showing it, so it's not as important. Is that one better or worse than this one? Ah, that's fine then.
We can hear Neil having a bit of an internal discussion, but look at
This time I'm
that
just
floor
gonna hang out over
of
here with
buzz.
you guys. It's very busy in there.
The bubble is on. That's what it feels like. In case any of you have not experienced an MTT bubble, there's nothing else quite like it.
It's also quite cruel, isn't it, when everyone remaining, especially if you're a short stack and all in, everyone is secretly hoping you bust.
Oh, the anti-railing, and you can feel the energy of 177 people. 76, I
You get the
suppose.
bubble envelopes.
As usual, we're back to our feature table for the one hand, and we wait. Dot in chat asks an interesting brain teaser almost. What do we think, James, of going hand for hand from the start of the tournament and blinds go up per number of hands? Would it be too slow? It's funny, I've never thought about that. So just thinking about it in real time, certainly seems like it would be fair for everyone, although edge cases do tend to emerge. Blinds going up per number of hands. I see no problem with it.
I think it's an interesting idea. I think operationally it's just a bit of a hassle, I guess. I do think I believe the spin and goes on GG, they do it by number of hands.
Interesting.
Per blind level, if I'm not mistaken, or there's a format which they do so. But yeah, no, that's definitely an interesting thought. Okay, we're coming back out to a outer table. I believe that looks like Lester from the Philippines.
Lloyd. Still got
There we
one,
go.
right? Yeah, yeah.
Neil likely rushing to the table.
I lost Lloyd, so I can't see. Yeah, we're clear here, right? We're clear here. Okay.
See a lot of the APT team out there. Photographers. I see Ben. That's Neil on the screen. The entire machinery is activated when it comes to the money bubble. We see Adrian, we see Kai, our live reporter. Even the staff can't help but be excited during the bubble. 1,182 entries. 2 of them will be going away. Painfully disappointed. I wonder if it's anyone on this table. Hand for hand can last for a while, by the way. Let's not forget, shorter stacks tend to go in with the best of it. So you do expect most of the bubble hands to go in the short stacks' favor. That's Kai, our live reporter, telling Neil the action thus far. Just saw Vans in the background.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, some of the players just chilling, waiting to hear the good news on their phones.
Pretending not to be anti-railing the player at risk. I believe we're just waiting for the last couple of hands across some other tables to be complete.
Yeah, and I should clarify the reason to do that as well. I mean, this is part of hand for hand. It's because you don't want other tables to influence their own decision based on when the cards get turned up. So if you see you're on the bubble with aces versus deuces, you might make tighter folds. This way, when the cards don't get turned up,
we can't do anything here.
other tables know there is an all-in. Can't help but hide that. But it's not very explicit. The Asia Poker Arena in all its glory. It's funny, James, because we're out there all the time on the floor. It's right outside the commentary booth.
Yeah.
But that angle is from the top of the feature table stage.
Yeah.
So it's elevated. I feel like it's a whole different experience.
Yeah.
You can see like maybe 40 of the tables.
It again just highlights what a great venue we have here at the Asia Poker Arena.
Is that, well, firstly, that's Enzo, one of our photographers.
A big fold on the turn. All right, Alex, I can go, right? Okay.
Look at that, the photographers.
All right, sorry guys. If
Are standing
TV
on
and the
chairs.
cameras don't get here, we just never start, so please let them in. Okay, we're over here on table 13. We have Idoberto from the Philippines, is all in, covered by Tetsuya, Japan. It is pre-flop, so let's please see the cards. No. Turn them up, folks, let's see. We got ace-5 off, called by ace-deuce suited in hearts. You can pull them in. All right, our all-in player has the ace of spades and the 5 of diamonds, called by the ace-deuce of hearts.
Ace-deuce, okay.
All right, dealer, let's see the flop, please. 4, 8, 10, all spades. 8 of spades, 10 of spades, 4 of spades. Flush draw to our all-in player with the ace of spades, and probably a significant amount of chopportunities.
Chopportunities. There we go.
Dealer, let's see the turn card. There's a 4 of hearts.
Neil using the lingo I like.
At the 4 is ace 10. At the moment, it's a chop. River card. It's the 3 of clubs, and we're just going to put all the chips back and pretend this never happened.
Never happens.
That would be a chop. All right, dealers, please, one more hand.
And hand for hand continues.
It's so unique. Look at that. Everybody now sitting down on the table just for one more hand. I will do it again. And it's all to get down to that final in the money cohort here.
Wow, there's that massive chip stack right there.
Ooh, yeah, that's right. Right at the bottom of the screen. It's like a
4 stacks of blue, like 5 stacks of yellow.
It's built a suburban township over there.
Yeah, it'd definitely be interesting to see the chip stacks at the end of the day. I think in Dana, or the most recent tournaments, we've had some huge chip stacks at the end of each day. So it'd be interesting to see what that looks like here.
Well, you guys were commentating over Sam Hong, I believe, who was the chip leader coming into day 2.
Yeah.
Just looking at the live reporting, which now is going to be, I think, missing a lot of the bubble info. You can see some of the riders, by the way, out there navigating the hand for hand. But we had stacks as low as 3 bigs, I believe, James, the shortest one. So,
wow.
All-ins are coming. Whether they survive or not is up to the poker gods, I suppose. But with the big blind ante in play, you can't hang on for too long. As we take a look at one hand from our feature table. Very interesting, by the way. Sophia, relentless with her loose opens, getting punished by the ace-queen off of Jason. Sophia's been in poker for 17 years, it seems.
Wow. Definitely one of our more accomplished players on our feature table, but let's bring the action back out to the outer tables.
Man, can you imagine the roller coaster as a short stack? Every time it's hand for hand, every time you hear the all-in. I mean, we're 2 away from the money, so suppose not on the stone bubble as they call it yet. But you're just itching to be able to message your friends or post on Twitter in the money.
Yeah.
And then the pocket kings catch a king. The ace-5 refuses to get a bad beat. And you gotta do it all over again. Let's not forget, the day for the players as well as the stream ends when we're in the money. So if you're like me, you're happy to have this continue to get your poker fix for the day. For those of you watching in chat, once again, we thank you so much for joining us. Over 200 of you here. We would appreciate it if you would hit subscribe so you stay updated. Day 3 is being streamed tomorrow. Surprise, surprise. The APT Main Event Day 3 is going to kick off in the money. We're going to play 10 levels. Coverage goes all the way till the high roller. the usual event we end our streams with. 2-day high roller. I did spot Pachara, by the way, the Thailand superstar, winner of Taipei 2023 high roller.
Is it
officially entered the festival? Here we go. Neil's getting the information dump from Kai.
All right. Just confirming. Alex, I can go, right? Done. Okay. All right, guys, we are over here, table 15. We have Lee all in on the button, called by Wei. Let's see him pre-flop. King, Queen of Diamonds, all in, called by 4-6 off.
Okay.
6 of diamonds, 4 of spades. You can bring him in.
Bang
No, sorry,
seems to.
wait. Bring him up just so they can get a good shot. There we go. Yep.
Thank you, Neil, for directing.
King, Queen of Diamonds against 6-4. You've already burned. Let's see the flop. 3-4-8. That's a pair of 4s for the caller. There is 1 diamond on the board. 8 of clubs, 4 of clubs, 3 of diamonds.
Oh no, what a way for the King Queen.
All right, dealer, let's see the turn.
Potentially go out.
Hold on.
9 of diamonds. 9 of diamonds. We have picked up some extra outs.
Starting to come in.
Kings, queens, diamonds is what Lee's looking for on the river in order to double through here. Dealer, let's see what he gets. Diamond! Diamond for the double up for Lucky Lee in the 7 seat. It's okay, Lee. I'm sure everybody here was rooting for you. They really were. You could hear it in their voices. All right, dealers, one more time, please.
One more time. What a roller coaster. The King Queen suited. Getting outdrawn on the flop must have been that top 10 painful feeling.
Yeah.
And then runner into a double up. Nice hand there for Lee. He was in for his last 6,500 chips, so basically a blind.
Yeah. 6,500. Wow.
So he's still one of the shorter stacks out there. Certainly going to feel a lot more comfortable.
But a double up is a double up.
Double up is a double up, and not to mention with the anti-structure, I guess he gets at least 6 hands for relatively free or cheap. Sophia. Pulling a Sophia. Ace-3 off. Hijack. Let's run it.
I believe Weiwei just folded an ace-9 or ace-10.
Yeah.
Definitely highlighting the difference, the juxtaposition of our two players here. Murata here, defending with the Jack-9 suited in the big blind. Flop King-9 deuce rainbow. Murata with a middle pair, and Sophia with ace high. She continues the aggression. Let's see if Murata taking the standard line.
Easy spot, I suppose. Backdoors help as well. There's one of them.
There's one of
Backdoor
them.
straight draw. Sophia now. And decide to really bump things up. She doesn't have her opponent covered, so putting pressure on the bubble is a bit misplaced here. I don't think she's had a real holding ever since she sat down on the table. She's just been
pocket
making
nines.
moves. Oh, pocket 9s, that's right. As soon as she sat down.
As soon as she sat
she
down.
made top set. Burnt.
I really hope she showed that hand.
I don't think she did, actually.
And then she can start building this image.
Ah, Murata. Value betting with the blocker.
Hey, you're Greg, right? I watch you all the time. Hong Kong. No. I'm on this table. Yeah.
都 7-9
而家咧去到仲有2個人爆咗咧，跟住之後就全部人都有獎金啊 ！ITM 入到呢個獎金圈啦。
We can hear some Cantonese in the background. I believe there was someone telling his friend that they're currently on the bubble with 2 more busts for everyone else to be in the money. He was talking about wanting to get something to eat.
All right. Sorry, we had to wait a long time for check over there. Oh, no, yeah, thank you very much, man. Thank you.
I absolutely
Right.
love Neil
Sorry, what table
during
was
this stage. He is just...
Thank you. We're on table number 9 over here. We are on the river. We've got a 9 of hearts, a king of clubs, a 6 of diamonds, a jack of hearts, and a 10 of spades. All in is seat number 7, Naparat from Thailand. He's been called by seat number 5, which is Wei from Taiwan.
You went all in the call.
Oh. Well, but he's the at-risk player, right? Yeah. Sorry, apologies. He called all in. All right, no more action. Let's see, guys. Ace 5, 9, 10. We got 2 pair 9s and 10s for the all-in. Ace 5 for ace high for the call, or sorry, excuse me, for the better. 9s and 10s are going to double through, everybody.
Nothing happened.
There we go. The nothing happened.
Chips moved.
Oh, Neil, come
The
on.
all-in player is a lot happier now.
I want blood, Neil. Blood.
No blood for Greg on this hand, everybody. Dealers, let's shuffle up and spin one more time.
When you develop a catchphrase, a monetizable catchphrase, you don't undo it.
Okay, we have Greg there, right in the middle of the mix.
He looks like his camera stand looks like that, like Gandalf star.
I was gonna say like
GTO
looks like
wizard.
a mage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, GTO wizard. He just has GTO wizard running on his phone right now.
Also, and I'm worried about this stereotyping, but at least in certain countries I've been to, including America, a group of Chinese tourists always has somebody leading them.
Yeah,
with like a little
with
flag,
a
up
yeah.
front. Greg with his yellow phone, apparently.
Sophia not letting up, not getting the foot off the gas.
Wow, just like these marginal hands. I mean, last time around it was ace 3 off, pocket 3s this time. Usually early to mid position. Just
And I
goes.
think Jason is definitely picking up.
You're right.
I think 6-5 suited is a more than speculative play, but I think he's definitely picking up signals from Sophia. But
Listen.
it's just so difficult for him to navigate with a hand like 6-5 suited.
He's in position. That should certainly help the cause. He has her covered and on the bubble. That makes a huge difference. Sophia's just decided to be table captain without having the chips needed. And flops a full house for what it's worth. Jack, jack, jack. Always exciting. Anthony in chat says, Neil is my man, but that earring has got to go. Come on, Anthony. Learn something about style, why don't you? Never question Neil's earring. I have a full house, she says, cheekily.
Did she not say she have quads?
I don't think so. I think she's trying to get her image back. I have a full house. What do you want from me?
She could have said I have quads. That would completely ruin her image, though, if she said that.
If she said I have quads. Right back to it. Once the dealer is done, they fan the cards you see in front of you.
The main event payouts. Just back on the screen. Min cash 111,000 Taiwan dollars. Roughly 3,500 USD. Again, not bad for a 2,200 buy-in event. Almost double the money. As we move up, the first 5-figure shows up. 5-figure payout show up between 21st and 23rd for 13,000. That is quite a big. I think there's a slight mistake.
From 24th to 23rd. Yeah.
From 24th to 31st.
I think it's a mistype. So just to clarify, it says going from 9,500 to 8,132. I suspect that's 11,132. So essentially, you're going from about 10,000 for 31st place to about 20,000 for 15th.
Yeah.
Once again, if you want to see the exact payouts, you can go to apt.poker, or you can ask us in chat. Happy to tell you. But perhaps the payouts to focus on. I'll just go with the top 3. 13 million Taiwanese dollars. That's 410,000 USD. And James, can I just say how exciting it is? I told you I've been covering the APT maybe 7 or 8 spots. I think the first event I went to, the guarantee was $500,000 USD.
Wow.
One of the summer series, but still. And now the first place prize is 400,000 USD.
Yeah. The event has definitely gone stride to stride. I believe even the next series, APT Jeju, they're guaranteeing not as much as this event.
1.5, I believe.
Yeah, for the main event. But that's also a huge number, given that they won't be having a lot of Koreans there. Unfortunately, Korean nationals are unable to play within Korea. But still, the APT is confident they're able to hit that $1.5 million guarantee.
Any more insight on Koreans not being allowed to play? Is there some long-standing reason, just the nature of the beast in terms of legality, or?
Yeah, I think it's just a legal issue. Korea has one casino where nationals are allowed to play in, but I believe they don't offer poker, unfortunately. That being said, the poker in Korea has definitely been growing with a lot of, we call them hold'em pubs, where they don't actually play for any money. They play for tickets that grant them access to bigger festivals and events held not only in Korea, but also for larger events around the world. There we see my good friend Dinesh.
Those cards, let's deal him some new ones. One more hand. Oh, sorry.
We apologize for the glitch in graphics. Should be fixed as per usual. What matters is that we are hand for hand.
And you couldn't see over him?
So interestingly, James, if we do not get in the money, which would of course be the end of the day.
If he wins, he's definitely the tallest APT winner of all time.
In the next 15 minutes, we'd actually hit the break time, as you were describing. The clock's still technically ticking,
sure,
as you mentioned,
one of the early teams
with some discount given per hand. So we're 15 minutes away from that. Let's see if we need to take a break or not, or do we hit 2 eliminations?
On our feature table here, we have 2 short stacks as well, both with 7 big blinds. Murata has been playing very solid poker today, and he's being rewarded for it. Oh, obviously it's easy to say when we know he has an ace and it comes ace high, but
true.
Generally, I feel like any pot he's been involved in, he's taken down.
I'd say it's sort of a tag approach, maybe.
Yeah.
Tight aggressive, as they say.
But the way he's been playing definitely has been working out. Nguyen floating with the king high here, faces a second straight of aggression. I expect this to work. No, he's actually gonna call.
Wonder what Nguyen would have done without hitting the 8.
I was secretly hoping he kind of bet. But I'm assuming he's called both streets, thinking that Murata was on a flush draw, which would have gotten there by the river. And so he checks it behind.
Look at this. 2 short stacks on our table. 7 bigs apiece. And mind you, I just mentioned how we're going to account for the clock in such a way that in about 12-13 minutes, we'll hit the break. If there are still 177 players, or 176 even, when we come back, blinds will be up to 4,000, 8,000. And I do like to point out, James, bit of a broken record here, but this is a big increment, going from 6,000 to 8,000, the biggest one possible, 33%. Yeah. Your stacks are reduced by 25%. Anybody who's short right now is going to be truly feeling the pinch.
And you really don't want to be busting right after the break.
Ronaldo in chat a while ago said short stack feeling the pressure. Trust me, it's only getting worse.
I think I just picked up on some banter between Murata and our Spanish player, but I believe he just mentioned that he's a Korean-born Spaniard.
Oh, okay.
So,
as we were guessing.
Yeah. Yeah, but poker it's an amazing sport. It's opportunities like the hand for hand, which let you speak with people from different cultures. It's really such a great experience to be able to play poker with so many people from different walks of life.
Absolutely. By the way, I spot a Thailand superstar. That's Napat on seat number 7 or so. One of the top 3 finishers at APT Incheon. Part of that Thai contingent that has been absolutely crushing it at the APT. One of the many Punat Punsri mentees, if I could say so. Goes by Top Tap, by the way. Was an actor in Thailand.
Oh.
And transitioning to poker now.
Again, many walks of life.
To your point.
We got a lot of actors here, I feel, in the APT.
Can you tell, looking at him now that I've said it? Confirmation bias and all that?
Probably not. Probably wouldn't have been my first guess. But do you think it helps, acting, in someone's poker ability?
Oh, that's interesting.
Obviously, I think we had, for our invitational, a comedian as well,
Yeah.
perhaps.
Lung
I guess
Lung.
that's some form of acting as well. Do you reckon it plays into how someone plays poker?
That's interesting. We do have Kao in chat saying top tap, I love you. Well, fame certainly does not elude top tap. As for the acting ability, yeah, live tells are certainly a part of the game. A live poker repertoire has to include managing tells. I think when you're a good actor, and I'm not certainly one well versed with what the training to be an actor exactly entails, I think there's a lot of emotional regulation involved, perhaps. You know, there's a lot of like second order effects that perhaps might play a positive role.
Yeah.
I also feel like, and I can only speak to this in reverse, you know, having loved poker, been passionate about it for a long time, there's so much I've learned from poker that I take to any other endeavor.
Boy, you're good over there, right?
And I can only imagine something like acting.
All right, we're over here on table 20,
There's all
everybody.
kinds of lessons.
We've got seat 4. You have seat 5's all in, right? Seat 5 is our at-risk player, Jeff from the Philippines. Called by Chun from Hong Kong.
Oh.
We are at the river. We got the 7 of diamonds, the 7 of clubs, 10 of clubs, 3 of clubs, and the ace of spades.
We can see there, APT national winner.
All right, gentlemen, let's
Jason
see.
Yuan from Hong Kong.
I got ace, ace for aces full of sevens, 7 sevens
Wow.
for
Oh
quads.
my word.
Ace is full
Wow.
on the river. Flopped quads for the all-in. The all-in is going to double up with all of the 7s in the deck.
Excuse me?
Wow, what a cooler.
What is this, Casino Royale?
All right,
The final
dealers,
hand of
that was
rounders?
very
What is going on?
exciting. Let's do it again. One more hand, please.
Well, I guess the all-in player was never at risk, but that hand, understandably, has set the room abuzz. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy.
So I guess he flopped quads.
Yeah.
Likely got called by the aces. That ended up making a full house on the river.
Wow.
And the last thing the aces would have expected is to lose. Here's what's amazing, by the way. I did open up the live reporting, just in case we could get more insight on some of the hands. And as I said, the live reporting team is so good, they don't spoil what's on the stream. So, the moment you see the hand on the stream is when it gets updated on the live reporting.
Yeah, that's a huge cooler for a good friend of mine, nonetheless. Jason, who did recently take down the APT National, as I mentioned.
Yeah.
One of the largest warm-up tournaments that we've seen so far at the APT.
2,300 entries.
That's crazy.
For a $300 tournament, leading to an incredible prize pool, including a first place prize of 90,000 USD. That was then chopped up 3-way, leading to a first place prize of, I believe, over 70K.
That is crazy. I believe I was following a bit of the news coming out of that. They filled out every table at the APA for the national on one of the days.
Oh, I'm sure. With
Yeah.
2,300 entries, I'm
Exactly.
certain of it. Pocket sevens prove superior to aces in the most
What a time
in the
to
most
get quads.
painful way possible for the aces, but the most dramatic way possible for us. Chat, did that wake you up? Certainly has got my endorphins rushing a bit. So we're about 7 minutes away from the break.
I believe we have a familiar face here. Earlier, the one big blind double up is now back all in.
Oh, could you see how much he had in his stack? I suppose he should.
I suppose he has like 3 or 4.
Yeah, from that double up. Seems to be chatting away. No nerves.
I think when you're at that point and you're so short, you're sort of expecting not to make it, and then you sort of like reach this
Zen.
almost like nirvana experience.
Exactly. Well, last time around, we had a crazy bubble for Taipei 2023 as well.
Yeah.
And did you ever hear about Mr. Chi Wei Fan? Infamous for 6-betting ace-5 off to
Yeah.
Punat Punsri on the main event final table as the second in chips and punting off his stack. Now, who was all in hand for hand on the stone bubble but Mr. Chi Wei Fan?
Yeah.
Had kings, and you can now see the procedure we have. You have to wait for the hands to be exposed. The guy was like dancing, supremely confident, happy to get it in, just could not wait to show the camera his cards, knowing he's all in with kings. And I couldn't help but think what I would be like in that scenario. They're just kings. You know what's going to happen with the ace on the flop and all that. I would be so nervous. But this guy looked like he had a lock in the hand.
Back in again. This time he's been called by Pitt from Thailand. It is pre-flop. Gentlemen, let's see.
The flop or
Pocket tens against king 8. Pocket tens for our all-in player Lee. 10 of diamonds, 10 of spades. Called by Pitt's king of spades, 8 of clubs. Dealer, let's see the flop.
I'm hungry.
There's a queen of clubs in the door. There's an 8. 8 of hearts, deuce of diamonds, queen of clubs. Pitt's picked up a pair of 8s. The 10s are still in the lead. Turn card, please. 5 of diamonds. Lee just needs to fade kings and 8s, and he's going to double through here again. River card. 5. Lee is going to double up for a second time here. Just like last time, Lee, everybody was rooting for you. You can hear it. All right, dealers, one more time.
Wow, we're now almost 50 minutes into
You can hear it. All
hand
the
for
people
hand.
yelling. I know it sounded like king,
It
but I
must
could tell it was 10.
Be starting
That's
to
what it
get
was, 10.
really stressful for some players
Absolutely.
out there.
It's 10. I knew it. I had his
Definitely.
back. He's from Taiwan. They all wanted him in.
The switching table.
Break time?
I mean, it's like as soon as the bubble bugs, we're finished for the day. So.
Yeah, yeah. Better just.
He doesn't want to switch the table. He doesn't want to switch the table.
Jang here with pocket 8s on the feature table. 7 big blind stack. Let's see if he... Oh, he decides to pass.
There's our feature table. 2 7 big blind stacks. As I mentioned, we're about a minute or two away from the break where we will come back with 4K, 8K.
Yeah.
Looking at those stacks, they're going to be crippled down to under 6 bigs. Not where you want to be. And we're not even on the stone bubble yet, James.
And we just saw Jang pass on pocket 8s.
That's right. Which is probably, theoretically, absolutely fine considering the ICM at play.
Yeah. Once again, the main event payout showing on your screen. Min cash at 3,500 USD. 2 more players who will be going home empty, or I guess 1 more player who will be going home empty-handed, and another player going home with a couple of envelopes with potentially a mini main event ticket.
See the main event payouts going all the way from 39th to 10th. You can ignore the slight discrepancy right at the bottom. Basically going from, I believe it was about 10,000 to 20. 9th place though, that's when you get into the 30,000 level. 8th place good for 40, and that 10x jump between 8th place and 1st. That's what final table poker is all about here at the main event. It's going to be intense. It's going to be insane. It's going to be exciting. And we will, of course, as always, bring you all of it. Simply cannot wait to see the flag distribution we end up with. Always fun to see the diversity of nationalities, but also the player types. I'm always rooting for unknown faces to make deep runs. That's really what main events are all about. Another aspect I'm rooting for is one of the N8 event players who get main event tickets or satellite winners. Then you know the return on your money is just
None of our
insane.
dealers have been able to deal a bust-out hand. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to send you on a 15-minute break. And we're going to go ahead and see if we can find... No, this was the hand. You're going to take 2 minutes off. Right?
So I believe that's Neo just
We played
confirming
3.
we are going on a break for 15
We played 3
minutes.
from 6 minutes. Have you taken 2 minutes off for the hand they just completed?
Quick conferring with each other in terms of whether the break is now or one more hand. I suspect it is now.
We're going on break, folks.
There we go.
We are going on break. Players, you are on a 15-minute break.
So along with the players, we too are going to be on a 15-minute break.
Is right about the clock, but we're going to put you on 15.
Thank you for all of those in chat. 420 Gen in chat saying they went away with 30 minutes for dinner. Well, take another 15, but do not go anywhere. We will be back on the money bubble, 2 away from the money here at the APT Main Event Taipei 2024. Trust me, you do not want to miss it. We will be back shortly. See you soon.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
I'm getting a lot of confusions about what the number is, guys. Again, ITF is 175. There's 205 left field and field, including the all qualifiers, which is 20. All right, guys. We'd like you guys to keep you guys fair warning, so please keep the pace. We are scheduled to put the shot clock here at 21 at the field. Although if you guys do slow down, if you do see all the tanking,
Here on table 20, everybody, we've got seat 4. You have a seat 5's all in, right? Yeah. Seat right, everybody, we have 177 players left. We have our first called all-in. Table number 3. Fongsatorn from Thailand has been called all-in by Jovan from Serbia. It is pre-flop. All right, gentlemen, let's see. Our all-in player has kings, king of clubs, king of diamonds, called by ace king of hearts. We got pocket kings against ace king. Dealer, let's see the flop, please. Jack of hearts in the door, Jack king 7. Please hold. All right, we've got a set of kings against a pair of kings, ace king of hearts. Dealer turn card.
Okay.
Turn card is the 9 of spades. Kings are going to go ahead and double through. Dealer, deal the river card, please. Kings full of jacks.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT Main Event Day 2 coverage, coming to you live from Taipei. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined in the booth by James once again. We were covering the bubble all the way down to 177 players remaining. 175 of them will go home in the money. So we're 2 away, but the bubble has been going on for the better part of an hour already. We are hand for hand. We have been for the past half an hour or so. All the all-ins seem to be working out as we cover this day all the way till we get to the money. After that, of course, we have the schedule in front of you. Day 3 and Day 4 to follow in the coming days. Then the final table, most likely, on the 9th of March. And of course, we end the streaming and the festival as we do with the second day of the APT High Roller. Now, just to recap, the main event, we had 1,182 entries to set a record-breaking score and a record-breaking total prize pool as well. $410,000 to the first place finisher out of a $2.2 million prize pool. We did have some online qualifiers as well who are going to join us in the money day 3 tomorrow. There you see it, the Asia Poker Arena here at Taipei. It is buzzing, and that's because we are hand for hand. James, one more recap perhaps of how hand for hand works for our audience?
Yeah, absolutely. So dealers are required only to deal one hand, and at the end of the hand they will be asked to stand up from their seat so that the tournament organizers and Neil are able to identify that all hands have been dealt. Any all-ins and calls will be showed table by table to confirm whether there are any busts.
Perfectly encapsulated. Now, there it is, the APT Golden Lion. The one on the right, by the way, is the one for this event. The one on the left is the Bronze Lion. That's the one for the high roller. Amazingly, our feature table is going to be rendered a bit irrelevant because the tiniest of stacks are out there, and with 2 players to bust out, unless somebody's getting super frisky, I suspect they'll want to wait it out. We will take the moment though and the chance to introduce these players when we can. It's always fun, James, to follow along once we've seen some players on the feature table as we go to day 3, day 4, and eventually the final table, to try and chart out the best we can, the sort of journey, the narrative of their performance. That's what these live streams are here for. For those of you still with us, we thank you once again. Right before we went on break, 420 Jen in chat said, I went away for 30 minutes for dinner and the bubble hasn't burst. Well, how about you tack on another 15 minutes and stick with us, because the bubble has far from burst. We're 2 away.
I believe I just saw some green chips in play now. If I'm not mistaken, I believe there are 25,000 chips.
Indeed.
So we'll start seeing larger chip denominations and hopefully plaques coming in soon. Maybe tomorrow.
The 100K plaques, I think you might be right. Tomorrow certainly should be the day. The starting stack for the main event, by the way, was 40,000. So always special when you have a couple of souls, a couple of buy-ins being represented simply by a chip or 2 in the mix.
It's a fascinating feeling to know that, especially when you get near the end of the tournament, you might have like a $1 million, like a 1 million chip plaque, and that represents like 50 people that you've busted on the journey.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I like the idea of walking into a tournament field, looking around, and when you have that winning mindset, just saying, all these chips need to be mine.
Yeah.
That's the goal. I wonder who came up with poker tournaments as a format. You don't hear about that much, but shout out to whoever that might be.
Yeah.
Wow, pocket 8s on the bubble, under the gun. Chu from Taiwan seems to be not too worried about the dynamics of the bubble here. Just makes the standard open with pocket 8s. Lila is back on the feature table. I think you were covering her on a previous feature table, right?
Yeah. One of Taiwan's huge influencers, I believe, with 1.2 million followers.
Wow.
Which again blows my mind. I mean, respect to all influencers out there like Greg, Elfin. These guys are amazing. The draw that they have with a wide audience. I'm a bit too introverted for that.
I know what you mean. I'm the same way. You wouldn't think so, considering every once in a while I'll end up on camera for the APT and obviously here in the booth. And by once in a while, I mean rarely. But I think that takes a different gene altogether.
Yeah. But I believe we just quickly had an intro of our new table. We do have one very short stack with 3 big blinds. So we'll be interested to see how he navigates the next couple of hands.
So here we go. Back to the hand for hand rather dynamic. And I do wonder if all the players who are even potentially at risk, let's say sub 10 BBs, especially after the blind level being increased, went around the tables and viewed all the other stacks during the break.
Yeah, I mean, information is power. You don't want to accidentally ship off your last 5 bigs when you see at least 10 players with less than you.
That would be very costly indeed.
We're seeing there Greg setting up his staff once again.
His staff. His camera staff. And we actually see Sophia railing. Or anti-railing?
Anti-railing.
Gotta be anti-railing. Look at the amount of cameras pointed at you. It's like you're getting paparazzi'd.
Yeah.
While you might be facing one of the worst moments of your poker career, bubbling the APT main event.
That being said, you do get remembered for being a bubble.
Yes.
To a certain extent. to a certain extent.
That's not what I want to be remembered for, but if you're going to bubble anyway, you might as well be remembered for it. I hear you. Slightly older gentleman is the one all in. Seems to have a smile on his face. Being calm, all things considered. And Greg, never too shy to dance on camera. In case you missed it in the background.
I believe we're just waiting for the last few hands to be finished before Neil makes his way over to the table with the all-in and a call.
The tension is palpable. I really feel for the all-in player. He's taking it really well, though. Have to wait for the remaining tables to finish up the hands before Neil makes his way over.
Yeah, I'd be sweating bullets there.
Same here. Wait just a second. We should just do a quick count. That's a couple of bigs. Not even.
17K?
Maybe 4 times that in the pot, so 100K or so pot. If that, if called. Certainly seems like he'd be right back in it. Oh, 2 tables are all in here, James.
No, I believe they're just waiting for the action on this table to finish.
Oh, this is the same table?
No, it's a different table.
Oh, I see. This is the table that needs to finish action before we can rush to the all-in player?
Yep, I believe so.
Our excellent production team, the crew, multiple cameras, rushing, buzzing between tables. This is a huge poker room, which you can see, by the way.
All-ins on 3 different tables.
3 all-ins on 3 tables.
Wow, this could be it.
Excuse me.
This could just be it.
All right, over here at 13, we're on the flop in seat 2. We've got Yuichi at risk. Called in seat 6 by Gerald from Singapore. All right, the flop is the Queen of Diamonds, the Jack of Hearts, and the 5 of Diamonds. Gentlemen, let's see, please. I got King Jack of Diamonds against Queen Jack. Queen of hearts, Jack of clubs. We got flop top 2 for the caller. We got a pair of jacks with a diamond draw for the all-in player. King Jack, Queen Jack, dealer, let's see the turn, please. Turn is a diamond. That's going to bring a flush for our all-in player. He's going to need to fade the cards for a full house, and he's going to double up here.
Basit. Basit.
River card.
Ibasit muna. Basit.
It's a 10. He's going to double up.
Wow, he was behind, but had
That's
plenty
the
of
sound
equity.
Of a lot of happy people. They're very happy for you, Ichi. All right, we're going to go over here now. We're on the flop again on table 19. See, who's at risk? Seat 1's at risk? Seat 1, so is it Luke or Luck? Luke from Switzerland has been called in seat 6 by Wei from Malaysia. All right, the flop is the 7 of hearts, the 6 of diamonds, and the 4 of diamonds. Let's see them.
Big stacks
I
all
got
in.
pocket queens, and I got queen 6. Pocket queens for the all-in player at risk. Queen of hearts, queen of spades. Called by the queen of clubs and the 6 of spades.
Well, pocket queens is in as good a shape as you can want.
Dealer, let's see the turn
Still
card.
hiding his face and eyes. I get it.
It's the king of hearts.
Never easy.
The queens are still leading. Just fade the 6s and the queens double up here. River card.
It's a big double up, it seems.
6. Jack, we have another double up. I know you're all excited.
Sigh really
right, we're gonna
says
go to door
everything.
number
I like that.
3.
That's a real expression of real emotions.
Yeah.
That's what I would be feeling no matter how ahead I was.
We're at table 23. At risk is 8.
Wow,
Seat
0 for
number
2
8,
on the
Takeshi
elimination
from
part.
Japan has been called by seat number 6, Mike Takayama from the Philippines. From
Mike
Japan?
Takayama.
Mike Takayama from Japan, apparently. We got Cowboys against 5s. The all-in player has the king of diamonds and the king of spades. Mike has black 5s, 5 of spades, 5 of clubs. Dealer, let's see the flop. 6 of clubs in the door, 6 deuce 9, 2 clubs. Kings are still riding high. Dealer, the turn card, please. Deuce of clubs. Does
Wow.
bring a club draw, but not the king of clubs.
What a
The
sweat.
kings are leading, though. Let's see the river card. 8s. That's 3 in and 3 out, everybody. Let's keep going. 177 remain. Dealers, one more hand, please.
Wow. It's 3 all-ins
I guess
and no
I should change
outs.
that. It's 3 in and 3 in, not 3 in and 3 out.
So hand for hand continues at 177.
They took our cool table away in the middle. Now I guess we got to hang out up at the front.
And away we go. Lather, rinse, repeat.
Mike Takayama from Japan.
Some in-jokes seem to be keeping all of us entertained while the
Obviously-
bubble continues.
Obviously, Mike Takayama, a very seasoned and well-accomplished player from the Philippines, bracelet winner. So definitely interesting to have seen a Mike Takayama from Japan as well. But coming back to our feature table, where we do have one short stack with 4 big blinds. Currently, I believe in the small blind.
We have pocket kings for the player from Taiwan. Would it be Sun or Sun, you think, James?
Sun.
Sun.
I believe, yeah.
Starting the hand with... Whoa. Just wants this over with. Raises to 75k. Not interested in even potentially bubbling. Basically announcing, if you have aces or ace king, let's talk. Otherwise, let's move on. Not sure how long our feature table will continue. At this point, it could be infinitely long. This
Yeah.
bubble is not even close to being burst. We have 4 players from Taiwan. 1 from the Philippines, Jonald Garcia. 1 runner from South Korea. And 1 from Thailand. Also Japan, we saw.
Yeah.
Kenji.
I wonder if there's a world record for the longest hand for hand.
Oh yeah. It's gotta be hours and hours. Currently, we're in the running. Oh, there we go. High 3 deuce. Potential overpair versus overpair.
Absolutely. But, oh well, yeah. Oh, excuse me, please. Sorry.
Oh, it's a blind versus blind scenario as well. That's interesting. Certainly does not need to be overpairs then.
Nah, that's fine. You're good? We're good? Okay. Oh, excuse me, ladies. Hello. No worries. I'm coming. Oops, excuse me. We're good, right, to go here? 1 second. No, I don't want to cut it. I'll go. Excuse me, man. Thank you. Where are we at? What table?
Table 13.
Jimmy's good? Okay. All right, table 13 over here. I can't. Oh, yeah. Sorry, man. I'm going to go right behind everybody. All right, so seat 2's at risk, right? Or seat 3, rather. Seat 3's. All right, we are back here on table 13. Edalberto is all in for the second time here on the bubble. From the Philippines, he's been called by Manfred from the United States. Stanley or Manfred? Stanley from the United States. Sorry about that. We are on the flop. We've got a 3 of clubs, a 5 of hearts, and a deuce of spades. All right, let's see, guys. I got 9s against ace 3. So I got black 9s by the calling player, 9 of spades, 9 of clubs. Called by the ace of spades and the 3 of hearts. He's got a pair of 3s and a gut shot, plus the ace. All right, dealer, let's see the turn. It's an ace. Aces and 3s now for Edalberto. He needs to dodge a 9 and a 4 for a chop, and he's going to double through. Dealer river card. 7. He's going to double up. Everybody's really happy for you, Edalberto.
Wow, so we actually had
one more hand, please.
the all-in player behind for once, for the first time, I believe.
What's that, I think 7 now?
At least in terms of equity, a decent dog catches the ace, leaving the 9s drawing to just 2 outs. A huge moan reverbing through the Asia Poker Arena as we see Greg roaming around in jeans, a leather jacket, and his mobile phone / Gandalf staff. Not a common look for Mr. Greg Goes All In.
Yeah.
Aces for Garvia. Aces on the bubble. 19 bigs under the gun.
Do you ever feel happy when you get jammed by a bigger stack and you still hold aces when you're this close to the money?
No, sir. Oh, it depends on your mindset. It depends on your bankroll a little bit as well.
That's also true.
You should be very happy. The idea of being all in, say 80% to double up right before you make the money, it's not too shabby. After all, $3,500 or so is the minimum payout. $410,000 is first place. That's what you need to be aiming for.
But it also hurts them more so.
True.
If they do get cracked.
True, true. Well, we saw what pocket kings did, just effectively commit.
Yeah.
If Garbia chose to do that, I mean, he would have gotten a lot more folds than he's going to do now. King 8 suited, taking the spot with from the small blind.
Wow.
Wants to peel. Just knows the pressure you can put on any small stack, perhaps. Deuce, deuce, 5 is about the best flop possible when you have aces. The only hand you can even think about worrying about is pocket 5s in the small blind. I think back to this poker show that used to come a long time ago called The Big Game. You remember that? Where they had
Yeah.
an amateur who
Yeah.
they gave 100,000 to.
Yeah.
And they would get to keep any profits they made after 150 hands. There was this teacher who made the most that season, who ended up getting lucky against Phil Hellmuth.
Yeah.
Doubling up, and then decided to just lock up his profits and fold every hand, which is fair play, by the way, when the money means so much to you. Then he starts getting dealt some premiums, opens with, I think it was pocket 10s or something, gets 3-bet, finds the fold, then actually looks down at aces, hems and haws and sighs and grunts, and folds them. Phil Lark has pocket 6s behind him, and ends up flopping quads.
Yeah. That's in hindsight, it's a great fold. Knowing this flop, but
as a poker player, watching someone fold aces is
Here at
obviously
table 10,
painful.
Our at-risk player in seat 2 is Max from Austria. He's been called by Koji from Japan. We are pre-flop. All right, gentlemen, let's see, please. I got King Queen off, called by Ace King of Diamonds. Our at-risk player has the King of Hearts and the Queen of Spades.
Aces,
has been called by Ace
but
King of
not
Diamonds.
because I wanted to, but because they
All right,
timed
dealer,
out.
let's see the flop,
that's
please.
even worse. Well, here we go. King Queen versus Ace King.
King Deuce 5, all spades. Our at-risk player does have the Queen of Spades in his hand. Both players have flopped a pair of kings, but the all-in has picked up a flush draw. Dealer, let's see the turn card. That is going to double him up with the Jack of Spades, dealer river card. And we continue.
Wow.
5 of clubs on the end, just in case you were curious. Dealers, one more time.
Once again.
Wow.
The all-in player actually was a huge dog. King Queen versus Ace King. And just seals the deal on the turn with that flush. Some things are just meant to be.
No one feels like busting today.
No one feels like busting. We might get down to the 10 levels we plan to play. It was 10 levels are in the money. If this continues, the 10 levels might just come first.
So we're just continuing the action here on our feature table. Couple of short stacks, as I mentioned, our player from Thailand. He's sitting at 3 to 4 bigs, but he has a full orbit before the blinds reach him.
Full orbit. Let's just say 7 hands until the small blind. 7 hands in hand for hand. That's like
a lot.
45 minutes maybe. Can sit tight for a while. To the extent the goal is to only bubble. Might find a hand to get it in with.
We see a couple players standing up. It looks like there's another all-in on one of the outer tables.
Chat, this is the perfect time, by the way, to ask us anything you've always wanted to ask us. Oh, Justin pointing out the player with King Queen Max, WSOP Europe main event champion from a few months ago. No way.
Wow.
Thanks, Justin. We missed that. Bit of a jab. No wonder he won with luck like that. Well, you gotta have luck to win in poker. Nobody denied that.
Yeah. Obviously, he called off a big bluff from one of Taiwan's local players, Six Poker Eric Tai, to take that bracelet. But he's here, back in Taiwan, hopefully to give back to one of the local players.
Imagine the surprise for some of our chat to have gone away maybe an hour or so ago when we reached hand for hand, even more maybe.
Yeah.
And come back and see us still sweating every all-in.
Also still at 177.
Still at 177. Certainly not dropping like flies, are we now, James?
No.
How quickly we got down to the 180, 177 mark. Starting the day with 500 runners.
The first hour, though, of tomorrow's stream is going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
As we will probably see a lot of players drop like flies.
Correct. As a result of a lot of the short stacks, of course, hanging around at the moment. The blind level had, of course, gone up at the start of play when we came back from the break to 4,000, 8,000. 8,000 ante as well.
We can see here Neil just tapping away at his
At
mic.
risk is 6, called by 1. All right, everybody, we are over here at table number 4. Our at-risk players in seat 6. Yun Qian from Taiwan, called by seat number 1. Is that right or no? Table 4, right? No, you mean table 5. Sorry to freak out whoever that was table 5. Table 4, seat 6 is Napat from Thailand. There's some Thailand here. And called by seat number 1, which is Zhuzhong from Malaysia. And there's a fan from Malaysia as well. All right, we are pre-flop, so let's see them, gentlemen. I got ace, queen of spades, called by ace, ace.
Ooh.
Dealer, you can bring them in just so they can get a better shot.
That is rough shape.
All right, ace of spades, queen of spades is at risk, called by the ace of clubs and the ace of hearts.
Oh, the ace queen is the one all in?
Yeah.
Surely.
Let's see the flop.
This could be the first elimination in a while.
Flop is king 6, 4, 4 of spades, 6 of hearts, king of diamonds. Our all-in players looking
Too
for some
shabby,
runner
all
action.
things considered.
The aces are in the lead.
Running spades, running
Dealer turn
Broadway.
card.
Could we have a sweat, at least? No sweat.
Clubs is going to leave him drawing dead. And we have our 170, bring the river please, dealer. 177th player. One more until we get to the money.
A dagger through the heart of the Thai fans. Mr. Top Tap himself, Napat, one of the main event finalists at
We are
Incheon,
doing a quick count.
gets coolered. Aces versus ace queen suited on the money bubble. So we're down to 176 now on the stone cold bubble.
Stone bubble.
He is covered, so it is 177 now down to 176. We are now on the stone bubble, everybody. All right, dealers, shuffle up and deal one time for me, please.
To the extent it was possible, the tension in the room has only increased. We are now on the stone bubble. We're hand for hand, so no point in attacking. I think hands such as Jack 10 off can let it go without much regret. wait just a second. It's a 20 big blind stack of Carvia.
Wow.
Deciding to steal the blinds there. That's what this is all about. Using the bubble to put yourself in a better position once the bubble bursts. He had enough of a stack such that he could afford a bluff. He picks up the blinds, getting the ace to fold. Nicely done.
Yeah, kudos to his confidence and understanding that other players might not be willing to commit so much of their chips in.
What do you think about the player in the big blind showing the ace while folding? You're showing your weakness.
Yeah, I think so. He's basically announced that he's going to be folding a lot more hands. So I'm not sure if that was the best play. Probably would have showed the deuce.
Yeah.
Be smug about folding an ace on the bubble.
You're inviting others to run you over.
But we're waiting to cover an all-in on one of the outer tables.
Smaller stack, it seems. Once again, every moment, this just could be it. The whole floor looking for that announcement that will allow them to erupt into applause. Waiting for the outer tables to finish their hands, I assume. See so many members of our team, by the way. Greg goes all in the top left. Say hi to Greg, chat. Have you ever seen him look more rugged than this? We have the live reporting team. Adrian from the content team. All waiting to see if this is the moment. Is this what being famous feels like, you think, James? People just waiting on you?
I think we're just waiting for some action to be completed on the table behind. And soon we should be able to see Neil make his way over. Once again, the main event payouts on your screen. $3,512 US in cash. The table has been corrected now, so so we're seeing just under 10,000 for 31st. 27th place finisher will be going home with 11,000, but everyone will be eyeing up.
We have two all-in calls on two different tables, everybody.
Wow, two. Once again, this could be it.
Excuse me real quick, Greg. All right, we're over here on table number 9. Our at-risk player is Bao from the United States. called by Yu Tang from Taiwan. Pre-flop, let's see him. I got ace king for Bao. I got ace jack suited in spades for the caller. All right, ace of diamonds, king of hearts, called by the ace of spades and the jack of spades. Let's see the flop, please. Queen, king, six. Queen of hearts, king of clubs, six of spades. Bao's flop top pair with ace king. Caller's flopped a gut shot to a 10 and backdoor spades. The ace king is leading. Turn card, please. It's a jack.
Okay, 10 spades is fine.
Bao says he no longer is worried about the 10 of spades coming. River card. Ace king beats ace jack. We are going to double up over here.
So that will be a double up for our at-risk player. Neil moving to the second all-in table. Let's follow the action there.
And these are nice little pickups as well for these short stacks going into the next day.
Absolutely.
You're literally mentally preparing yourself to exit the tournament in the worst outcome possible. And instead, here you are, a bigger stack for $410,000 up top.
Yeah.
Is it Yue or it's Sei? Is it Sei? Sorry, is it Sei or Yue? Chue. Chue from Taiwan is at risk. He's been called by Hao Ran from Taiwan. Yeah. Chai. King. There we go. Have pity on my pronunciation. King is all in and has been called by Hao Ran from Taiwan. We are post-flop. We got the jack of diamonds, the king of diamonds, and the jack of spades. Let's see what we got, gentlemen. I got jack 9 for 3 jacks. I got queen jack for 3 jacks. Queen jack for the at-risk player. He has the better kicker with trip jacks king queen against trip jacks king 9. Dealer, let's see the turn card. Ace. That chops this at this point in time. Trip jacks to the ace king. Whoever just called for the 5th jack, I don't want that to happen. River card. It's a queen. And the chop becomes a double up. They're really cheering for you, King. You can hear it. They were all very excited that changed. Yes. All right. Let's do it again.
Yet another double up, James.
Yep. And our tie player on the feature table is going to start feeling some heat as the blinds get closer and closer.
So where are we on that WSOP record you were talking about? 2 hours you said for the main event? Not a record necessarily.
I don't think that was the record, but
most recently,
2 years ago when I was there, and I believe tournament director there, Jack Effel, was running between 2 rooms. So much like what Neil is doing today, is running around the rooms, following all the action.
If there was another room, I think we'd have 2 Neils at it. Jack Effel doesn't need to make a show of the thing.
Yeah.
Learn from Neil. Keep it classy. Keep it entertaining. Always point out when the player doubles up that the whole room was rooting against them. We do see that 3 big blind stack. Could be the shortest at the tournament, certainly. I do not envy him. Wow, Justin adding a unique piece of insight as always. The Thai player on the table has no recorded cashes. This could mean the world to him to be able to inch through the money bubble.
Yeah, and what a way to put a mark on your poker resume, as we'd call it, with a cash in the APT main event.
There you see the payouts. 10th place was good for about 25,000. 9th for 30,000. That's USD, by the way. We reached the million in Taiwanese dollars, starting with 8th place. That's about 40,000 USD, 1.2 million Taiwanese. And you basically 10x that as you make your way up to first place. Almost 13 million Taiwanese dollars. Good for 410,000 USD. It's going to be a fun final table. But we're 2 days away from it at least.
Yeah.
To have day 3 coming in tomorrow. The slow structure enables all kinds of interesting poker action. That being said, you raised a good point, James, thanks to the bubble being extended here. The average blinds are going to be lower than usual. We're looking at about 34 average blinds at the moment. Mind you, the main event has a clause. Once you reach the final table, average blinds are reset, no matter what, to at least 30. And by the way, I've seen this implemented. Even if the average blinds are 29.99, we will increase the level.
Yeah, that's an interesting. That's definitely an interesting. Interesting structure, given that. Would your strategy change? Let's say the average was just on the final table bubble. Your average is, say, at 25 bigs, and you're under that. You're probably less willing to put it in, given that you know you're going to get a couple more big blinds when you get the final table.
I think, yeah, it has to change. After all, you will have essentially more blinds. I like how you put it, by the way, when I said the blinds are going up. It's almost like you're losing the blinds.
Yeah.
As we see what I just mentioned, the streaming schedule. Day 3 tomorrow, day 4 the one after that, as we close out the event on the 9th of March, and then close out the festival and indeed the streaming schedule on the 10th, as we usually do. It's going to be day 2 of the APT High Roller, the 2-day High Roller, the one that grants you the bronze APT Lion Trophy. Trip saver for a lot of players.
Mm-hmm.
But coming back to it, yeah, I think it can impact strategy. Just like all things MTT poker, you have to just take into account all the variables and spit out how you approach the game. This is just one more to add. Neil and Greg fist bumping for support. Greg goes all in, gets a lower third there. GPI Poker's Personality of the Year. You see why. Stone-faced.
Some of the content he makes are great, though.
It's too good, man. The guy's too good. Greg goes all in is the nuts.
There was a really funny comment on one of his videos where it was like, if you get big enough, you should make sub-channels, where it's like, Greg goes 25% pot. And then Greg goes 50% pot.
A theater kid, I believe, as they call him. Went to drama school. Was a kids TV show presenter for a while.
Yeah.
Before he found poker during COVID. Then became a self-professed meme lord. Slowly transitioning full-time into the poker world, not just as content creator and, of course, presenter and host of the APT, but also a player. Any idea, by the way, what's being said at the table?
Not sure. I heard set over set over set.
Ah,
it sounds like a bad beat of a lifetime.
Set over
Although I have gotten that on a cash game table before, where there was a bad beat jackpot. So now we were hoping someone would hit quads.
Yeah. No luck?
No luck.
Set over set over set.
I think it was aces, queens, and jacks, and I had queens.
Wow.
And it came like ace, queen, jack, and we all went with it. And we were really praying for just like an ace or a queen or a jack.
Even in PLO 6, that would be pretty insane.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably the closest I've gotten to a bad beat jackpot, if any. But obviously that's one of the features on Natural 8, if you guys have not checked that out.
Shout out to Natural 8, our sponsor here at the APT, the title sponsor. If you come down to the APT, including Taipei here at the APA, you'll see so many fun representatives of Natural 8. I mean, from their operations team, but also many of the players being ambassadors. Offer a lot of goodies. I'm certainly racking up on my bottle openers and hand sanitizer. What do they call, like the little cases for those hand sanitizers?
Yeah.
Well, we've been all in on this table before, but a new player. Seed 1 this time. Neil lurking behind, getting the rundown. You know how big stacks sometimes say they want the bubble to last forever? Firstly, I wonder if they're making the most of getting their wish.
Yeah.
Secondly, you think on some level Neil wants the bubble to last forever? The man is in the zone, playing us like puppets, conducting the orchestra of this giant poker arena. We're just kidding, of course. He's doing a fantastic job. Shout out to Neil Johnson. And his earrings. How dare you say anything about his earrings in chat?
Dot with an interesting, far-fetched statement. In theory, this tournament could never end in some parallel universe.
Okay. I've seen some sci-fi in my time. I get it. As we wait for the outer tables once again to wrap up their hands so we can focus on the all-in situation that has developed on the table, on the screen. The crowd begins to form as we do it all over again. To the 250 of you hanging around with us, we really appreciate it. No, it's not easy to watch hand for almost 2 hours, but I think the longer it goes on, the more epic it gets in a way.
Yeah.
The more glad I am that everybody's around with us.
All right, everybody, we got a triple again. We got 3 all-in and calls on 3 different tables.
Wow, James, surely. 3 all-ins once again. Stone bubble.
This could be the one.
Look at the buzz.
All right, for anybody who didn't hear Lloyd, if an all-in is eliminated, please wait. We have 3 players all in. You might chop a position if more than one guy goes bust.
Precisely.
We're on table 13. We have seat number 1, Masashi from Japan, who is all in. He's been called by seat number 6. We got Gerald Sam from Singapore again. We are pre-flop. Let's see him. I got aces for the all-in. 9s for the caller.
What a time to pick up aces.
Beautiful.
Hey, whoa, 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 dealer, slow down. Wait, dealer. Wait. Right, we had the ace of hearts and the ace of clubs against the 9 of hearts and the 9 of spades. The dealer got a little ahead of me. We now have 10 of hearts, queen of diamonds, 3 of clubs. The aces are in the lead. Dealer, turn card, please.
Ooh, that was a very similar looking 3-sided card.
The nines have now picked up a gut shot straight draw. The aces are still leading.
No 9, no jack.
The aces need to dodge the 9s or the jacks, and they're going to double through. River card. 7. The aces will double up.
That will be a double up for the aces.
On to the next one. What do we have here?
Oh, a river all in and a call. Usually I feel like river all in and calls are some huge coolers.
Yeah.
Like the one we saw earlier.
All right, okay, we have an all-in on the river here. We got the 9 of spades, 3 of clubs, 5 of clubs, 44 with spades and hearts. The all-in player is Thomas from New Zealand, called by Nyota from Japan.
Yeah.
Excuse me. The all-in at risk player is Nyota from Japan, called by Thomas from New Zealand. Thank you. All right, let's see him. He's got 8-10 for 10 high. Ace king for ace high.
Wow. Caught off with ace high for his tournament life.
Wow-wa-wee-wa.
All right, that's 2 for 2.
That is impressive.
Blind versus blind as well.
We're going to move on to the next table here, but that deserves a moment of appreciation.
Yeah.
On the stone bubble, tries to get muscled out. He's getting the hugs he deserves. And on the very next table, we have the 3 for 3. Could we go in the favor of the all-in player once again?
2 of clubs, 9 of diamonds, 3 of clubs. We have 4 clubs on board. Let's see them. I got ace 7 for ace high. I got ace 7 for 6 clubs. We are confirmed that's in. All right. Congratulations, everybody. You have cashed the APT Taipei main event. Please don't go away, sir. We got a possible prize for you.
Well, there you have it. The round of applause hits the arena as we might have a possible prize, the envelope drawing for the Bubble Boy.
For our Bubble
One of these
Boy,
envelopes. Oh, sorry.
John Tech from the Philippines.
One of these envelopes. Oh, sorry. One of these envelopes does have a main event seat in it. There's also a mini main and double stack. So you're going to get to pick from one of these. I can't do it one-handed. Vance, fan them out for me. Pick one of these, and good luck to you, John.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And flip it over. Let's take it to the double stack, which starts on Friday. And he's very excited, you can see. Unlucky John, congratulations again to everybody. You have cashed in the APT main events.
Round 2 of a lovely round of applause. Everybody but John is understandably elated. John getting a consolation prize. I'm sure he'll come to appreciate it once he gets over the brutal situation of being the Bubble Boy here at this record-breaking APT Taipei 2024 main event. A $2.2 million prize pool is now going to be distributed amongst the remaining 175 players. What a journey. How dramatic towards the end. A long bubble hand-for-hand play. It was a pleasure, though, as it always is. Always exciting, gets the whole room going. Your thoughts on the day, James?
Yeah, no, I I joined in the middle of the day, but absolutely great to see some of the best poker players, not only from Asia, but from around the world join us here in Taipei. And I'm excited to see who's going to take down this entire main event and hopefully go home with a trophy sat next to them on the plane.
Well said. The APT Golden Lion 24 karat gold trophy will come along with a 410,000 USD top prize. Certainly one you can afford an extra plane ticket for the trophy for. Now we are coming back to you with coverage of day 3 tomorrow. As we said, we play down to In the Money today. 21 players joining us from the online leg of this event. You could have played day 1 and effectively day 2 online and made it straight to the money. That's a feature of our sponsor Natural Aid, and 21 players have done exactly that. We will merge the field, have the remaining 175 players battling it out here at the Asia Poker Arena, and we will try to bring you every minute of it that we can, rotating feature tables as we do so that we meet as many players as we can. We've already spoken about the diversity of the players here at the APT, and we look forward to meeting as many of them as we can on the stream. For all of you joining us, thank you so much. We will wrap up here for tonight. So that you can join us tomorrow, make sure you hit the subscribe button. And until then, from the booth, my name is Vidar Singhal, and for James Park, we wish you good night.
Yeah, good night.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.